Ever wonder why smart people make irrational decisions? The audiobook, 100 Mind Traps, the complete guide to fixing your most common thinking errors, reveals the hidden patterns distorting your judgment daily. You'll discover how to spot and overcome biases that sabotage your decisions, relationships, and success. Master these insights and transform how you think, or risk remaining blind to the very forces silently shaping your life's most important choices. Chapter 1: Emotional Reasoning and Cognitive Distortions. Your mind is a powerful instrument, capable of extraordinary feats of creativity, problem-solving, and insight. Yet this same remarkable tool can sometimes become your greatest obstacle. Every day, your brain processes countless pieces of information, making split-second judgments and interpretations that shape how you experience reality. But what if many of these automatic interpretations are fundamentally flawed? Imagine driving to an important meeting when someone cuts you off in traffic. In an instant, your mind might generate thoughts like, "That driver deliberately tried to hit me," "People are always out to get me," or "My entire day is ruined now." These aren't mere passing thoughts. They trigger real physiological responses, influence your mood, and affect your subsequent behavior. But are these interpretations accurate? Or are they distortions that your mind has created, seemingly reasonable yet fundamentally flawed? The truth is that our minds are constantly filtering, interpreting, and making meaning from the endless stream of data we encounter. This process happens so quickly and automatically that we rarely question it. We assume our interpretations are objective reflections of reality rather than subjective constructions influenced by our moods, past experiences, and cognitive shortcuts. Cognitive distortions, systematic errors in thinking, are like invisible lenses that color everything we see. They're particularly powerful when emotions enter the picture. When we're anxious, sad, or angry, these distortions intensify, creating a feedback loop where distorted thinking fuels negative emotions, which in turn reinforce distorted thinking. Consider the last time you made a small mistake at work. Did your mind immediately jump to catastrophic conclusions? "I've ruined everything. My boss will never trust me again. I might lose my job over this." This pattern, known as catastrophizing, is just one of many cognitive distortions that can transform a minor setback into a psychological crisis. The most insidious aspect of these thinking traps is that they operate largely outside our awareness. We don't consciously choose to interpret events in distorted ways. These patterns develop gradually and become habitual. They feel like the truth rather than interpretations. And because we don't recognize them as distortions, we don't question them. But here's the good news. Once you learn to identify these patterns, you gain the power to challenge and change them. By developing awareness of how your mind creates meaning, you can begin to separate facts from interpretations, reality from distortion. This awareness is the first step toward greater psychological freedom and emotional resilience. In this chapter, we'll explore 12 common cognitive distortions that affect virtually everyone at some point. These thinking traps are universal. They cross cultural boundaries and affect people regardless of intelligence or education level. No one is immune, but everyone can learn to recognize and overcome them. As we examine each distortion, you'll likely recognize patterns that have influenced your own thinking. This recognition isn't cause for self-criticism, but for celebration. It marks the beginning of a more conscious relationship with your mind. By the end of this chapter, you'll have practical tools to identify when your thinking has gone astray and strategies to guide it back to a more balanced perspective. Let's begin by examining one of the most common cognitive distortions: mental filtering. Mind Trap 1: Mental filtering, selective abstraction. Mental filtering occurs when you focus exclusively on the negative aspects of a situation while filtering out all positive elements. It's like wearing glasses that only allow you to see problems, failures, and flaws. This distortion stems from our brain's negativity bias, an evolutionary adaptation that helped our ancestors survive by paying special attention to potential threats. While this bias served a protective function in dangerous environments, it can wreak havoc in modern life where physical threats are rare, but psychological stressors are abundant. When caught in mental filtering, a single critical comment can overshadow a dozen compliments. A minor mistake can eclipse significant achievements. The brain becomes a magnet for negative information, while positive data slides away unnoticed. Consider what happens during a performance review that includes both praise and constructive criticism. Someone caught in mental filtering might leave the meeting fixated exclusively on the improvement areas, completely forgetting the strengths their manager highlighted. The positive feedback doesn't register as meaningful. It's as if it was never said. This selective attention creates a profoundly skewed version of reality. It's not just pessimistic thinking, it's experiencing a fundamentally different world than what actually exists. And because we tend to act based on our perceptions rather than objective reality, mental filtering can lead to unnecessary suffering and self-limiting behaviors. To counter mental filtering, start by consciously looking for positive elements in situations where you notice negative focus. This isn't about forced optimism or denying genuine problems. It's about seeing the complete picture rather than a selectively negative one. When you receive mixed feedback, make a deliberate effort to acknowledge both the positive and negative aspects. Keep a success journal where you record achievements and positive experiences, creating a repository of evidence that counterbalances the mind's negative focus. Ready to master these thinking traps? Get the complete 100 Mind Traps bundle featuring the instant download of the full ebook, audiobook, executive summary, and FAQ. Your purchase supports our free content. Click the link in pinned comment to buy now. For those not ready for the full bundle, I also invite you to download the free executive summary of this book, which contains the key ideas and takeaways of each chapter. Studies show that engaging with content in multiple formats significantly enhances learning and retention. Click the link in the pinned to claim your free executive summary and maximize your learning potential. It's free for now, but it won't be forever, so make sure to grab it while you can. Mind Trap 2: Polarized Thinking, Black and White Thinking. Polarized thinking, also known as black and white or all or nothing thinking, divides the world into absolute categories: success or failure, perfect or worthless, good or bad, with nothing in between. This distortion eliminates the middle ground, forcing complex realities into simplistic extremes. Our brains are naturally drawn to categorical thinking because it simplifies a complex world. Sorting experiences into discrete categories requires less mental energy than maintaining nuanced, gradient-based perspectives. However, this simplification comes at a significant cost to our emotional well-being and decision-making. When caught in polarized thinking, a single mistake can transform a successful project into a complete failure. A normally reliable employee who misses one deadline becomes totally unreliable. A diet that's been going well is ruined forever after one indulgence. This distortion creates immense pressure because anything short of perfection is categorized as failure. It sets up impossible standards that virtually guarantee disappointment. It also creates interpersonal problems when we apply the same rigid categories to others, seeing them as either allies or enemies, competent or incompetent. To overcome polarized thinking, practice identifying the middle ground in situations. When you catch yourself using absolute language like always, never, completely, or totally, pause and look for exceptions or nuances. Try rating experiences on a 0-10 scale rather than in all or nothing terms. This simple shift introduces gradients that better reflect reality's complexity. Before we continue, make sure to subscribe to Grow to the Top and activate notifications to receive more self-improvement tips that will supercharge your growth. And make sure to give this video a thumbs up and share it with your friends. It really helps the channel grow. Thank you for your support. Mind Trap 3: Overgeneralization. Overgeneralization occurs when you take a single negative event and extend it indefinitely into the future, seeing it as an endless pattern of defeat. It transforms isolated incidents into sweeping conclusions about your life or character. This distortion stems from our mind's pattern recognition capabilities. a generally useful feature that helps us learn from experience. However, overgeneralization takes this too far, creating patterns where none exist and projecting them forward without evidence. The language of overgeneralization often includes words like always, never, everyone, and no one. After one rejection, you might think, no one will ever hire me. After one awkward social interaction, you conclude, I always make a fool of myself. These statements extend far beyond the actual evidence at hand. Overgeneralization is particularly damaging because it creates a sense of helplessness and futility. If you believe that one failure predicts endless future failures, why bother trying again? This can lead to avoidance behaviors, missed opportunities, and self-fulfilling prophecies. To combat overgeneralization, challenge yourself to find counterexamples that disprove your sweeping conclusions. After a rejection, remind yourself of times when you were accepted or successful. Use more specific, time-limited language. Instead of, I never get things right, try, I made a mistake on this particular task. This linguistic shift helps contain the problem to its actual scope rather than allowing it to expand indefinitely. Mind Trap 4. Mind reading, assuming others' thoughts. Mind reading involves believing you know what others are thinking without adequate evidence. It typically involves projecting your own fears or insecurities onto others, assuming they're making negative judgments about you. This distortion arises from our social nature and the importance of understanding others' mental states. However, mind reading takes this natural tendency to unhelpful extremes, filling in gaps with negative assumptions rather than seeking clarification. When engaged in mind reading, you might see someone frown during your presentation and immediately conclude, she thinks I'm incompetent. A colleague might seem distant, leading you to think, he's angry with me, when in reality, he's preoccupied with personal issues. These assumptions are treated as facts despite the absence of confirming evidence. Mind reading creates unnecessary distress and can damage relationships when you react to imagined thoughts rather than actual communications. It can lead to defensive behavior, withdrawal, or preemptive attacks based on what you believe others are thinking. To overcome mind reading, practice distinguishing between observations and interpretations. When you catch yourself making assumptions about others' thoughts, ask yourself, what evidence do I have for this belief? And are there alternative explanations for this behavior? Develop the habit of checking your assumptions through direct communication. I noticed you seemed quiet in the meeting. Is everything okay? Mind Trap 5. Fortune-telling, predicting without evidence. Fortune-telling involves predicting negative outcomes with certainty, despite having limited evidence. It's making definitive statements about how things will turn out before they've even happened. This distortion reflects our brain's attempt to prepare for threats by anticipating problems. While some degree of planning for difficulties can be adaptive, fortune-telling takes this to an extreme, treating negative predictions as inevitable facts rather than possibilities. When caught in fortune-telling, you might think, I'll definitely bomb this interview. No one will like my presentation, or this project is doomed to fail. These predictions are stated with such conviction that they feel like established truths rather than speculative fears. Fortune-telling can become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you're convinced something will go poorly, you may approach it with less confidence, preparation, or enthusiasm, increasing the likelihood of the negative outcome you feared. It can also lead to avoidance behaviors. Why try something that's certain to fail? To counter fortune-telling, recognize predictions as hypotheses to be tested, not facts to be accepted. Ask yourself, what evidence supports this prediction, and what evidence contradicts it? Consider alternative outcomes, including positive possibilities. Remind yourself of times when your negative predictions didn't come true, building awareness of your tendency to overpredict negative outcomes. Mind Trap 6. Catastrophizing, magnification of worst case. Catastrophizing involves expecting disaster, believing that if something goes wrong, the consequences will be unbearable or devastating. It takes relatively minor problems and magnifies them to extreme proportions. This distortion is an extension of our threat detection system, which evolved to help us anticipate and avoid danger. However, catastrophizing dramatically overestimates both the likelihood of negative outcomes and our inability to cope with them. When catastrophizing, a headache becomes a possible brain tumor, a mistake at work becomes grounds for termination, and a disagreement with a partner signals the end of the relationship. The language of catastrophizing includes terms like terrible, awful, unbearable, and the end of the world. This thinking pattern creates immense anxiety and can lead to paralysis in decision-making. Why take any action when disaster seems inevitable? It can also cause you to overreact to minor problems, depleting your emotional resources on issues that don't warrant such intense responses. To overcome catastrophizing, practice reality testing your fears by asking, what's the worst that could realistically happen? And how likely is this outcome? Then, crucially, ask, if the worst did happen, how would I cope? This last question helps build confidence in your resilience, countering the assumption that negative events would be unbearable. Mind Trap 7. Minimization, downplaying the positive. Minimization, the flip side of catastrophizing, involves downplaying positive experiences, achievements, or qualities until they seem insignificant. It's dismissing compliments, diminishing accomplishments, and discounting personal strengths. This distortion often stems from modesty taken too far, fear of disappointment, or deeply ingrained negative self-perception. For some, acknowledging positives feels dangerous, as if it might lead to complacency or invite future letdowns. When caught in minimization, you might respond to praise with statements like, "It was nothing, anyone could have done it," or "I just got lucky." Achievements that objectively required skill, effort, or talent are attributed entirely to external factors or dismissed as flukes. Minimization prevents you from developing an accurate self-assessment and building genuine confidence. It creates a perpetual sense of inadequacy because no accomplishment is ever fully acknowledged or internalized. Over time, this can contribute to low self-esteem and even depression. To counter minimization, practice accepting compliments with a simple "thank you" rather than deflecting them. Keep an evidence log of achievements, positive feedback, and successes that you can review when minimization occurs. Challenge yourself to acknowledge the role your own efforts, abilities, or character played in positive outcomes rather than attributing them solely to luck or external factors. Mind Trap 8. Emotional reasoning. Emotional reasoning occurs when you take your emotions as evidence of truth. I feel it, therefore it must be true. It's treating subjective emotional states as if they reflect objective reality. This distortion arises because emotions are such powerful internal experiences that they can override rational thought. When we feel something strongly, it becomes difficult to separate the feeling from factual reality. When engaged in emotional reasoning, anxiety becomes evidence of danger. I feel scared, so this situation must be threatening. Guilt becomes evidence of wrongdoing. I feel guilty, so I must have done something bad. And feeling inadequate becomes proof of incompetence. I feel like a failure, so I must be one. Emotional reasoning creates a circular trap. Negative emotions generate negative thoughts, which in turn intensify the negative emotions. This cycle can maintain and strengthen distress even when external circumstances don't warrant it. To overcome emotional reasoning, practice recognizing emotions as internal experiences rather than factual statements about reality. Remind yourself that feelings, while valid as experiences, aren't always reliable guides to truth. When making judgments or decisions, ask, what objective evidence supports this conclusion beyond how I feel right now? Consider how you might view the situation if you were feeling differently. Mind Trap 9. Should statements. Should statements involve rigid rules about how you and others ought to behave. These mental dictates are often unrealistic, inflexible, or not universally applicable, yet they're treated as absolute standards. This distortion stems from internalized rules acquired from family, culture, or personal ideals. While having standards and values is healthy, should statements transform these into rigid demands that don't account for context, limitations, or individual differences. When caught in should thinking, you might berate yourself with thoughts like, I should always be productive, I should never make mistakes, or I should be further along in my career by now. When directed at others, these become expectations like, people should always be on time, or my partner should know what I need without me having to say it. Should statements create a constant sense of falling short because they establish standards that are often unattainable. When directed inward, they generate guilt and shame. When directed outward, they lead to frustration and disappointment with others who inevitably fail to meet your rigid expectations. To overcome should statements, practice replacing them with more flexible preferences. Instead of, I should always be productive, try, I'd prefer to be productive, but it's okay to rest sometimes. Examine the origins of your shoulds and question whether they're serving you well. Consider whether you're holding yourself or others to standards that don't account for human limitations or individual circumstances. Mind Trap 10. Labeling, global labeling. Labeling involves assigning a fixed global judgment to yourself or others based on specific behaviors. It reduces the complexity of a person to a single, often negative characteristic. This distortion represents an extreme form of overgeneralization, moving from I made a mistake to I am a failure, or from she forgot our appointment to she is inconsiderate. It's a linguistic shortcut that transforms actions into identity. When engaged in labeling, you might call yourself stupid after making an error, label a colleague incompetent based on one poor performance, or decide someone is selfish after a single self-interested action. These labels become filters through which all future behaviors are interpreted. Labeling is particularly damaging because it suggests permanence and totality. A person who is a failure or incompetent is seen as fundamentally and unchangeably flawed, rather than someone who failed at a particular task or lacks specific skills that could be developed. To counter labeling, practice describing behaviors rather than assigning character judgments. Instead of I'm a failure, try I failed at this specific task. Notice when you use labels for others and challenge yourself to see the whole person rather than reducing them to a single trait or action. Remember that people are complex and multifaceted. No single label can accurately capture a person's entirety. Mind Trap 11. Personalization, self-blame. Personalization involves assuming responsibility for external events that are largely or entirely outside your control. It's seeing yourself as the cause of negative situations that may have little to do with your actions. This distortion often stems from an exaggerated sense of personal power or responsibility. While it can feel safer to believe you control outcomes, even negative ones, than to acknowledge the role of chance or others' actions, this belief creates unnecessary guilt and anxiety. When caught in personalization, you might blame yourself for a colleague's bad mood, assume responsibility for a project's failure despite multiple contributing factors, or feel that others' achievements somehow reflect poorly on you. The language of personalization includes phrases like, "It's all my fault," and "I should have prevented this." Personalization creates an overwhelming burden as you try to control factors beyond your influence. It can lead to excessive apologizing, rumination about past failures, and anxiety about preventing future problems that you may not actually have the power to affect. To overcome personalization, practice distinguishing between what you can and cannot control. When something goes wrong, ask, what factors contributed to this outcome beyond my actions? Recognize the role of circumstances, others' choices, and random events in shaping outcomes. This doesn't mean avoiding responsibility for your actions, but rather taking appropriate responsibility, no more, no less. Mind Trap 12. Fallacy of fairness. The fallacy of fairness involves believing that life should always be fair according to your personal standards of justice. It's the expectation that outcomes should directly reflect effort, merit, or moral deservingness. This distortion stems from early lessons about fairness that many of us internalize as children. While fairness is a valuable concept in many contexts, the fallacy lies in expecting the world to consistently operate according to these principles. When caught in the fallacy of fairness, you might feel bitter about a colleague's promotion that you believe you deserved more, resent a friend's good fortune that seems unearned, or become angry when your hard work doesn't yield the expected rewards. The language of this distortion includes frequent complaints about things being unfair or unjust. The fallacy of fairness creates persistent frustration because the world simply doesn't operate according to any single person's standards of justice. It can lead to a victim mentality where you see yourself as constantly wronged by an unfair world rather than adapting to reality as it is. To overcome this fallacy, practice accepting that fairness is a human concept not consistently reflected in natural or social outcomes. Focus on what you control rather than dwelling on perceived injustices. When you find yourself thinking, "It's not fair," ask, "Is insisting on fairness helping me here, or is it creating unnecessary suffering?" Consider whether your energy might be better directed toward adaptation or constructive action rather than resistance to what is. Breaking free from cognitive distortions. These 12 cognitive distortions represent common ways our thinking can become skewed, particularly when we're experiencing strong emotions. The good news is that awareness is the first step toward change. By learning to recognize these patterns, you've already begun the process of freeing yourself from their grip. Remember that cognitive distortions aren't signs of weakness or psychological problems. They're universal human tendencies that affect everyone to some degree. The difference lies in whether we can identify them when they occur and implement strategies to counter them. The key to overcoming cognitive distortions is developing the habit of questioning your automatic thoughts, particularly when you're experiencing strong negative emotions. Ask yourself, what am I telling myself right now? Is this thought based on facts or interpretations? Am I falling into any of the thinking traps I've learned about? With practice, you'll become increasingly skilled at catching distorted thoughts in the moment and generating more balanced alternatives. This doesn't mean forcing yourself to think positively. It means thinking accurately, considering all available evidence rather than just what your distorted thinking highlights. As you move forward, remember that changing thought patterns takes time and consistency. Be patient with yourself and celebrate small victories along the way. Each time you identify and challenge a distorted thought, you're strengthening new neural pathways that will eventually make balanced thinking your default mode. In the next chapter, we'll explore how our memories can deceive us, creating distortions that affect our perceptions of the past and influence our present decisions. You'll discover how the mind selectively records, stores, and retrieves information, often in ways that don't accurately reflect reality. By understanding these memory biases, you'll gain further insight into how your mind constructs your experience and how you can develop a more accurate relationship with your past. Chapter 2: Memory Distortions and Biases. Have you ever been absolutely certain about a memory, only to discover later that it never happened the way you recalled? Perhaps you vividly remember contributing a brilliant idea in a meeting that records show you never attended. Or maybe you've argued with a friend about the details of a shared experience, each of you convinced that your version is the correct one. These aren't signs of diminishing mental capacity or dishonesty. They're glimpses into the fascinating and often unreliable nature of human memory. While we tend to think of our memories as faithful recordings of past events, the truth is far more complex and, in many ways, more interesting. Imagine your memory not as a video camera capturing events exactly as they occurred, but as a storyteller constantly rewriting the narrative to make sense of your experiences. This storyteller doesn't prioritize historical accuracy. Instead, it focuses on creating a coherent story that aligns with your current beliefs, protects your self-image, and helps you navigate the present moment. This rewriting process happens largely outside your awareness. When you recall a memory, you're not retrieving a perfect copy of the original experience. You're reconstructing it from fragments, filling in gaps with assumptions and coloring it with your current knowledge and emotions. Each time you remember something, you're essentially creating a new version of that memory, vulnerable to subtle or sometimes dramatic alterations. The implications of this reconstructive process are profound. Your memories, the very foundation of your personal history and identity, may be significantly less reliable than you believe. The past you remember may differ substantially from the past you actually experienced. And these memory distortions aren't random. They follow predictable patterns that psychologists have identified and studied extensively. In this chapter, we'll explore 12 common memory biases that affect virtually everyone. Understanding these biases won't just satisfy your curiosity about how your mind works. It will equip you with practical tools to make better decisions, avoid common pitfalls, and develop a more accurate relationship with your past. By recognizing the ways your memory naturally distorts reality, you can begin to compensate for these tendencies and approach your recollections with healthy skepticism. Let's begin by examining one of the most pervasive memory distortions, one that makes us believe we knew things all along that we actually didn't. Mind Trap 13, Hindsight Bias, I knew it all along. Of course that startup failed. Their business model was obviously flawed from the beginning. I had a feeling the market would crash when it did. I wasn't surprised at all when they announced their divorce. You could see it coming a mile away. Statements like these are common after outcomes become known, but they reveal a fascinating quirk of human memory called hindsight bias. This is our tendency to believe, after an event has occurred, that we predicted or expected it beforehand, even when we had no such foresight at the time. This bias creates an illusion of predictability in a world that's often governed by chance, complexity, and uncertainty. Once we know how something turned out, that outcome seems almost inevitable in retrospect, and we convince ourselves that we anticipated it all along. What makes hindsight bias particularly interesting is that it's not usually a deliberate attempt to appear smarter or more perceptive. Instead, it's an unconscious recalibration of memory. When new information about outcomes becomes available, our brains automatically update our recollection of what we previously thought, creating a false sense of having known it all along. Consider what happens when investors discuss market movements. After a stock plummets, many will claim they saw the warning signs and knew it was overvalued, even if their actual predictions or actions before the drop suggested no such insight. Their current knowledge of the outcome has unconsciously altered their memory of their previous expectations. Hindsight bias doesn't just make us overestimate our predictive abilities, it fundamentally distorts how we learn from experience. When we believe we already anticipated what happened, we're less likely to analyze why we might have been surprised or what factors we overlooked. This creates a dangerous overconfidence in our ability to predict future outcomes, potentially leading to poor decisions and missed opportunities for growth. To combat hindsight bias, start documenting predictions and expectations before outcomes are known. Keep a decision journal where you record not just what you decide, but why you decided it and what outcomes you expect. When conducting postmortems or reviews, deliberately acknowledge the uncertainty that existed before results were known. Ask yourself, what did I actually think before I knew how this would turn out? And what information was unavailable to me at the time of my decision? By recognizing the difference between genuine foresight and retrospective clarity, you can develop a more accurate assessment of your predictive abilities and make better decisions moving forward. Mind Trap 14, False Memory. Perhaps the most unsettling of all memory distortions is the phenomenon of false memory, recalling events or details that never actually occurred, often with high confidence in their accuracy. These aren't simple mistakes or exaggerations. They're completely fabricated memories that feel as real and vivid as genuine ones. The implications of false memories are profound. They challenge our fundamental assumption that memories, especially vivid ones, must be based on real experiences. They reveal that the feeling of remembering, that sense of certainty that this happened, is not a reliable indicator of historical truth. False memories can range from minor inaccuracies, misremembering the color of a car, to entirely fictional events, recalling meetings that never took place or conversations that never happened. What makes them particularly troubling is that they're often held with strong conviction. The subjective experience of a false memory is indistinguishable from that of a true one. How do false memories form? Unlike video recordings, memories aren't stored as complete packages. Instead, they're reconstructed each time we recall them, assembled from fragments scattered across different parts of the brain. During this reconstruction process, our minds can incorporate suggested information, blend elements from different experiences, or fill gaps with plausible details that feel right but never occurred. This reconstructive nature of memory makes it vulnerable to various influences. Suggestive questioning can implant details that become incorporated into memory. Imagination exercises can create mental images that later feel like recollections. Even hearing others' accounts can alter our own memories as new information blends with original impressions. The phenomenon of false memory has significant implications in many contexts, from eyewitness testimony in legal proceedings to personal disagreements about shared experiences. It reminds us that memory, despite feeling concrete and reliable, is actually malleable and creative. To protect against false memories, approach recollections, especially important ones, with appropriate skepticism. Verify crucial memories against external evidence when possible. Keep records of significant events rather than relying solely on memory. And perhaps most importantly, remain open to the possibility that even your most confident memories might contain inaccuracies or fabrications. Mind trap teen, misinformation effect. Closely related to false memory is the misinformation effect, the phenomenon where post-event information alters your memory of the original event. This isn't just forgetting details, it's actively incorporating new, often incorrect information into your recollection, effectively rewriting history in your mind. The misinformation effect demonstrates the ongoing, dynamic nature of memory. Rather than being fixed after formation, memories remain vulnerable to modification each time they're recalled or when new related information is encountered. This malleability serves adaptive purposes, allowing us to update our understanding based on new knowledge, but it also makes our memories susceptible to distortion. This effect is particularly powerful when the misinformation comes from seemingly credible sources or is presented in a way that seems plausible. A simple change in wording when asking about an event can dramatically alter how people remember it. In a classic experiment, participants who were asked how fast cars were going when they smashed into each other estimated higher speeds than those asked how fast the cars were going when they contacted each other. More remarkably, those in the smashed group were more likely to falsely remember seeing broken glass at the scene, even though there was none. The misinformation effect doesn't require deliberate deception. It can occur through casual conversations, media coverage, or even your own speculation about what might have happened. Each exposure to post-event information creates an opportunity for your original memory to be altered, often without your awareness. This bias has significant implications for eyewitness testimony, workplace investigations, and any situation where accurate recall of past events is important. It suggests that the more a memory is discussed or revisited through potentially biased lenses, the less likely it is to remain accurate to the original experience. To minimize the misinformation effect, record important events promptly before exposure to others' accounts or interpretations. Be wary of leading questions that presuppose certain details. When discussing shared experiences, focus on comparing observations rather than conforming to a single narrative. And remember that confidence in a memory, whether yours or someone else's, is not necessarily an indicator of its accuracy. Mind trap 16, misattribution of memory, source confusion. Have you ever shared what you thought was an original idea, only to realize later you were actually repeating something you'd heard elsewhere? Or confidently attributed a quote to the wrong person? These are examples of memory misattribution. correctly remembering content, but incorrectly remembering its source or context. Memory misattribution occurs because our brains store the content of memories more strongly than their contextual details. We might clearly remember a fact, idea, or story, but forget where we encountered it, who told it to us, or when we learned it. This separation between content and source makes it easy to confuse the origins of our knowledge. This bias manifests in several ways. Sometimes we attribute ideas to ourselves that actually came from others, a phenomenon called unconscious plagiarism. Other times, we might misremember who said what in a conversation or meeting. We might even recall fictional events from books or movies as if they were news stories about real events. Memory misattribution is particularly common with information encountered multiple times or in similar contexts. If you've discussed a topic in several meetings, for instance, you might later struggle to remember which specific meeting included a particular comment. The content remains clear, but its source becomes blurred. This bias can have serious professional and personal consequences. In work settings, it might lead to unintentional plagiarism or misattributing credit for ideas. In personal relationships, it can create disagreements about who said what that undermine trust. In both contexts, it can damage your credibility if you confidently assert something came from one source when it actually came from another. To combat memory misattribution, develop systems for tracking the sources of important information. Take detailed notes during meetings that record not just what was said, but who said it. When encountering valuable ideas or quotes, immediately document their source. Before claiming ownership of an idea, reflect on whether you might have encountered it elsewhere. And when source details matter, verify them rather than relying solely on memory. Mindtrap 17, Cryptomnesia. Cryptomnesia represents a specific and fascinating form of memory misattribution, one where you generate an idea that you believe is original, when in fact it's a memory of something you previously encountered. The term literally means hidden memory, reflecting how the influence of past exposure remains concealed from your awareness. This phenomenon is particularly relevant in creative fields, where the line between inspiration and unintentional copying can become blurred. A musician might compose a melody they believe is entirely original, only to discover it closely resembles a song they heard years ago. A writer might produce a passage that unknowingly echoes something they once read. A designer might create what feels like a fresh concept that actually draws heavily from a forgotten source. What makes cryptomnesia distinct from deliberate plagiarism is the genuine belief that the idea is new. The creator has no conscious awareness that they're reproducing something from memory rather than generating something truly original. The source memory has been forgotten, but its content resurfaces disguised as a new creation. This bias reveals something important about how creativity and memory interact. Creative thinking often involves recombining existing elements in new ways, drawing on our vast store of accumulated knowledge and experiences. But this process happens largely outside conscious awareness, making it difficult to distinguish between truly novel combinations and unconscious reproduction. Cryptomnesia can have serious consequences, particularly in fields where originality is valued and plagiarism carries ethical or legal implications. Even when unintentional, reproducing others' work without attribution can damage professional relationships, reputation, and in some cases lead to copyright infringement claims. To guard against cryptomnesia, maintain awareness that your original ideas may have unconscious influences. Research similar work in your field before claiming novelty. Keep records of your inspirations and influences. And when you have a creative breakthrough that feels familiar, consider whether you might be recalling rather than inventing. Mindtrap 18, Rosy Retrospection. High school was the best time of my life. Remember how great things were back in the old days? That job was amazing. I should never have left. Statements like these often reflect rosy retrospection, our tendency to remember the past as better than it actually was, viewing it through a filter that enhances positive aspects while minimizing negative ones. This bias creates an idealized version of history that can distort our understanding of both past and present. Rosy retrospection occurs because emotional memories fade at different rates. Negative emotions typically diminish more quickly than positive ones, creating an increasingly pleasant recollection as time passes. Details that cause stress, frustration, or discomfort gradually fade, while positive elements remain vivid, creating a selectively positive memory. This bias explains why former challenges often become fond memories. The difficult project that caused sleepless nights becomes a valuable growth opportunity. The stressful job with the toxic boss becomes character building. The vacation marred by travel delays and accommodation problems becomes an adventure. While this tendency might seem harmless or even beneficial, after all, positive memories can bring comfort and satisfaction. It can lead to problematic comparisons between an idealized past and an imperfect present. When we remember previous experiences, relationships, or situations as better than they truly were, the present inevitably suffers by comparison. This can manifest as perpetual dissatisfaction with current circumstances, nostalgia for better times that never actually existed as remembered, or poor decision-making based on distorted recollections. You might, for instance, return to a previous employer based on rosy memories of the work environment, only to rediscover the problems you had conveniently forgotten. To counter rosy retrospection, seek objective evidence about past experiences. Consult journals, emails, or messages from the time in question to refresh your memory of both positive and negative aspects. Ask others who shared your experience for their recollections, which might include elements you've forgotten. And when making comparisons between past and present, consciously acknowledge that your memory of the past is likely more positive than the reality was. Mindtrap 19, Consistency Bias. Consistency bias represents our tendency to assume our past attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors aligned with our current ones, even when they've actually changed significantly. This bias creates an illusion of personal consistency over time, smoothing out the evolution of our perspectives and making our development seem less dramatic than it truly was. This distortion occurs because we prefer to see ourselves as stable and coherent individuals. Acknowledging substantial changes in our views can create cognitive dissonance, the discomfort that arises when we hold contradictory beliefs. To avoid this discomfort, our memories subtly revise history, bringing our past selves into alignment with our present identity. Consistency bias manifests in various ways. You might remember always holding a political position you actually adopted recently. You might believe you've always known something you learned only a few years ago. You might forget how strongly you once advocated for views you now reject. In each case, memory creates an artificial continuity that masks genuine change. This bias can be observed in how people recall their predictions or judgments. After changing their mind about something, they often misremember their original position as being closer to their current view than it actually was. Similarly, after learning new information, people frequently believe they knew it all along, a phenomenon that overlaps with hindsight bias. While consistency bias might seem harmless or even ego-protective, it can interfere with personal growth and learning. By denying or minimizing how much we've changed, we miss opportunities to understand our own development and the factors that influenced it. We also risk overestimating our consistency, leading to unrealistic expectations about our future stability. To counter consistency bias, document your views, decisions, and predictions contemporaneously. Keep journals, emails, or other records that capture your thinking at specific points in time. When you notice your views changing, explicitly acknowledge the shift rather than pretending there was none, and recognize that changing your mind isn't a weakness. It's often a sign of growth, learning, and adaptability. Mindtrap 20, Egocentric Memory Bias. Egocentric memory bias reflects our tendency to remember past events in self-enhancing ways, particularly by recalling ourselves as playing a more central or significant role than we actually did. This bias creates memories where we were more important, more influential, or more correct than objective reality would support. This distortion stems from our natural self-focus during experiences. We experience events from our own perspective, with our own actions, thoughts, and feelings most salient to us. This heightened awareness of our own role creates stronger memory traces for our contributions compared to others, leading to a skewed recollection that centers our involvement. Egocentric memory bias appears in various contexts. In collaborative projects, you might remember your ideas and efforts as more crucial to the outcome than your teammates recall. In group discussions, you might remember speaking more or having greater influence than observers noted. In conflicts, you might remember your position as more reasonable and well-articulated than it seemed to others. This bias doesn't necessarily involve deliberate self-aggrandizement. It's a natural consequence of how memory works, with self-relevant information receiving preferential encoding and retrieval. However, it can create significant discrepancies between your recollections and those of others who shared the same experience. These memory distortions can damage professional relationships when they lead to overclaiming credit or under-acknowledging others' contributions. They can create interpersonal conflicts when different participants have incompatible memories of the same events, and they can hinder personal growth by preventing accurate self-assessment. To counter egocentric memory bias, actively practice perspective-taking when recalling shared experiences. Consider how events might have appeared from others' viewpoints. Seek input from multiple participants to create a more complete picture. Document group processes and contributions contemporaneously rather than relying on memory. And approach disagreements about what happened with humility, recognizing that your memory, like everyone's, is subject to self-enhancing distortions. Mind Trap 21, Mood-Congruent Memory. Mood-congruent memory describes our tendency to recall information that matches our current emotional state. When you're happy, you more easily remember positive experiences. When you're sad, negative memories become more accessible. This creates a filtering effect where your present mood colors which aspects of your past come to mind. This bias occurs because emotions serve as powerful retrieval cues. Memory is associative, with related concepts linked together in neural networks. These networks include emotional states, so when you experience a particular emotion, it activates associated memories that share that emotional quality. The impact of mood-congruent memory can be observed in everyday experience. On a day when you're feeling discouraged, you might find yourself recalling a string of past failures or disappointments. During periods of confidence, successes and achievements come readily to mind. In each case, your current emotional state makes certain memories more accessible, while others remain dormant. This bias creates a feedback loop that can intensify emotional states. Feeling anxious might trigger memories of past worries or threats, which in turn increases anxiety, making anxiety-related memories even more accessible. Similarly, positive moods can spiral upward as happy memories reinforce good feelings. Mood-congruent memory has significant implications for decision-making and self-assessment. When evaluating options or reflecting on your capabilities, your current mood influences which evidence comes to mind. If you're making career decisions while feeling insecure, for instance, you might recall more professional setbacks than achievements, potentially leading to overly cautious choices. To counter this bias, recognize how your current emotional state might be skewing memory retrieval. When making important decisions or assessments, check whether your recollections align suspiciously well with your present mood. Consult objective records or external perspectives to balance mood-driven recall. And consider postponing significant judgments when experiencing extreme emotional states, as these are when mood-congruent memory is most pronounced. Mind Trap Peak-End Rule. The peak-end rule reveals that our memory of experiences is not a simple average of all moments, but is disproportionately influenced by two specific points: the most intense moment, the peak, and the final moment, the end. These 2 points largely determine how we remember and evaluate the overall experience, regardless of its actual duration or the quality of other moments. This memory shortcut evolved as an efficient way to summarize experiences without storing every detail. Rather than remembering each moment of a vacation, meeting, or relationship, our brains extract representative samples, with peaks and endings serving as particularly influential data points. The implications of the peak-end rule are far-reaching. A week-long vacation might be remembered primarily based on the most spectacular day and the final evening, with days of relaxation or minor frustrations fading from memory. A presentation might be judged by its most compelling point and concluding remarks, regardless of how well the middle sections were delivered. A medical procedure might be recalled as more or less painful based on the intensity of the worst moment and how it ended, not its overall duration. This bias explains why endings carry such psychological weight. A project that proceeds smoothly but ends with last-minute problems may be remembered as largely negative. Conversely, a challenging experience that concludes positively often leaves a favorable impression despite earlier difficulties. Understanding the peak-end rule offers practical applications in experience design. If you're creating experiences for others, whether as a manager, event planner, or service provider, paying special attention to peak moments and endings can significantly impact how those experiences will be remembered. Similarly, in personal experiences, being mindful of conclusions can help shape more positive memories. To account for this bias in your own recollections, try evaluating experiences more systematically. Consider the full duration rather than just standout moments. Use contemporaneous notes or ratings rather than relying solely on retrospective judgment, and recognize that your memory of an experience may differ substantially from how you felt during most of it, a distinction worth considering when making decisions about repeating similar experiences in the future. Mind trap: choice supportive bias. Choice supportive bias describes our tendency to remember our past choices as better than they actually were. After making a decision, we selectively recall positive features of our chosen option while emphasizing negative aspects of rejected alternatives. This memory distortion helps us feel good about our choices and reduces potential regret. This bias stems from our desire to maintain a positive self-image as competent decision-makers. Remembering that we made poor choices threatens this self-perception, creating cognitive dissonance. To reduce this discomfort, our memories subtly revise history, enhancing the attractiveness of chosen options and diminishing the appeal of alternatives we passed up. Choice supportive bias manifests in various contexts. After purchasing a product, you might focus on its advantages while becoming increasingly aware of flaws in competing products. After selecting a job, you might emphasize its benefits while noting limitations of positions you declined. After choosing a relationship partner, you might remember being more certain about your choice than you actually were at the time. This bias helps explain why we often become increasingly convinced of our choices over time. What might have been a difficult, uncertain decision initially is remembered as clearly correct in retrospect. The ambivalence, doubt, or mixed evidence that accompanied the original decision gradually fades from memory. While choice-supportive bias can boost satisfaction with decisions already made, it can interfere with learning and improvement. By remembering our choices as better than they were, we miss opportunities to recognize patterns in our decision-making or identify areas for growth. It can also lead to overconfidence in future decisions if we believe our past choices were uniformly successful. To counter this bias, document decision processes before making final choices, capturing the pros and cons of all options. Review these notes later to refresh your memory of the actual trade-offs involved. Seek feedback from others who observed your decision-making process and might remember factors you've forgotten. And approach past decisions with curiosity rather than defensiveness, recognizing that acknowledging suboptimal choices doesn't diminish your worth, but enables better decisions in the future. Mind trap 24, telescoping effect. The telescoping effect reveals our tendency to misjudge when events occurred, typically by compressing or expanding time in our memory. Recent events often feel more distant than they actually are, forward telescoping, while distant events can feel more recent, backward telescoping. This distortion creates a warped timeline where the timing of memories doesn't accurately reflect objective chronology. This bias occurs because we rarely encode precise timestamps with our memories. Instead, we estimate when something happened based on contextual cues, general impressions of recency, or by relating events to temporal landmarks like holidays or life transitions. These estimation strategies are prone to systematic errors. The telescoping effect influences how we perceive personal and professional timelines. You might be surprised to realize a project you thought was completed a couple of months ago actually concluded 6 months back. You might believe you contacted a client recently when it's been much longer. Or you might recall a childhood event as happening at age 10 when it actually occurred at age 7. This distortion has practical implications for planning, scheduling, and commitment keeping. If you consistently underestimate how long ago you performed regular tasks, like equipment maintenance, follow-up communications, or health checkups, you might inadvertently extend intervals beyond optimal timeframes. Similarly, if you overestimate the recency of past actions, you might neglect necessary repetition. Telescoping also affects how we evaluate progress and change. When we compress time in memory, developments that occurred over extended periods might seem more sudden than they were. Conversely, when we expand time, gradual changes might seem to have taken longer than they actually did. To counter the telescoping effect, rely less on memory for temporal information and more on external records. Use calendars, project management tools, or journals to document when events occur. Create temporal landmarks by connecting events to verifiable dates, and recognize that your subjective sense of when something happened is likely to be distorted, especially for events that weren't specifically tagged with temporal information when they occurred. The reconstructive nature of memory. As we've explored these 12 memory biases, a consistent theme emerges. Memory is not a passive recording system, but an active, reconstructive process. Each time you remember something, you're not simply retrieving a stored file. You're rebuilding the memory from fragments, filling gaps with assumptions, and integrating new information with old impressions. This reconstruction happens largely outside your awareness, creating the illusion that your memories are more complete, accurate, and stable than they actually are. This reconstructive nature serves important adaptive functions. It allows your memory system to be flexible, to update based on new information, and to organize experiences in ways that support current goals and identity. But it also makes memory vulnerable to the systematic distortions we've examined in this chapter. Understanding these biases doesn't mean you should distrust all your memories. Rather, it suggests approaching memory with appropriate humility and skepticism, especially in contexts where accuracy matters. By recognizing the ways memory naturally distorts, you can implement strategies to compensate. Documenting important information, verifying critical details, seeking external perspectives, and distinguishing between what you actually remember and what you've reconstructed or inferred. Memory biases, like the cognitive distortions we explored in Chapter 1, operate largely outside conscious awareness. They feel like truth rather than interpretation. But by developing awareness of these patterns, you gain the power to question automatic assumptions and develop a more accurate relationship with your past. In the next chapter, we'll move beyond internal cognitive processes to examine how our perceptions of others can become distorted. You'll discover the hidden forces that shape how you interpret others' behaviors, intentions, and characteristics, forces that operate silently beneath the surface of social interaction, yet profoundly influence your relationships, judgments, and interpersonal experiences. These social perception biases might be the most consequential distortions of all, affecting not just how you see the world, but how you connect with the people in it. Chapter 3: Social Perception Biases, Interpersonal Traps. We like to think we see people as they truly are. When we meet someone new, observe a colleague's behavior, or interact with family members, we believe we're forming objective impressions based on clear evidence. We trust our perceptions and judgments, confident that we're seeing reality rather than a distorted version filtered through our own mental lenses. But what if this confidence is misplaced? What if our perceptions of others are systematically skewed by hidden biases that operate beneath our awareness? What if the judgments we form, judgments that influence our relationships, career decisions, and daily interactions, are based less on objective reality than on predictable errors in social perception? The truth is that our minds don't simply record social information like cameras. Instead, they actively construct impressions using mental shortcuts, emotional reactions, and pre-existing beliefs. These constructions happen so quickly and automatically that we rarely question them. We experience our judgments of others as direct perceptions rather than as interpretations shaped by cognitive biases. These biases in social perception aren't random. They follow specific patterns that psychologists have identified through decades of research. Understanding these patterns can transform how you see others and how you understand yourself in relation to them. It can help you recognize when your judgments might be distorted, allowing you to correct course before these distortions damage relationships or lead to poor decisions. In this chapter, we'll explore 12 common biases that affect how we perceive and interpret other people's behavior. These biases operate in professional settings, personal relationships, and casual encounters. They influence how we evaluate colleagues, choose friends, judge strangers, and understand social dynamics. Most importantly, they shape our responses to others in ways that can either strengthen or undermine our connections. As we examine each bias, you'll likely recognize patterns that have influenced your own social perceptions. This recognition isn't cause for self-criticism, but for celebration. It marks the beginning of more conscious, accurate, and compassionate understanding of others. By the end of this chapter, you'll have practical tools to identify when your social perceptions have gone astray and strategies to guide them back to a more balanced perspective. Let's begin by examining one of the most pervasive biases in social perception, one that fundamentally shapes how we explain other people's behavior. Mind Trap 25, Fundamental Attribution Error, FAE. Imagine you're driving to an important meeting when someone cuts you off in traffic. In that moment, what explanation comes to mind? If you're like most people, you might think, "What a reckless driver. They're so inconsiderate and impulsive." You've just made an internal attribution, explaining the behavior by referencing the person's character or personality. Now imagine you're running late for that same meeting and find yourself cutting off another driver. How would you explain your own behavior? Probably something like, "I wouldn't normally drive this way, but I'm late for an important meeting." This is an external attribution, explaining the behavior by referencing the situation or circumstances. This asymmetry in how we explain others' behavior versus our own reveals one of the most robust findings in social psychology, the fundamental attribution error. This is our tendency to overemphasize internal, dispositional factors, like personality or character, when explaining others' behavior, while underestimating the influence of external, situational factors, like circumstances or context. The fundamental attribution error occurs because we have different perspectives when observing others versus ourselves. When we observe someone else, their behavior is the most salient information available to us. We see what they do, but we don't directly experience the situational forces influencing them. When we observe ourselves, however, we're acutely aware of the circumstances affecting our actions. This difference in perspective creates a natural bias toward internal attributions for others and external attributions for ourselves. This bias has profound implications for how we judge and interact with others. When a colleague misses a deadline, we might quickly conclude they're lazy or disorganized, rather than considering potential situational factors like competing priorities or technical difficulties. When someone speaks curtly, we might label them as rude, rather than considering they might be under unusual stress. These dispositional attributions often lead to harsh judgments that damage relationships and overlook the complex reality of human behavior. The fundamental attribution error can be particularly harmful in leadership contexts. Managers who attribute performance issues primarily to employee traits, she's unmotivated or he lacks ability, may miss important situational factors that could be addressed through environmental changes, better resources, or clearer communication. This misattribution can lead to ineffective interventions and missed opportunities for improvement. To counter this bias, practice looking beyond behavior to consider situational factors that might be influencing others. When you notice yourself making a quick dispositional judgment, pause and ask, what circumstances might explain this behavior? Gather more information before forming conclusions, and remember that most behavior results from an interaction between personality and situation, rarely from personality alone. Mind Trap 26, Actor-Observer Bias. The actor-observer bias represents a specific manifestation of the fundamental attribution error, one that highlights the stark contrast between how we explain our own behavior versus others' behavior. When we observe others, as observers, we tend to attribute their actions primarily to internal dispositional factors. When we explain our own behavior, as actors, we emphasize external, situational influences. This asymmetry creates a natural double standard in our judgments. When you arrive late to a meeting, you're acutely aware of the traffic jam, the urgent call you had to take, or the calendar mix-up that caused your tardiness. These situational factors feel like valid explanations for your behavior, but when a colleague arrives late, you might be quick to label them as disorganized, inconsiderate, or lacking commitment, internal attributions that ignore the same situational factors you would cite for yourself. The actor-observer bias stems from differences in perspective and information. As actors, we experience situational pressures directly and have privileged access to our intentions, past behaviors, and the constraints we face. As observers, we lack this internal information about others and instead focus on their observable behavior, which naturally highlights their actions rather than their circumstances. This bias creates significant interpersonal problems. It can lead to harsh judgments of others while maintaining a more forgiving stance toward ourselves. In workplace settings, it might manifest as holding team members to standards we ourselves don't meet, or becoming frustrated with others' explanations that sound like excuses while considering our own explanations perfectly reasonable. The actor-observer bias also affects how we respond to feedback. When someone points out a mistake or problem in our work, we might immediately think of all the situational factors that contributed to it. But when we're giving feedback to others, we might focus primarily on their traits or abilities, overlooking the circumstances that affected their performance. To counter this bias, practice perspective taking by imagining how you would explain your behavior if you were in the other person's position. Would you consider situational factors more heavily? Would you want others to recognize the circumstances affecting your actions? Developing this reciprocal perspective can help balance your attributions and create more fair, consistent standards for judging behavior, both others and your own. Mind Trap Halo Effect. Have you ever met someone who made a strong, positive first impression and then found yourself assuming they must be competent in areas you've never actually seen them perform? Or perhaps you've worked with someone who excels in one domain and you've unconsciously extended that excellence to unrelated qualities. If so, you've experienced the halo effect, the tendency to let one positive trait or impression influence your overall evaluation of a person, creating a halo that casts a positive light on all their other characteristics. The halo effect operates through a process of cognitive consistency. Our minds prefer coherent, consistent impressions over complex, mixed evaluations. When we observe someone displaying a positive quality, whether it's physical attractiveness, intelligence, kindness, or competence in a specific area, this creates a positive initial impression. To maintain cognitive consistency, our minds then tend to assume other positive qualities that align with this impression, even without direct evidence. This bias manifests in various contexts. In professional settings, an employee who excels at public speaking might be assumed to have strong leadership abilities, even if they've never demonstrated leadership skills. In hiring, candidates who make strong first impressions through confidence or articulateness might be presumed competent across multiple dimensions without adequate verification. In personal relationships, someone's physical attractiveness might lead us to assume they're also kind, intelligent, or trustworthy, a specific form of the halo effect, sometimes called the attractiveness bias. The halo effect creates several problems in judgment and decision-making. It can lead to overlooking genuine weaknesses or red flags because they don't fit with our overall positive impression. It can result in misallocated responsibilities when people are assigned tasks based on presumed rather than demonstrated abilities. And it can create unfair advantages for those who possess qualities that trigger strong initial halos, such as physical attractiveness or social confidence. To counter the halo effect, practice evaluating specific traits independently rather than allowing them to blend into an overall impression. When making important judgments about others, create explicit criteria for different qualities and assess each separately. Seek diverse perspectives from multiple observers, as different people may be influenced by different aspects of the halo effect, and remain open to mixed or complex evaluations that include both strengths and limitations, rather than simplistic overall judgments. Mind Trap 28, Horn Effect. The horn effect represents the inverse of the halo effect, a cognitive bias where one negative trait or impression creates a horn that casts a negative light on all other characteristics. Just as a positive quality can create an overall positive impression, a negative quality can taint our percepsion of someone's unrelated traits, leading to an overly negative evaluation. This bias operates through the same mechanism of cognitive consistency that drives the halo effect. When we observe someone displaying a negative quality, whether it's a mistake, a social faux pas, or poor performance in one area, this creates a negative initial impression. To maintain cognitive consistency, our minds then tend to assume other negative qualities that align with this impression, even without direct evidence. The horn effect can be triggered by various negative cues. A person's appearance that doesn't match conventional standards might lead to assumptions about their competence or character. A single error in a presentation might cause listeners to question the presenter's expertise across multiple domains. A disagreement on one issue might lead to assumptions that the person is generally difficult or unreasonable. This bias is particularly powerful because negative impressions tend to be more salient and memorable than positive ones, a phenomenon known as negativity bias. We often give more weight to negative information when forming impressions, making the horn effect potentially more influential than the halo effect in many contexts. The horn effect creates significant problems in social perception. It can lead to unfairly dismissing people based on limited negative information, missing their genuine strengths and contributions. It can damage workplace relationships when minor conflicts or mistakes create lasting negative impressions that resist updating. And it can contribute to various forms of discrimination when socially stigmatized characteristics trigger negative assumptions about unrelated traits. To counter the horn effect, practice separating specific behaviors or characteristics from overall evaluations of a person. When you notice a negative impression forming, deliberately look for positive qualities or contradictory evidence. Give people multiple chances to demonstrate their abilities in different contexts, rather than letting one negative experience define your perception. And be particularly vigilant about this bias when interacting with people from backgrounds different from your own, as the horn effect can amplify existing stereotypes and prejudices. Mind Trap 29, Stereotyping and Implicit Bias. When you encounter someone new, your mind doesn't start with a blank slate. Instead, it rapidly accesses stored information about the social groups to which that person appears to belong, information that shapes your expectations, interpretations, and responses, often without your awareness. This automatic process reveals one of the most pervasive biases in social perception: stereotyping and implicit bias. Stereotyping involves applying generalized beliefs about a social group to individuals perceived as members of that group. These beliefs might concern abilities, traits, behaviors, or other characteristics. Importantly, stereotyping operates regardless of whether you consciously endorse these generalizations, a phenomenon known as implicit bias. You might explicitly reject stereotypes about a particular group while still being influenced by them at an unconscious level. This bias stems from our cognitive tendency to categorize information for efficiency. Categorization itself is a necessary mental function. We couldn't navigate the world without grouping similar things together. However, when applied to social groups, this process can lead to oversimplified, rigid, and often inaccurate generalizations that fail to acknowledge individual variation and complexity. Stereotyping affects perception in subtle but powerful ways. It influences what information we notice and remember about others, how we interpret ambiguous behaviors, and what expectations we form about future actions. When we hold a stereotype about a group, we tend to perceive stereotype-consistent behaviors more readily and recall them more easily, creating a self-reinforcing cycle that strengthens the stereotype over time. The impact of stereotyping extends beyond perception to actual behavior. Through a process called behavioral confirmation, our stereotype-based expectations can elicit behaviors that seem to confirm those expectations. If you expect someone to be unfriendly based on a group stereotype, you might act more reserved toward them, which could prompt a reserved response that you then interpret as confirmation of your initial expectation. To counter stereotyping and implicit bias, first acknowledge that everyone holds implicit associations. These are not character flaws, but natural cognitive processes that require conscious management. Practice individuation by focusing on specific, personal information about people rather than group-based generalizations. Expand your exposure to counter-stereotypical examples through diverse relationships and media consumption. And implement structured decision-making processes that rely on objective criteria rather than subjective impressions when making important judgments about others. Mind Trap 30. In-group favoritism, in-group bias. Humans are inherently social creatures, naturally organizing ourselves into groups based on countless criteria: nationality, profession, organization, political affiliation, shared interests, or any other perceived commonality. These group identifications serve important psychological functions, providing a sense of belonging and shared identity. However, they also create one of the most fundamental biases in social perception: in-group favoritism. In-group favoritism describes our tendency to prefer, favor, and positively evaluate members of groups we identify with, our in-groups, compared to those we perceive as belonging to other groups, our out-groups. This preference manifests in various ways. We might evaluate in-group members more positively, allocate more resources to them, trust them more readily, or be more forgiving of their mistakes. This bias emerges from both cognitive and motivational factors. Cognitively, we process information about in-group members differently, attending more to their positive qualities and individuating them more thoroughly. Motivationally, favoring our in-groups enhances our social identity and self-esteem, as these groups form part of our extended self-concept. In-group favoritism appears across contexts, from trivial to consequential. In workplace settings, it might manifest as preferential treatment for team members from similar backgrounds, alma maters, or departments. In social contexts, it appears as greater comfort with and preference for those who share our cultural background, political views, or lifestyle choices. Even minimal group paradigms, where people are assigned to arbitrary groups with no meaningful differences, can trigger this bias. The consequences of in-group favoritism extend beyond interpersonal preferences to structural inequalities. When those in positions of power consistently favor their in-groups, this creates systemic advantages for some and disadvantages for others. This pattern contributes to homogeneous networks, limited diversity in organizations, and reduced access to opportunities for those perceived as out-group members. To counter in-group favoritism, first, increase awareness of your own group identifications and how they might influence your perceptions and decisions. Create objective criteria for evaluations and resource allocations rather than relying on subjective impressions. Deliberately expand your social and professional networks to include diverse individuals. And consider implementing blind review processes for important decisions like hiring or promotion, where group identifying information is removed from initial evaluations. Mind Trap 31, Outgroup Homogeneity Effect. They all think the same way. Those people are all alike. Everyone in that department has the same attitude. Statements like these reveal another fundamental bias in social perception, the outgroup homogeneity effect. This is our tendency to see members of groups we don't belong to, outgroups, as more similar to each other than they actually are, while recognizing greater diversity among members of our own groups, in-groups. This bias creates an asymmetry in how we perceive social variation. We readily notice the unique personalities, perspectives, and characteristics that distinguish members of our in-groups from each other. But when observing outgroups, these individual differences fade from view, replaced by a perception of uniformity that oversimplifies the actual diversity within that group. The outgroup homogeneity effect stems from differences in familiarity and motivation. We typically have more frequent, varied, and intimate interactions with in-group members, giving us more opportunities to observe their individual differences. We're also more motivated to distinguish among in-group members because these distinctions are socially and practically important to us. Without groups, we have less exposure to individual variation and less motivation to process it when we do encounter it. This bias manifests in various contexts. In organizational settings, different departments might view each other in homogeneous terms. All the marketing people are creative but impractical, or everyone in accounting is detail-oriented but inflexible. In political discourse, opposing ideological groups often characterize each other in monolithic terms, ignoring the significant diversity of thought within each group. In cross-cultural interactions, people frequently attribute greater homogeneity to other cultural groups than to their own. The outgroup homogeneity effect has significant consequences for intergroup relations. It facilitates stereotyping by making it easier to apply broad generalizations to outgroup members. It can create communication barriers when we fail to recognize the diverse perspectives within other groups. And it can contribute to polarization by obscuring common ground and potential allies within groups we perceive as oppositional. To counter this bias, deliberately seek out information about individual differences within groups you don't belong to. Engage with diverse members of outgroups rather than interacting with only a few representatives. Consume media created by outgroup members that highlights internal diversity and debate, and practice perspective-taking that acknowledges the complexity and heterogeneity within all social groups, including those different from your own. Mind Trap 2, Projection. When you find yourself intensely irritated by a specific quality in someone else, perhaps their arrogance, dishonesty, or selfishness, it's worth asking a potentially uncomfortable question. Could you be projecting? Projection occurs when we unconsciously attribute our own unacknowledged thoughts, feelings, or traits to others, perceiving in them what we fail to recognize in ourselves. This defense mechanism allows us to externalize aspects of ourselves that create discomfort or conflict with our self-image. Rather than confronting these qualities directly, we project them onto others, where they can be safely observed, judged, or criticized without threatening our sense of self. Projection operates largely outside awareness. We genuinely believe we're responding to qualities in the other person rather than to disowned aspects of ourselves. This makes it particularly difficult to recognize in the moment, as the projected qualities often feel objectively present in the other person rather than subjectively projected from within. This bias manifests in various ways. You might attribute aggressive intentions to others when you're suppressing your own aggression. You might be hypervigilant about others' potential dishonesty when you're not fully acknowledging your own tendencies toward deception. Or you might criticize traits in others that represent shadow aspects of your own personality, qualities you possess but prefer not to acknowledge. Projection creates significant problems in relationships and social perception. It leads to misattributions that distort your understanding of others' actual motivations and characteristics. It can trigger conflict based on misperceptions rather than real differences. And it prevents genuine self-awareness by externalizing qualities that would be better recognized and integrated into your self-concept. To counter projection, develop the habit of self-reflection when you have strong emotional reactions to others. Ask yourself, is there any way this quality I'm reacting to might also be present in me? Pay attention to patterns in your judgments of others. Recurring themes might indicate projected content. And cultivate psychological mindedness, the ability to consider the unconscious factors that might be influencing your perceptions and reactions. Mind 33, false consensus effect. Have you ever been surprised to discover that an opinion you thought was widely shared turned out to be controversial? Or perhaps you've proposed an idea that seemed obviously beneficial, only to encounter unexpected resistance. These experiences might reflect the false consensus effect, our tendency to overestimate how much others share our beliefs, attitudes, and behaviors. This bias leads us to assume our own perspectives are more common and normative than they actually are. We unconsciously project our viewpoints onto others, creating an illusory consensus that can blind us to genuine diversity of thought. This happens not because we're deliberately ignoring differences, but because our own perspectives feel so self-evident that we struggle to imagine how reasonable people could think differently. The false consensus effect stems from several factors. We typically associate with like-minded others, creating social bubbles that reinforce our views. We notice and remember information that confirms our existing beliefs more readily than contradictory information. And we use our own perspective as an anchor when estimating others' views, insufficiently adjusting for differences in background, values, or experiences. This bias manifests in various contexts. In workplace settings, leaders might implement changes without adequate consultation, assuming their vision is shared by team members. In product development, designers might create features based on their own preferences, overestimating how many users will share those preferences. In relationships, partners might make decisions assuming agreement without checking, leading to misunderstandings and conflict. The false consensus effect creates several problems in social perception and decision-making. It can lead to poor communication when we omit necessary explanations, assuming others already understand and agree with our perspective. It can cause strategic errors when we misjudge how others will respond to our actions or proposals. And it can contribute to polarization when we assume those who disagree with us are a small, unreasonable minority rather than a substantial portion of the population with legitimate alternative viewpoints. To counter this bias, practice intellectual humility by recognizing the limitations of your perspective and the legitimacy of different viewpoints. Actively seek diverse input before assuming consensus. Use structured methods like anonymous polling to assess actual agreement rather than relying on your impressions. And remember that your viewpoint, no matter how self-evident it seems to you, is shaped by your unique experiences and values, which others may not share. Mind Trap 34, Spotlight Effect. Have you ever worried that everyone noticed when you misspoke in a meeting, wore an inappropriate outfit, or made a minor social error? If so, you've experienced the spotlight effect, our tendency to overestimate how much others notice and remember our appearance, behavior, and mistakes. We feel as if we're performing under a spotlight, when in reality, others are paying much less attention to us than we imagine. This bias stems from our egocentric perspective. We're the center of our own experience, acutely aware of our every action, appearance, and error. This intense self-awareness creates the illusion that others must be equally focused on us, when in fact, they're primarily focused on themselves, just as we are. The spotlight in our mind shines brightly on us, but in reality, others are seeing us in a much dimmer light, if they're noticing us at all. The spotlight effect influences behavior in various contexts. In professional settings, it might manifest as excessive anxiety about minor presentation errors that audience members barely register. In social situations, it appears as lingering embarrassment over small faux pas that others quickly forget. In public spaces, it emerges as self-consciousness about appearance or behavior that attracts far less attention than we imagine. This bias creates unnecessary psychological distress. It can lead to social anxiety and avoidance of situations where you might be judged. It can cause rumination over minor errors that others have already forgotten, and it can prevent authentic self-expression due to excessive concern about others' evaluations. The spotlight effect also distorts our understanding of how we're perceived. We tend to assume others have formed strong impressions based on behaviors that were actually barely noticed. We might believe colleagues are still thinking about our stumble during a presentation when they've long since moved on to their own concerns. This misperception can lead to unnecessary damage control efforts or avoidance of people we think judged us negatively. To counter the spotlight effect, remember that others are typically focused on their own thoughts, appearance, and behavior, not yours. Recognize that minor errors and imperfections are quickly forgotten by observers, even if they loom large in your own memory. And consider how little you notice or remember about others' small mistakes or appearance details. Others are likely paying similarly little attention to yours. Mind Trap 35, Illusion of Transparency. Have you ever felt certain that your nervousness during a presentation was obvious to everyone, only to receive feedback that you appeared confident? Or perhaps you've been upset with someone and assumed they knew why, only to discover they had no idea you were upset at all? These experiences reflect the illusion of transparency, our tendency to overestimate how visible our internal states are to others. This bias leads us to believe our emotions, thoughts, and intentions are more apparent to observers than they actually are. We feel our internal experiences so vividly that it seems impossible others couldn't perceive them. But in reality, the external signs of our internal states are usually much subtler than we imagine, and others are less attentive to these cues than we assume. The illusion of transparency stems from our inability to separate our subjective experience from others' objective observations. When we're anxious, we feel physical sensations like a racing heart or sweaty palms so intensely that we assume these must be obvious to onlookers. When we're lying, our awareness of the deception is so salient that we believe others must detect our discomfort. But observers lack direct access to these internal experiences and must rely on external cues that are often ambiguous or minimal. This bias manifests in various contexts. In public speaking, performers often believe their nervousness is transparent when audiences perceive confidence. In negotiations, participants may think their bottom line is obvious when counterparts have no such insight. In relationships, people frequently assume partners know they're upset without explicit communication, leading to confusion and unaddressed concerns. The illusion of transparency creates significant communication problems. It can lead to insufficient explanation when we assume others already understand our perspective or intentions. It can cause relationship conflicts when we expect others to recognize our feelings without expression. And it can generate social anxiety when we overestimate how visible our nervousness or discomfort is to others. To counter this bias, practice explicit communication rather than assuming your internal states are obvious. Recognize that others cannot directly perceive your thoughts and feelings, no matter how intense these seem to you. Remember occasions when you failed to detect others' emotions despite clear signals in retrospect, illustrating how easy it is to miss cues about others' internal states. And develop comfort with articulating your thoughts, feelings, and needs rather than expecting others to infer them. Mind Trap 36, Self-Fulfilling Prophecy, Expectancy Effect. You see what you expect to see. This simple statement captures one of the most powerful phenomena in social perception, the self-fulfilling prophecy. This occurs when our expectations about a person or situation influence our behavior in ways that make those expectations come true. What begins as a mere prediction becomes reality, not because the prediction was initially accurate, but because the act of predicting changed the outcome. Self-fulfilling prophecies operate through subtle behavioral channels. When you expect certain behaviors from someone, you unconsciously act in ways that elicit those very behaviors. If you expect hostility, you might adopt a defensive posture that provokes antagonism. If you expect incompetence, you might withhold support that would enable success. If you expect rejection, you might act distant in ways that discourage connection. This bias creates a circular pattern where expectations shape reality, which then reinforces those expectations. The process typically unfolds in 4 stages. First, you form an expectation. Second, this expectation influences how you behave toward the target person. Third, the target responds to your behavior in ways that confirm your expectation. Fourth, you interpret this response as confirmation of your initial expectation, strengthening your belief and perpetuating the cycle. Self-fulfilling prophecies appear in various contexts. In educational settings, teachers' expectations about students' abilities can influence their teaching behaviors, affecting student performance in ways that confirm initial expectations, a phenomenon known as the Pygmalion effect. In management, leaders' expectations about team members can similarly influence performance through differential treatment. In relationships, expectations about a partner's trustworthiness or commitment can elicit behaviors that align with those expectations. This bias has profound implications for social interaction. It suggests that our perceptions of others are not simply passive observations, but active forces that shape reality. It reveals how initial judgments, even if inaccurate, can create their own confirmation through behavioral channels. And it demonstrates the responsibility we bear for the expectations we form and communicate, as these can significantly influence others' behavior and outcomes. To counter self-fulfilling prophecies, maintain awareness of your expectations and how they might influence your behavior. Practice holding provisional rather than fixed expectations, remaining open to evidence that contradicts initial impressions. Deliberately vary your behavior rather than acting consistently with your expectations. And create structures that ensure equal treatment and opportunity regardless of your intuitive expectations about different individuals. The power of social perception. As we've explored these 12 biases, a consistent theme emerges. Our perceptions of others are not passive recordings, but active constructions shaped by cognitive shortcuts, emotional reactions, and pre-existing beliefs. These constructions happen largely outside awareness, creating the illusion that we're seeing people as they truly are when we're actually seeing them through lenses colored by predictable biases. Understanding these biases doesn't mean you should distrust all your social perceptions. Rather, it suggests approaching them with appropriate humility and skepticism, especially in contexts where accuracy matters. By recognizing the ways social perception naturally distorts, you can implement strategies to compensate, gathering more information before forming judgments, considering alternative interpretations of behavior, seeking diverse perspectives, and distinguishing between observation and inference. Social perception biases, like the cognitive distortions and memory biases we explored in previous chapters, operate largely outside conscious awareness. They feel like truth rather than interpretation. But by developing awareness of these patterns, you gain the power to question automatic assumptions and develop more accurate, compassionate understandings of others. The biases we've examined in this chapter affect our perceptions of individuals. But what happens when we move beyond one-on-one interactions to group settings? How do our judgments and behaviors change when we're part of a collective influenced by social pressures and group dynamics? In the next chapter, we'll explore the fascinating and sometimes alarming ways our thinking transforms in group contexts, revealing how even the most independent-minded individuals can fall prey to conformity, diffusion of responsibility, and other group-based distortions that profoundly affect decision-making, creativity, and moral judgment. Chapter 4: Social Influence and Group Dynamics Traps. You consider yourself an independent thinker, someone who makes decisions based on facts, personal values, and rational analysis, someone who wouldn't be swayed by social pressure or manipulated into actions that contradict your better judgment. Most of us share this self-perception. We see ourselves as autonomous agents who think and act according to our own internal compass. But what if this perception is largely an illusion? What if our thoughts, decisions, and behaviors are profoundly shaped by social forces that operate beneath our awareness? What if even the most independent-minded among us are vulnerable to group influences that can lead us astray? The truth is that humans are inherently social creatures. Our brains evolved in tribal contexts where group acceptance meant survival and rejection often meant death. This evolutionary heritage has left us exquisitely sensitive to social cues, group norms, and the implicit expectations of others. These influences don't just affect our behavior, they shape our perceptions, alter our judgments, and sometimes even override our personal values. What makes these social influences particularly powerful is that they often operate invisibly. We don't experience them as external pressures, but as our own thoughts and choices. We believe we're deciding freely when we're actually responding to subtle social dynamics that guide us toward conformity, compliance, or collective error. Understanding these hidden influences isn't just academically interesting, it's practically essential. When we recognize the social forces that shape our thinking, we can develop strategies to maintain intellectual independence while still benefiting from group wisdom. We can learn to distinguish between helpful social guidance and harmful group pressure, and we can create environments that harness the power of collaboration while avoiding the pitfalls of collective error. In this chapter, we'll explore 10 common traps in social influence and group dynamics, patterns that can lead even the smartest individuals and teams to make poor decisions, suppress dissent, or act against their own interests. These traps affect workplace teams, friend groups, organizations, and even entire societies. By understanding them, you'll gain insight into both your own vulnerability to social influence and how you might be inadvertently influencing others. Let's begin by examining one of the most insidious group dynamics, one that has been implicated in countless organizational failures and historical disasters. Mind Trap 37, Groupthink. Have you ever sat in a meeting where a questionable idea gained momentum and eventually became the group's decision, despite private reservations you and perhaps others held? Or maybe you've been part of a team that pursued a clearly flawed strategy because no one wanted to challenge the emerging consensus. If so, you've experienced groupthink, a phenomenon where the desire for harmony and conformity overrides realistic appraisal and critical thinking. Groupthink represents one of the most dangerous aspects of group decision-making. It occurs when members of a cohesive group become so concerned with maintaining consensus that they lose their ability to evaluate ideas critically. The pressure for unanimity overrides the motivation to realistically assess alternative courses of action, leading to defective decision-making processes and often disastrous outcomes. What makes groupthink particularly insidious is that it typically occurs in groups with high cohesion and strong leadership, precisely the kinds of teams we might expect to make good decisions. When team members like and identify with each other, they become reluctant to introduce tension by disagreeing. When they respect their leader, they hesitate to challenge that person's preferred direction. These positive social bonds, paradoxically, create the conditions for collective error. The symptoms of groupthink are numerous, but often subtle. Groups experiencing groupthink typically develop an illusion of invulnerability that encourages excessive optimism and risk-taking. They collectively rationalize away warnings that might challenge their assumptions. They maintain an unquestioned belief in the group's inherent morality, making ethical considerations seem unnecessary. They stereotype opponents or outside critics as too hostile or uninformed to warrant serious engagement. And perhaps most dangerously, they apply direct pressure to any member who expresses strong arguments against the group's stereotypes, illusions, or commitments. These dynamics create a situation where self-censorship becomes common. Members minimize their doubts and counter-arguments rather than disrupting the apparent consensus. The group develops an illusion of unanimity, with the silence of members interpreted as agreement. And often, self-appointed mind guards emerge who protect the group from information that might disrupt the comfortable consensus. The consequences of groupthink can be severe. It leads to incomplete surveys of alternatives, poor information search, selective bias in processing available information, failure to examine risks of the preferred choice, and failure to develop contingency plans. In organizational contexts, these deficiencies can result in failed products, wasted resources, damaged reputations, or even catastrophic accidents. To counter groupthink, leaders should actively encourage dissent, perhaps even assigning someone the role of devil's advocate to ensure critical evaluation of proposals. Groups should invite outside experts to provide fresh perspectives and challenge assumptions. Members should be encouraged to discuss the group's deliberations with trusted outsiders and report back these reactions. And most importantly, an atmosphere must be created where questioning and doubt are valued rather than suppressed, where the group's goal is not harmony but accuracy and effectiveness. Mind trap, bystander effect. Imagine walking down a corridor at work and seeing smoke coming from under a door, or witnessing a colleague experiencing what appears to be a medical emergency, or noticing that an important deadline is about to be missed because of an overlooked detail. How quickly would you act in these situations? Your intuition might suggest that you'd respond immediately, but research and real-world observations reveal a counterintuitive truth. The more people present in such situations, the less likely any individual is to take action. This phenomenon, known as the bystander effect, represents one of the most robust findings in social psychology and one of the most troubling aspects of group behavior. The bystander effect occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is diffusion of responsibility, the sense that the obligation to act is distributed among all present, reducing each person's individual responsibility. When many people witness a problem, each person feels less personally responsible for addressing it. Someone should do something replaces I should do something in our mental calculus. Second is pluralistic ignorance, the tendency to look to others for cues about how to interpret an ambiguous situation. If no one else appears concerned or is taking action, we often conclude that action isn't necessary, even in the face of evidence suggesting otherwise. We doubt our own interpretation and defer to the apparent consensus of the group. Third is evaluation apprehension, the fear of being judged negatively if we misinterpret the situation or respond inappropriately. We worry about embarrassing ourselves by overreacting or stepping outside social norms, especially when others aren't taking action. These mechanisms create a situation where everyone is waiting for someone else to make the first move, resulting in collective inaction even when individual action would be virtually certain. The more people present, the stronger these effects become, creating the paradoxical situation where increased bystanders leads to decreased likelihood of intervention. The bystander effect manifests in various contexts beyond emergency situations. In workplace settings, it appears when team members notice problems, but assume someone else will address them. In online environments, it emerges when many people see requests for help, but few respond. In organizational contexts, it surfaces when ethical issues are observed, but not reported, because everyone assumes someone else will speak up. The consequences of the bystander effect can range from minor inefficiencies to serious harm. Problems that could be easily addressed if caught early may escalate because no one takes initial action. Opportunities for intervention are missed because everyone is waiting for someone else to move first. And in extreme cases, people in genuine need may go without help despite being surrounded by potential helpers. To counter the bystander effect, recognize your susceptibility to diffusion of responsibility and consciously resist it. In emergency situations, directly assign responsibilities to specific individuals rather than making general requests for help. In organizational contexts, create clear accountability structures so problems don't fall into the gap between shared responsibilities. And perhaps most importantly, be willing to be the first to act. Your initiative can break the cycle of collective inaction and prompt others to follow your lead. Mindtrap 39, Social Loafing. Have you noticed that group projects often yield less impressive results than you might expect given the talents of the individuals involved? Or that when many people are assigned to a task, the total output sometimes seems less than what fewer people might have accomplished? These observations point to social loafing, the tendency for individuals to exert less effort when working collectively than they would if working alone. Social loafing represents one of the central paradoxes of collaborative work. Logic suggests that combining multiple people's efforts should produce better results than individual work. Yet in many situations, the opposite occurs. Individual contributions diminish when subsumed within a group effort, leading to underperformance relative to the group's potential. This phenomenon occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is diffusion of responsibility. Similar to the bystander effect, individuals feel less personally accountable for outcomes when responsibility is shared across a group. The psychological pressure to perform well decreases when success or failure will be attributed to the collective rather than to any specific person. Second is reduced identifiability. When individual contributions are pooled or difficult to distinguish, people feel less personal connection to the output. The knowledge that your specific contribution won't be evaluated separately reduces motivation to excel. Third is motivation matching, the tendency to adjust effort based on perceptions of others' contributions. When you believe, correctly or incorrectly, that others aren't fully committed, you may reduce your own effort to avoid being exploited or to maintain equity of input. These mechanisms create a situation where the potential synergy of group work is undermined by psychological processes that reduce individual motivation and effort. The larger the group, the stronger these effects typically become, creating diminishing returns as more people are added to a collaborative task. Social loafing manifests in various contexts. In workplace teams, it appears when certain members consistently contribute less than their capacity while relying on others' efforts. In academic settings, it emerges in group projects where work distribution becomes imbalanced. In volunteer organizations, it surfaces when a small percentage of members perform the majority of necessary tasks. The consequences of social loafing extend beyond reduced productivity. It creates inequitable workloads that can breed resentment among those who maintain high effort. It wastes human potential by allowing capable individuals to underperform, and it can damage morale and group cohesion when members perceive effort disparities. To counter social loafing, make individual contributions identifiable and measurable whenever possible. Reduce group size to increase personal accountability and visibility of contributions. Create structures that recognize and reward individual effort within collective work, and foster a group culture that values equity of effort and mutual responsibility for outcomes. Mindtrap 40, Pluralistic Ignorance. Have you ever sat through a confusing presentation, looked around at nodding heads, and kept your questions to yourself because everyone else seemed to understand? Or perhaps you've had reservations about a group decision, but remained silent because no one else voiced concerns. These experiences reflect pluralistic ignorance, a situation where most or all members of a group privately reject a norm, opinion, or behavior, but go along with it because they incorrectly assume that most others accept it. Pluralistic ignorance creates a fascinating paradox. A group of individuals can collectively enforce an idea that none of them personally support. This happens because each person looks to others' public behavior for guidance while hiding their own private doubts. The result is a shared misconception about what the group actually believes, leading to collective action that contradicts the genuine preferences of the members. This phenomenon occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is the natural tendency to look to others for social cues about appropriate behavior, especially in ambiguous situations. When everyone appears to accept something, we question our own divergent reactions rather than the apparent consensus. Second is impression management, the desire to present ourselves favorably to others. We fear that revealing our confusion, disagreement, or discomfort might make us appear ignorant, difficult, or socially inappropriate, so we suppress these reactions and conform to the perceived norm. Third is the false assumption that others' external behavior accurately reflects their internal states. We fail to recognize that they, like us, might be engaging in impression management rather than expressing genuine acceptance. These mechanisms create a situation where a group maintains a public consensus that privately no one supports. Each member thinks, "I don't really agree with this, but everyone else seems to, so I'll go along with it," not realizing that everyone else is thinking the same thing. Pluralistic ignorance manifests in various contexts. In educational settings, it appears when students don't ask questions because each assumes they're the only one confused. In organizational contexts, it emerges when team members silently implement directives they privately believe are misguided. In social situations, it surfaces when people engage in behaviors they personally dislike because they incorrectly believe others enjoy them. The consequences of pluralistic ignorance can be significant. It leads to the persistence of unpopular norms that no one actually supports. It prevents necessary questions and clarifications that would benefit everyone. It can result in collective decisions that no individual would choose if acting alone. And it creates a culture of inauthenticity where people routinely misrepresent their true thoughts and feelings. To counter pluralistic ignorance, create safe channels for anonymous feedback to reveal genuine private opinions. Normalize expressions of confusion, doubt, or disagreement by modeling these yourself. Explicitly check for understanding and invite questions rather than assuming silence indicates comprehension or agreement. And remember that others' apparent acceptance may be as superficial as your own. Their nodding heads might conceal the same doubts you're experiencing. Mind Trap 41, Bandwagon Effect Herd Mentality. Why do certain investments suddenly attract floods of capital despite unchanged fundamentals? Why do organizational initiatives sometimes gain momentum regardless of their actual merit? Why do social media platforms periodically erupt with enthusiasm for new trends? These phenomena reflect the bandwagon effect, our tendency to adopt beliefs, ideas, or behaviors simply because many others have done so. The bandwagon effect represents one of the most pervasive forms of social influence. It operates on the principle that the probability of any individual adopting an idea increases with the proportion of others who have already done so. As something gains popularity, it becomes increasingly likely that additional people will join the trend, creating a self-reinforcing cycle of adoption that can spread rapidly through social networks. This phenomenon occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is social proof, the tendency to view a behavior as correct to the extent that we see others performing it. When many people adopt something, we assume they must have good reasons, even if we don't know what those reasons are. Second is fear of missing out, FOMO, the anxiety that we might miss valuable opportunities or experiences if we don't join the trend. As adoption increases, so does the perceived cost of non-participation. Third is the desire for social acceptance and belonging. Adopting popular beliefs or behaviors helps us feel connected to others and integrated within our social groups. These mechanisms create a situation where popularity itself becomes a reason for adoption, independent of objective merit. The more people join the bandwagon, the stronger the social pressure becomes for others to follow, potentially leading to widespread adoption of ideas or behaviors that individuals might reject if considering them independently. The bandwagon effect manifests in various contexts. In financial markets, it appears as investment bubbles where assets are purchased primarily because others are buying them. In organizational settings, it emerges when initiatives gain support based on perceived popularity rather than demonstrated effectiveness. In consumer contexts, it surfaces as fads and trends that spread rapidly through social influence. The consequences of the bandwagon effect can be significant. It can lead to poor decision-making when social influence overrides critical evaluation. It can create market inefficiencies when prices reflect popularity rather than fundamental value. It can waste organizational resources on initiatives that lack substantive merit but have gained momentum through social contagion. And it can undermine individual autonomy when people adopt beliefs or behaviors that don't align with their genuine preferences or interests. To counter the bandwagon effect, deliberately separate the popularity of an idea from its actual merits. Ask yourself, would I adopt this if I were the only one doing so? Seek diverse information sources rather than relying solely on what's currently popular. And remember that widespread adoption doesn't necessarily indicate quality or suitability. Sometimes the bandwagon is heading in the wrong direction. Mind Trap 42, Authority Bias, Obedience Effect. Why do smart, ethical people sometimes implement directives they privately question? Why do organizations occasionally pursue strategies that many members privately doubt? Why do capable professionals sometimes defer to the judgment of authorities even when their own expertise suggests a different approach? These behaviors reflect authority bias, our tendency to attribute greater accuracy, knowledge, and wisdom to the opinions of authority figures and to comply with their directives, even when doing so conflicts with our personal judgment. Authority bias represents one of the most powerful forms of social influence. It operates on the principle that deference to legitimate authorities is generally adaptive. Authorities typically possess greater knowledge, experience, or perspective that makes their guidance valuable. However, this generally adaptive tendency can become problematic when it leads to uncritical acceptance of an authority's views or directives, regardless of their actual merit. This bias occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is the assumption of superior knowledge. We tend to believe that those in positions of authority must possess special expertise or information that justifies their status and opinions. Second is the diffusion of responsibility. Following an authority's directives allows us to attribute responsibility for outcomes to the authority rather than to ourselves. I was just following orders becomes an internal as well as external justification. Third is the power of hierarchical structures and symbols. Titles, uniforms, credentials, and other symbols of authority trigger automatic deference responses that can bypass critical thinking. These mechanisms create a situation where the mere perception of legitimate authority can induce compliance with requests or acceptance of opinions that individuals might otherwise reject. The stronger the authority symbols and the more established the hierarchical structure, the more powerful this effect becomes. Authority bias manifests in various contexts. In organizational settings, it appears when employees implement directives they privately question because they come from senior leadership. In professional contexts, it emerges when practitioners defer to established authorities despite contradictory evidence. In consumer contexts, it surfaces when purchasing decisions are influenced by endorsements from perceived authorities. The consequences of authority bias can be significant. It can lead to the implementation of flawed strategies when critical feedback is suppressed due to the source of the strategy. It can create ethical breaches when individuals follow problematic directives rather than questioning authority. It can waste resources on initiatives that lack merit but are protected by authoritative support. And it can undermine innovation when established authorities reject novel approaches without adequate consideration. To counter authority bias, evaluate ideas based on their merit rather than their source. Remember that expertise is domain-specific. Authority in one area doesn't confer authority in others. Create organizational cultures that value upward feedback and questioning of authority. And recognize that legitimate authorities can make mistakes or have blind spots. Respectful skepticism is not the same as disrespect. Mind Trap 43, Conformity, Peer Pressure. Why do we sometimes find ourselves agreeing with group opinions we privately question? Why might we adopt behaviors that don't align with our personal preferences? Why do we occasionally remain silent when we have relevant information that contradicts the group's perspective? These behaviors reflect conformity, our tendency to align our attitudes, beliefs, and behaviors with perceived group norms, often at the expense of our independent judgment. Conformity represents one of the most fundamental forms of social influence. It operates on the principle that social acceptance is a primary human need, and deviation from group norms risks rejection or marginalization. This creates powerful pressure to suppress individual differences and adopt the positions or behaviors that appear to be endorsed by the majority. This phenomenon occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is normative influence, the desire to be accepted and avoid social disapproval. We conform to be liked and included, even when we privately disagree with the group's position. Second is informational influence, the tendency to look to others for guidance about what is correct, especially in ambiguous situations. When uncertain, we often assume that the group has better information than we do individually. Third is the desire for cognitive consistency. Maintaining views that differ from our social group creates uncomfortable cognitive dissonance, which we can resolve by bringing our opinions into alignment with the group. These mechanisms create a situation where social pressure can override independent judgment, leading individuals to publicly endorse positions they privately question or engage in behaviors that don't reflect their personal preferences. The more unanimous the group appears, and the more important group membership is to the individual, the stronger these pressures become. Conformity manifests in various contexts. In workplace settings, it appears when team members withhold dissenting viewpoints to maintain harmony. In social contexts, it emerges when individuals adopt group behaviors that contradict their personal values. In decision-making contexts, it surfaces when people support consensus positions despite private reservations. The consequences of conformity can be significant. It can lead to poor decisions when critical perspectives are suppressed for the sake of agreement. It can create personal distress when individuals act against their authentic preferences to fit in. It can stifle innovation when unconventional ideas are withheld due to fear of social disapproval. And it can facilitate harmful group behaviors when individuals conform to destructive norms rather than challenging them. To counter conformity pressures, strengthen your commitment to personal values before entering group situations. Seek out environments that encourage diverse perspectives rather than demanding consensus. Find at least one ally before voicing dissent in group settings. And remember that authentic self-expression, while sometimes socially risky in the short term, builds more meaningful connections and contributions in the long run. Mind Trap 44, Group Polarization. Have you ever noticed that after a group discussion, the collective position often becomes more extreme than the average of individual positions beforehand? Or that teams sometimes adopt riskier strategies than any individual member would recommend? Or that groups with a particular leaning tend to become more strongly committed to that position over time? These phenomena reflect group polarization, the tendency for groups to make more extreme decisions in the direction of the initial inclination than individuals would make alone. Group polarization represents one of the most counterintuitive aspects of group dynamics. Logic might suggest that group discussion would moderate extreme positions and lead to compromise. Instead, the opposite typically occurs. Discussion among like-minded individuals intensifies their pre-existing tendencies, pushing the collective position toward greater extremity. This phenomenon occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is persuasive arguments theory. During discussion, group members are exposed to a larger pool of arguments supporting the initially preferred position, strengthening that preference through additional rationales. Second is social comparison theory. Individuals want to be perceived favorably by the group, which in many contexts means being slightly more committed to the group's values than average. This creates a dynamic where members try to position themselves on the correct side of the perceived norm. Third is confirmation bias in a social context. Groups tend to spend more time discussing information that supports their initial leaning while giving less attention to contradictory information, creating an imbalanced consideration of evidence. These mechanisms create a situation where groups with a particular inclination become more extreme in that direction through interaction rather than moderating toward the center. The more homogeneous the initial positions and the more isolated the group is from opposing viewpoints, the stronger this effect becomes. Group polarization manifests in various contexts. In political settings, it appears when ideologically similar groups become increasingly extreme through internal discussion. In organizational contexts, it emerges when teams make riskier or more conservative decisions than individual members would support. In online communities, it surfaces when echo chambers intensify shared perspectives without exposure to alternative viewpoints. The consequences of group polarization can be significant. It can lead to extreme decisions that fail to consider moderate alternatives or opposing perspectives. It can create unnecessary conflict when polarized groups encounter each other after becoming more extreme. It can reduce the quality of decision-making by limiting consideration of diverse viewpoints. And it can contribute to social division when different groups move toward increasingly incompatible positions. To counter group polarization, deliberately include diverse perspectives in group discussions. Assign someone to play devil's advocate even when genuine disagreement is absent. Consider alternatives and counter-arguments explicitly rather than focusing exclusively on preferred positions. And maintain connections with individuals or groups who hold different viewpoints to prevent isolation in like-minded echo chambers. Mindtrap 45, Abilene Paradox. Imagine a group unanimously deciding to pursue a course of action that, as it later turns out, no individual actually wanted. Each person went along with the apparent consensus, assuming others genuinely supported the decision, while privately harboring doubts or outright opposition. This perplexing scenario illustrates the Abilene Paradox, a situation where a group takes action contrary to the genuine preferences of its members because each person misperceives the collective will. The Abilene Paradox represents one of the strangest aspects of group dynamics. Unlike many group decision problems that stem from disagreement or conflict, this paradox emerges from a failure of communication that creates false agreement. The group reaches consensus not because members truly agree, but because each person misreads others' preferences and suppresses their own contrary views. This phenomenon occurs through several psychological mechanisms. First is pluralistic ignorance. Each person incorrectly assumes that their private reservations are not shared by others, leading them to conform to what they perceive as the majority view. Second is fear of negative evaluation. Individuals worry that expressing opposition might make them appear uncooperative, negative, or disruptive, so they withhold their true preferences. Third is the assumption of others' positive support. When people express lukewarm or ambiguous agreement, we tend to interpret this as genuine enthusiasm rather than reluctant compliance. These mechanisms create a situation where a group can unanimously endorse a decision that no member actually supports. Each person thinks, I don't really want this, but everyone else seems to, so I'll go along with it, not realizing that everyone else is thinking the same thing. The Abilene Paradox manifests in various contexts. In organizational settings, it appears when teams implement initiatives that no one privately supports because each assumes others are in favor. In social contexts, it emerges when groups engage in activities that no individual would have chosen. In decision-making contexts, it surfaces when collective choices contradict the genuine preferences of all members. The consequences of the Abilene Paradox can be significant. It leads to wasted resources on initiatives that lack genuine support. It creates frustration and disillusionment when group members later discover the unnecessary nature of their collective action. It damages trust when people realize they've been misled by others' false agreement. And it establishes patterns of inauthentic communication that can persist beyond the initial decision. To counter the Abilene Paradox, create safe channels for expressing genuine preferences without fear of social disapproval. Use anonymous polling or written feedback before discussion to reveal true opinions. Check for authentic agreement rather than assuming silence indicates support, and cultivate an environment where honest dissent is valued as a contribution rather than viewed as disruption. Mindtrap 46, Tragedy of the Commons. Why do shared resources often become depleted despite everyone's interest in their preservation? Why might team members overuse common supplies or facilities even when this ultimately harms everyone? Why do collective assets frequently suffer from neglect when individual possessions are well maintained? These patterns reflect the tragedy of the commons, a situation where individuals, acting according to their self-interest, deplete a shared limited resource, even when it's clear that this outcome serves no one's long-term interests. The tragedy of the commons represents one of the most persistent dilemmas in collective action. It occurs when multiple individuals have access to a limited resource and each pursues their maximum individual benefit without considering the aggregate impact of these actions. The rational pursuit of self-interest by each person leads to an outcome that makes everyone worse off, a genuine tragedy of collective action. This phenomenon occurs through several psychological and structural mechanisms. First is the incentive structure itself. Individuals receive the full benefit of their resource use, while the costs are distributed across all users, creating a situation where the rational choice for each person leads to collective disaster. Second is temporal discounting. The immediate benefits of resource use are concrete and certain, while the long-term costs of depletion are abstract and distant, leading people to prioritize present gains over future sustainability. Third is diffusion of responsibility. When many people share access to a resource, each feels less personally responsible for its maintenance or conservation. Someone else will take care of it becomes an implicit assumption that ultimately leaves the resource unprotected. These mechanisms create a situation where individual rationality leads to collective irrationality, a genuine social dilemma where what makes sense for each person creates an outcome that serves no one's interests. The tragedy of the commons manifests in various contexts. In environmental settings, it appears as the depletion of natural resources when individual users extract maximum benefit without considering sustainability. In organizational contexts, it emerges when shared resources like meeting rooms, equipment, or staff time are overused by departments pursuing their individual goals. In community settings, it surfaces when public spaces or facilities deteriorate because maintenance responsibility is diffused. The consequences of this dynamic can be severe. It can lead to the complete depletion of valuable resources that could have sustained everyone if properly managed. It creates inefficiencies when overuse reduces the resource's value for all users. It generates conflict as users compete for dwindling resources, and it establishes patterns of short-term thinking that can be difficult to reverse even when the collective harm becomes apparent. To counter the tragedy of the commons, establish clear governance systems for shared resources with explicit usage rights and limitations. Create monitoring mechanisms that make resource use visible and attributable. Develop graduated sanctions for overuse that align individual incentives with collective welfare. And foster communication among resource users to build trust and facilitate coordination around sustainable practices. The power and peril of group influence. As we've explored these 10 social influence and group dynamics traps, a consistent theme emerges. Our thoughts, decisions, and behaviors are profoundly shaped by social forces that often operate outside our awareness. From the subtle pressure to conform to the complex dynamics of collective action problems, these influences can lead even the most intelligent individuals and groups astray. Understanding these patterns doesn't mean we should avoid groups or reject social influence entirely. Human collaboration has produced our greatest achievements, and social learning is an essential aspect of our cognitive toolkit. The goal isn't to eliminate social influence, but to become more conscious of it, to distinguish between helpful social guidance and harmful group pressure, between productive collaboration and counterproductive conformity. By recognizing these dynamics, we gain the power to design better group processes, to contribute more effectively to collective decisions, and to maintain our intellectual autonomy even while benefiting from the wisdom of others. We can create environments that harness the power of collaboration while avoiding the pitfalls of groupthink, conformity, and other collective traps. The biases we've examined in this chapter affect how we think and act in social contexts. But what about the fundamental judgments and decisions we make as individuals? How do our minds process information, evaluate options, and reach conclusions, even when we're not directly influenced by others? In the next chapter, we'll explore the fascinating world of decision-making biases and heuristics, the mental shortcuts that help us navigate a complex world but can sometimes lead us dramatically astray, causing us to misperceive risks, overvalue certain types of information, and cling to decisions that no longer serve us. Chapter 5, Decision-Making and Judgment Biases, Heuristics. You pride yourself on being rational. When faced with important decisions, you gather information, weigh the evidence, and make choices based on careful reasoning rather than impulse or emotion. You trust your judgment because it feels deliberate and thoughtful. After all, you're a thinking person who considers the facts before deciding. But what if your rational thinking isn't as rational as you believe? What if the very mental processes you rely on to make sound decisions are systematically flawed in ways you don't recognize? What if your brain takes shortcuts that lead you astray while simultaneously convincing you that you're on the right path? The uncomfortable truth is that human reasoning isn't the purely logical process we often imagine it to be. Our brains evolved not to discover abstract truths, but to make quick, good enough decisions that helped our ancestors survive in challenging environments. To accomplish this, the mind developed shortcuts, mental rules of thumb that allow us to navigate a complex world without becoming paralyzed by endless analysis. These mental shortcuts, known as heuristics, serve us well in many situations. They help us make rapid judgments when time is limited, simplify complex problems into manageable forms, and function effectively despite overwhelming amounts of information. Without these cognitive tools, we'd be unable to get through a single day. Yet these same mental shortcuts that enable efficient thinking can also lead to systematic errors in judgment. When heuristics fail, they don't fail randomly. They fail in predictable, patterned ways that psychologists call cognitive biases. These biases affect everyone, regardless of intelligence, education, or expertise. Even the most brilliant minds fall prey to them, often without realizing it. What makes these biases particularly dangerous is their invisibility. We don't experience them as errors, but as perfectly reasonable conclusions. They operate beneath the surface of consciousness, shaping our perceptions and judgments while creating the illusion of objective rationality. We don't just make biased judgments, we become convinced that our biased judgments are sound. In this chapter, we'll explore 12 common decision-making biases that affect virtually everyone. These aren't signs of weakness or irrationality, but natural consequences of how our minds work. By understanding these patterns, you'll gain insight into the hidden forces that shape your judgments and decisions. More importantly, you'll learn strategies to counter these biases, allowing you to make genuinely better choices in both personal and professional contexts. Let's begin by examining one of the most pervasive and powerful biases, one that shapes not just what we decide, but what we perceive as reality itself. Mind Trap 47, Confirmation Bias. Have you ever noticed how easy it is to find evidence supporting your existing beliefs? Or how quickly you can spot flaws in arguments that contradict your views? These experiences reflect confirmation bias, our tendency to seek, interpret, and remember information in ways that confirm what we already believe. Confirmation bias operates like an invisible filter, screening what we perceive and how we process it. When we encounter information aligned with our existing views, we readily accept it, often without scrutiny. When we face contradictory information, we subject it to intense skepticism or simply fail to notice it altogether. This creates a closed loop where our beliefs become increasingly entrenched, regardless of their actual merit. This bias stems from our natural desire for cognitive consistency. Contradictory information creates mental discomfort, a state psychologists call cognitive dissonance. To avoid this discomfort, our minds unconsciously filter information, creating an internal reality that validates what we already believe. We're not deliberately being close-minded. Our brains are simply trying to maintain psychological comfort and coherence. Confirmation bias manifests in three main ways. First, in how we seek information, we gravitate towards sources likely to confirm our existing views while avoiding those that might challenge them. Second, in how we interpret ambiguous information, we see what we expect to see, often missing alternative interpretations. Third, in what we remember, we more easily recall evidence supporting our beliefs while forgetting contradictory data. The consequences of confirmation bias extend far beyond minor misperceptions. It can lead to entrenched polarization when different groups selectively consume information that reinforces their opposing worldviews. It can cause persistent errors in professional judgment when experts focus only on confirming evidence. It can maintain harmful stereotypes when people notice only behaviors that fit their preconceptions. And it can prevent personal growth by blocking exposure to challenging ideas that might lead to valuable perspective shifts. To counter confirmation bias, actively seek information that might contradict your current beliefs, not to abandon them necessarily, but to test their validity. Engage with thoughtful people who hold different views, approaching these exchanges with genuine curiosity rather than debate-winning intent. Practice considering alternative explanations for events rather than immediately accepting interpretations that fit your existing narrative. And remember that the ease with which you find supporting evidence for your beliefs may reflect not their truth, but your mind's selective attention. Mind trap, anchoring effect. Imagine you're negotiating the price of a new car. The salesperson starts with an offer of $30,000. After some back and forth, you settle on $27,000 and feel satisfied with the deal. But what if the initial offer had been $35,000 instead? Research suggests you likely would have ended up paying more, perhaps $31,000, while feeling equally satisfied with your negotiating prowess. This scenario illustrates the anchoring effect, our tendency to rely too heavily on the first piece of information we encounter, the anchor, when making decisions. This initial reference point exerts a powerful influence on subsequent judgments, even when it's arbitrary or irrelevant to the decision at hand. The anchoring effect works through a process called insufficient adjustment. When we encounter a number or reference point, it becomes a starting point from which we adjust to reach our final judgment. However, these adjustments typically prove inadequate. We remain too close to the initial anchor, even when it should have no logical influence on our decision. What makes anchoring particularly powerful is that it occurs even when we're aware of it and trying to resist it. Professional negotiators, judges, real estate agents, and other experts show anchoring effects despite their experience and knowledge. Even random numbers can serve as anchors. In one famous experiment, spinning a wheel of fortune to generate a random number influenced participants' subsequent numerical estimates on completely unrelated questions. Anchoring affects numerous domains beyond negotiations. It influences how doctors assess patient risks, how judges determine sentences, how consumers perceive value, and how professionals estimate project timelines. In each case, initial reference points shape final judgments in ways that may have little connection to objective reality. The consequences of anchoring can be significant. In negotiations, the party that sets the first anchor often gains an advantage, potentially leading to less favorable outcomes for those responding to, rather than setting anchors. In valuation contexts, arbitrary initial prices can distort perceptions of worth, leading to poor investment or purchasing decisions. In estimation scenarios, initial projections can constrain thinking, leading to inadequate planning or resource allocation. To counter anchoring effects, gather multiple reference points rather than relying on a single anchor. When possible, establish your own anchor before being exposed to others' suggestions. Use objective criteria and data to evaluate options rather than adjusting from arbitrary starting points. And remember that your sense of what's reasonable or fair may be unduly influenced by initial reference points that have no inherent validity. Mind Trap 49, Availability Heuristic. Why do many people fear shark attacks more than falling down stairs? despite the latter being far more deadly? Why might a manager overestimate the likelihood of project failure after recently experiencing one unsuccessful initiative? Why do vivid news stories often shape our risk perceptions more than statistical data? These patterns reflect the availability heuristic, our tendency to judge the likelihood or importance of something based on how easily examples come to mind. The availability heuristic serves as a mental shortcut for estimating frequency or probability. Instead of conducting a comprehensive review of all relevant instances or calculating actual statistics, our minds use a simpler rule. If examples come to mind quickly and easily, we assume the phenomenon is common. If examples are difficult to recall, we assume it's rare. This heuristic often serves us well. Frequently occurring events typically are more easily remembered than rare ones. However, ease of recall is influenced by many factors beyond actual frequency, including recency, vividness, emotional impact, and media coverage. This creates systematic biases in how we perceive risks, opportunities, and probabilities. The availability heuristic affects judgment in various domains. In risk assessment, it leads to overestimation of dramatic, vivid risks like terrorism or plane crashes, and underestimation of mundane but statistically more common risks like heart disease or car accidents. In business contexts, it can cause recency bias, where recent successes or failures are given disproportionate weight in forecasting. In social perception, it influences how we judge the prevalence of traits or behaviors based on memorable examples rather than representative samples. The consequences of availability-based judgments can be significant. They can lead to misallocation of resources toward addressing vivid but relatively minor risks while neglecting more significant but less salient threats. They can cause overreaction to recent events and underreaction to gradual, less noticeable trends. And they can create distorted worldviews when media coverage amplifies certain types of events, making them seem more common than they actually are. To counter the availability heuristic, deliberately seek statistical information rather than relying on easily recalled examples. Consider whether factors like recency or emotional impact might be distorting your perception of frequency. Use structured approaches like checklists or formal risk assessments rather than relying on what comes easily to mind. And remember that your intuitive sense of what's common or rare may reflect the availability of examples rather than actual probabilities. Mind Trap 50, Representativeness Heuristic. Imagine you meet someone who is shy, detail-oriented, and enjoys collecting stamps. Is this person more likely to be a librarian or a salesperson? Many people would guess librarian because the description matches stereotypical traits associated with that profession. However, this intuitive judgment ignores a crucial fact. There are far more salespeople than librarians in the population, making it statistically more likely that any randomly selected person is a salesperson, regardless of their personality traits. This example illustrates the representativeness heuristic, our tendency to judge the probability of something based on how closely it resembles our mental prototype or stereotype, rather than considering actual statistical likelihood. We ask, how similar is A to category B, instead of, what is the actual probability of A belonging to category B? The representativeness heuristic serves as a mental shortcut for categorization and probability judgments. Instead of calculating true probabilities, which would require considering base rates, sample sizes, and other statistical factors, our minds use similarity to prototypes as a proxy for likelihood. This approach often works reasonably well, but can lead to systematic errors when similarity and probability diverge. This heuristic manifests in various ways. In its most basic form, it leads to neglect of base rates, the background frequency of different categories in the relevant population. It also contributes to the gambler's fallacy, the mistaken belief that random events should balance out in small samples, e.g., believing that after several heads in a coin toss, tails becomes due. And it fosters insensitivity to sample size, failing to recognize that smaller samples naturally produce more extreme results than larger ones. The consequences of representativeness-based judgments can be significant. In professional contexts, they can lead to hiring decisions based on how well candidates match stereotypical images rather than actual predictors of performance. In financial settings, they can cause investors to see patterns in random market fluctuations, leading to poor trading decisions. In social contexts, they can reinforce stereotypes by causing people to overestimate the correlation between group membership and individual traits. To counter the representativeness heuristic, deliberately consider statistical base rates rather than relying solely on similarity judgments. Remember that small samples and short-term patterns often reflect random variation rather than meaningful trends. Seek objective data about actual correlations rather than assuming that stereotypical associations reflect reality. And recognize that your intuitive sense of what's likely may be based more on pattern matching than on genuine probability. Mind Trap 51 Framing Effect. Would you prefer a medical treatment with a 90% survival rate or one with a 10% mortality rate? Though these statements describe identical outcomes, research consistently shows that people respond more favorably to the first framing. This illustrates the framing effect, our tendency to be influenced by how information is presented, the frame, rather than by the objective facts themselves. The framing effect reveals that our preferences and decisions aren't based solely on objective content, but are profoundly shaped by presentation. The same information, framed differently, can elicit dramatically different responses. This challenges the rational model of decision-making, which suggests that our choices should depend on the actual outcomes rather than how they're described. This effect operates through several psychological mechanisms. Most fundamentally, it reflects our sensitivity to losses versus gains. We typically find losses more aversive than equivalent gains are attractive, a phenomenon known as loss aversion. When information is framed in terms of gains, we tend to become risk-averse. When framed in terms of losses, we become risk-seeking. Additionally, different frames activate different emotional responses and mental associations, further influencing our judgments. Framing effects appear in numerous contexts. In medical decisions, patients respond differently to the same statistical information depending on whether it's presented in terms of survival or mortality. In consumer contexts, people react differently to products described as 95% fat-free versus 5% fat. In financial decisions, investors make different choices when the same option is framed as a potential gain versus avoiding a potential loss. The consequences of framing sensitivity can be significant. It makes us vulnerable to manipulation by those who strategically frame information to elicit desired responses. It can lead to inconsistent decisions when the same situation is encountered through different frames at different times. And it can create communication barriers when different parties frame the same issue in conflicting ways, each wondering why the other doesn't see reason. To counter framing effects, deliberately reframe information in multiple ways before making decisions. For example, convert gain frames to loss frames and vice versa to see if your preferences remain consistent. Focus on absolute numbers rather than percentages when evaluating risks or benefits. Consider the actual outcomes rather than the presentation, and remain aware that your initial reaction to information may reflect its framing rather than its substance. Mind Trap 52, Sunk Cost Fallacy, Escalation of Commitment. We've already invested so much, we can't quit now. I've spent 3 years in this degree program. I have to finish even though I hate it. We've poured millions into this project. We need to see it through, regardless of the new market data. These statements reflect the sunk cost fallacy, our tendency to continue an endeavor based on previously invested resources, time, money, effort, rather than on future prospects. This fallacy leads us to throw good resources after bad, persisting with failing courses of action simply because we've already invested in them. The sunk cost fallacy contradicts rational decision-making principles, which suggest that only future costs and benefits should influence current decisions. Past investments that cannot be recovered, sunk costs, should be irrelevant to forward-looking choices. Yet psychological factors make it extremely difficult to ignore these prior investments when deciding whether to continue or abandon a course of action. This fallacy stems from several psychological mechanisms. Loss aversion makes us reluctant to accept the loss, represented by abandoning prior investments. The desire for consistency creates pressure to persist with previous commitments. Self-justification motivates us to prove that our initial decision was correct, and the fear of waste, of having expended resources for nothing, drives continued investment despite diminishing returns. The sunk cost fallacy manifests across domains. In organizational contexts, it appears as escalation of commitment to failing projects or strategies. In personal life, it emerges as persistence in unsatisfying relationships or career paths due to time already invested. In consumer behavior, it surfaces as continued use of products or services that no longer serve their purpose simply because they were expensive. The consequences of this fallacy can be severe. It leads to wasted resources as additional investments flow into ventures with poor future prospects. It creates opportunity costs when resources remain tied to suboptimal choices rather than being redirected to more promising alternatives. And it generates psychological distress as people remain committed to unsatisfying situations due to past investments. To counter the sunk cost fallacy, focus exclusively on future prospects when making continuation decisions. Ask yourself, regardless of what I've already invested, what choice makes the most sense going forward? Use fresh perspective by considering what you would advise someone else in your situation. Implement regular review processes that evaluate ongoing commitments based on current data rather than historical investment. And remember that honoring sunk costs often leads to greater waste in the long run, not less. Mind Trap V3 Planning Fallacy. This project will take about 2 weeks. I can easily finish this report by tomorrow. We'll definitely launch the new product by the end of the quarter. These confident predictions reflect the planning fallacy, our tendency to underestimate the time, costs, and risks associated with future actions while overestimating benefits and completion rates. This systematic optimism bias leads to missed deadlines, exceeded budgets, and unfulfilled expectations, despite our best intentions and genuine belief in our forecasts. The planning fallacy represents one of the most pervasive biases in project management and personal productivity. It occurs not just among novices, but among experienced professionals who have repeatedly encountered similar planning failures. Even when aware of past underestimation, people typically attribute those instances to unique, one-time circumstances, while believing that current plans will proceed more smoothly. This fallacy stems from several psychological mechanisms. We tend to focus on best-case scenarios rather than most likely outcomes. We consider our plans in isolation rather than as instances of broader reference classes with known completion rates. We emphasize factors under our control while underweighting external contingencies. And we're naturally motivated to believe in positive outcomes, leading to optimistic distortion of objective probabilities. The planning fallacy manifests across contexts. In organizational settings, it appears as consistently underestimated project timelines and budgets. In personal life, it emerges as overpacked schedules and chronic lateness. In public policy, it surfaces as infrastructure projects that take years longer and cost billions more than initially projected. The consequences of this fallacy extend beyond mere inconvenience. It creates resource allocation problems when projects require more time and money than budgeted. It damages credibility when promised deadlines are repeatedly missed. It generates stress when people must rush to complete tasks in less time than actually required. And it leads to opportunity costs when resources remain committed to delayed projects longer than anticipated. To counter the planning fallacy, use reference class forecasting, basing estimates on actual outcomes of similar past projects rather than on theoretical projections. Break larger projects into detailed components, estimating each separately to reduce overall optimism bias. Build explicit buffer time into schedules to accommodate inevitable delays, and conduct pre-mortem exercises, imagining that your project has failed and identifying potential causes to highlight risks before they materialize. Mind Trap 54, Optimism Bias. It won't happen to me. My business will succeed where others have failed. I'll definitely stick with this new habit. These confident assertions reflect optimism bias, our tendency to overestimate the likelihood of positive events and underestimate the probability of negative ones in our own lives. This isn't just generic positivity, it's a systematic error in probability estimation that leads us to believe our futures will be better than objective evidence suggests. Optimism bias represents one of the most widespread cognitive distortions, appearing across cultures, age groups, and contexts. Most people believe they're less likely than their peers to experience negative events like illness, accidents, or professional failure, while being more likely to experience positive outcomes like career success, happy relationships, or financial security. These beliefs persist even in the face of statistical evidence to the contrary. This bias stems from several psychological mechanisms. Self-enhancement motivation leads us to maintain positive self-views, including favorable future prospects. Controllability illusion makes us overestimate our ability to influence outcomes. Representativeness heuristic causes us to reject negative scenarios that don't match our self-image. And defensive processing leads us to scrutinize threatening information more critically than positive information. Optimism bias manifests in various domains. In health contexts, it appears as underestimation of personal risk factors despite awareness of general population risks. In financial planning, it emerges as overconfidence in investment returns and underestimation of potential setbacks. In entrepreneurship, it surfaces as belief in improbable success despite knowledge of high failure rates in similar ventures. The consequences of optimism bias are mixed. On the positive side, it promotes psychological well-being, persistence through challenges, and willingness to pursue ambitious goals. On the negative side, it can lead to inadequate preparation for setbacks, insufficient preventive measures against genuine risks, and poor contingency planning. The challenge lies in maintaining motivational optimism while correcting probability estimates to enable realistic preparation. To counter optimism bias, consider your situation from an outside perspective. How would you assess someone else's chances in your position? Deliberately seek information about base rates and reference class outcomes rather than focusing on factors that make your case special. Conduct thorough pre-mortem analyses to identify potential failure points before they occur. And remember that realistic risk assessment isn't pessimism. It's the foundation for effective preparation that actually improves your chances of success. Mind Trap 55, Overconfidence Bias. How sure are you about your judgments? If you're like most people, the answer is too sure. Across domains, ranging from factual knowledge to professional expertise to personal prediction, research consistently shows that our confidence exceeds our accuracy. We believe we know more than we do, that our judgments are more reliable than they are, and that our predictions are more accurate than they prove to be. Overconfidence bias manifests in three primary forms. First is overestimation, believing we can perform better than objective measures indicate. Second is overplacement, believing we're better than others when we're not. Third is overprecision, expressing excessive certainty about the accuracy of our beliefs or predictions, such as providing too narrow confidence intervals for uncertain estimates. This bias stems from several psychological mechanisms. Limited feedback prevents us from recognizing the full extent of our errors. Confirmation bias leads us to focus on evidence supporting our judgments while discounting contradictory information. Motivated reasoning drives us to maintain positive self-views, including beliefs about our judgment quality. And the illusion of explanatory depth makes us think we understand topics more thoroughly than we actually do. Overconfidence affects numerous domains. In financial contexts, it leads investors to trade more frequently than optimal and to diversify less than they should. In organizational settings, it causes leaders to pursue risky strategies without adequate contingency planning. In interpersonal contexts, it creates conflict when different parties are each convinced of their correctness despite contradictory positions. The consequences of overconfidence can be significant. It leads to inadequate preparation when we underestimate task difficulty. It creates unnecessary risk exposure when we overestimate our ability to handle challenges. It reduces learning when we believe we already know enough. And it damages credibility when our confident assertions prove incorrect, undermining trust in future judgments. To counter overconfidence, actively seek disconfirming evidence rather than focusing only on what supports your views. Consider alternative perspectives and explanations before cementing your judgment. Express beliefs in probabilistic terms rather than absolute certainties. Track your predictions and judgments over time, comparing confidence levels with actual accuracy to calibrate future assessments. And remember that intellectual humility, recognizing the limits of your knowledge, is not weakness, but the foundation of genuine understanding. Mind Trap 56, Paradox of Choice. More options should lead to better decisions and greater satisfaction, right? Surprisingly, research suggests otherwise. The paradox of choice describes how an abundance of options can actually impair decision quality and reduce satisfaction with chosen outcomes. Beyond a certain threshold, additional choices create diminishing returns and eventually negative effects. This counterintuitive phenomenon challenges conventional wisdom about freedom of choice. While some choice is indeed better than none, excessive options can create decision paralysis, increased regret, and heightened expectations that reality struggles to meet. What begins as empowering freedom becomes overwhelming burden. The paradox of choice operates through several psychological mechanisms. Decision complexity increases with each additional option, requiring more cognitive resources and creating mental fatigue. Opportunity costs become more salient as choosing one option means rejecting many alternatives, each with potentially attractive features. Regret and self-blame intensify when suboptimal outcomes could have been avoided through different choices. And rising expectations make satisfaction more elusive as we imagine perfect options among the many possibilities. This paradox manifests across domains. In consumer contexts, it appears as decision paralysis when facing extensive product lines or service options. In career paths, it emerges as persistent doubt about chosen directions given numerous alternatives. In relationship formation, it surfaces as difficulty committing when seemingly endless possibilities exist. The consequences of choice overload extend beyond momentary indecision. It can lead to decision avoidance, where people postpone choices indefinitely rather than navigating overwhelming options. It creates post-decision dissatisfaction as people ruminate on foregone alternatives. It generates opportunity costs when excessive deliberation consumes time and mental energy that could be directed elsewhere. And it can produce choice abdication, where people surrender decisions to others or to default options rather than facing choice overload. To counter the paradox of choice, deliberately limit your options to a manageable number. Research suggests that 3 to 5 alternatives often provide optimal balance between variety and decision quality. Use elimination criteria to quickly reduce large choice sets before detailed comparison. Adopt satisficing strategies, choosing the first option that meets your criteria rather than maximizing, seeking the absolute best option. And remember that good enough decisions made efficiently often create better outcomes than perfect decisions that consume excessive resources or never get made at all. Mind Trap 57, Outcome Bias. That was clearly a bad decision. Look how it turned out. They made the right call. It worked perfectly. These judgments reflect outcome bias, our tendency to evaluate decisions based on their results rather than on the quality of the decision process, given the information available at the time. This bias leads us to praise lucky but reckless choices while criticizing thoughtful decisions that happen to yield poor outcomes due to unforeseeable factors. Outcome bias fundamentally confuses decision quality with outcome quality. A good decision process involves carefully considering available information, weighing probabilities, and choosing the option with the highest expected value. However, even the best decisions sometimes produce poor outcomes due to chance factors beyond the decision-maker's control. Conversely, poor decisions occasionally yield positive results through sheer luck. This bias stems from several psychological mechanisms. Hindsight bias makes outcomes seem more predictable after they occur than they actually were beforehand. The fundamental attribution error leads us to attribute outcomes to decision-makers' abilities rather than to situational factors or chance. And our desire for a coherent narrative drives us to construct stories where outcomes logically follow from decisions, overlooking the role of randomness. Outcome bias manifests across domains. In organizational contexts, it appears as performance evaluations that overweight results while underweighting process quality. In political settings, it emerges as criticism of leaders whose reasonable decisions happen to produce negative outcomes. In personal life, it surfaces as self-criticism for decisions that seemed sound but yielded disappointing results. The consequences of outcome bias can be significant. It creates perverse incentives, rewarding lucky risk-takers while punishing thoughtful decision-makers who experience bad luck. It distorts organizational learning by drawing incorrect lessons from success and failure. It generates risk aversion when people fear being judged by unpredictable outcomes rather than by decision quality. And it undermines accountability by focusing on results that may be outside individual control rather than on processes that individuals can actually influence. To counter outcome bias, evaluate decisions based on the information and options available at the time, not on subsequent results. Document decision rationales before outcomes are known to enable fair retrospective assessment. Distinguish between decisions and outcomes in feedback and evaluation systems. And remember that in domains involving significant uncertainty, process quality is often a better indicator of skill than occasional results. Mindtrap 58, Affect Heuristic. How do you feel about nuclear power? Artificial intelligence? Genetic engineering? Your immediate emotional response to these topics likely shapes your perception of their risks and benefits. And this illustrates the affect heuristic, our tendency to let emotions guide judgments and decisions, particularly regarding risk and benefit assessment. The affect heuristic serves as a mental shortcut where feelings function as a rapid, intuitive guide to complex evaluations. Instead of carefully analyzing all relevant factors, we consult our emotional reactions and use them as information about value, risk, or desirability. This process happens automatically and often unconsciously, creating judgments that feel objective but are actually emotion-driven. This heuristic operates through several psychological mechanisms. Emotions provide rapid, holistic evaluations that precede detailed analysis. Positive feelings about a topic lead us to perceive higher benefits and lower risks, while negative feelings create the opposite pattern. These emotional responses are influenced by factors like vividness, personal experience, and cultural associations rather than objective probabilities or magnitudes. The affect heuristic influences numerous domains. In risk perception, it shapes public reactions to technologies with emotionally frightening risks, like terrorism, often perceived as more dangerous than statistically greater but less evocative risks, like heart disease. In consumer behavior, it drives purchasing decisions based on emotional associations rather than objective product attributes. In financial contexts, it leads investors to evaluate opportunities based on feelings rather than fundamentals. The consequences of affect-based judgments are mixed. On the positive side, emotions often integrate complex information efficiently and highlight factors that matter to our values. On the negative side, they can create judgments that poorly reflect objective realities, particularly when emotional reactions are manipulated or disconnected from relevant facts. The challenge lies not in eliminating emotional input, but in balancing it with analytical consideration. To counter affect heuristic biases, acknowledge your emotional reactions without immediately accepting them as valid judgments. Deliberately separate factual evaluations. What are the actual risks and benefits? From feeling-based responses. How does this make me feel? Seek numerical data rather than relying solely on qualitative impressions. And remember that strong emotional reactions, while informative, may reflect factors unrelated to the actual merits of what you're evaluating. The hidden forces shaping your decisions. As we've explored these 12 decision-making biases, a consistent theme emerges. Our judgments and choices are shaped by psychological forces that operate largely outside our awareness. From the subtle influence of initial anchors to the powerful pull of sunk costs, these hidden factors guide our thinking in ways we rarely recognize, but that profoundly affect our outcomes. Understanding these biases doesn't mean we should abandon intuitive thinking entirely. Heuristics exist because they're often useful, providing efficient responses to complex situations. The goal isn't to eliminate mental shortcuts, but to recognize their limitations and supplement them with more deliberate analysis when the stakes warrant it. By becoming aware of these patterns, you gain the power to identify situations where your intuitive judgments might lead you astray. You can implement specific strategies to counter each bias, creating decision processes that combine the efficiency of heuristics with safeguards against their predictable errors. This balanced approach allows you to make better choices without becoming paralyzed by endless analysis. The biases we've examined in this chapter affect how we process information and make decisions as individuals. But what about the deeper patterns of thinking that shape our self-perception and how we relate to our own abilities and limitations? In the next chapter, we'll explore the fascinating world of ego biases, the distortions that protect our self-image while sometimes undermining our growth. You'll discover how these patterns influence not just how you see the world, but how you see yourself, and how this self-perception might be both your greatest strength and your most significant blind spot. Chapter 6: Self-Perception and Ego Biases. Who are you, really? This seemingly simple question touches on one of the most fundamental aspects of human experience. We all carry a mental image of ourselves, a collection of beliefs about our abilities, character, and place in the world. This self-concept shapes virtually every aspect of our lives, from the goals we pursue to the relationships we form to the way we interpret our experiences. Most of us believe our self-perception is reasonably accurate. We acknowledge some blind spots and biases, perhaps, but generally trust that we see ourselves clearly. After all, who could possibly know you better than you know yourself? But what if this assumption is fundamentally flawed? What if the very mechanisms our minds use to construct and maintain self-image systematically distort our self-perception? What if the person you believe yourself to be differs significantly from how you actually think, feel, and behave? The truth is that our self-perception is shaped by powerful psychological forces designed not primarily for accuracy, but for protection and motivation. Our minds construct a self-image that helps us navigate social environments, maintain psychological well-being, and persist through challenges. This construction process prioritizes coherence and positive affect over perfect accuracy, creating predictable patterns of distortion in how we see ourselves. These distortions aren't random. They follow specific patterns that psychologists have identified through decades of research. Understanding these patterns can transform how you see yourself and how you understand your own thinking. It can help you recognize when your self-perception might be skewed, allowing you to develop a more balanced and accurate view of your strengths, weaknesses, and potential. In this chapter, we'll explore 11 common biases that affect how we perceive ourselves. These biases operate in professional settings, personal relationships, and private self-reflection. They influence how we interpret our successes and failures, how we compare ourselves to others, and how we understand our own thinking processes. Most importantly, they shape our responses to feedback and challenges in ways that can either promote or hinder personal growth. As we examine each bias, you'll likely recognize patterns that have influenced your own self-perception. This recognition isn't cause for self-criticism, but for celebration. It marks the beginning of more conscious, accurate, and compassionate self-understanding. By the end of this chapter, you'll have practical tools to identify when your self-perception has gone astray and strategies to guide it back to a more balanced perspective. Let's begin by examining one of the most pervasive biases in self-perception, one that fundamentally shapes how we explain our own successes and failures. Mind Trap 59, Self-Serving Bias. Why did you succeed on your last project? If you're like most people, you might point to your skills, preparation, or effort. But what about your last failure or disappointment? Here, you might identify external factors: insufficient resources, bad timing, or difficult circumstances. This asymmetry in how we explain positive versus negative outcomes reveals the self-serving bias, our tendency to attribute successes to internal factors, our abilities, traits, or efforts, while attributing failures to external factors, situational constraints, bad luck, or others' actions. This bias creates a convenient pattern where we take credit for good outcomes while deflecting responsibility for bad ones. The self-serving bias operates largely outside our awareness. We don't consciously decide to claim success and avoid blame. Rather, our minds automatically generate explanations that protect and enhance our self-image. These explanations feel objective and reasonable to us, even when they follow a predictable pattern of self-enhancement. This bias stems from fundamental psychological needs. We're motivated to maintain positive self-views, which success attributions support and failure attributions threaten. Internal attributions for success, "I earned this," generate positive emotions and motivation, while external attributions for failure, "circumstances prevented me," protect us from discouragement and self-doubt. The bias serves these emotional and motivational functions even when it compromises accuracy. The self-serving bias manifests across contexts. In workplace settings, it appears when team members claim disproportionate credit for group successes while minimizing their role in group failures. In academic contexts, it emerges when students attribute good grades to intelligence and poor grades to unfair testing. In relationships, it surfaces when partners attribute relationship problems primarily to the other person's behavior rather than their own contributions. While this bias can protect self-esteem in the short term, it creates significant problems for long-term development. It limits learning from failures by obscuring personal factors that could be improved. It damages relationships when others perceive credit-taking and blame-shifting as unfair or dishonest. It can create inflated self-assessments that lead to poor decisions about what challenges to undertake. And perhaps most importantly, it prevents the accurate self-knowledge needed for genuine growth. To counter the self-serving bias, practice balanced attribution by considering both internal and external factors for both successes and failures. After achievements, acknowledge contextual supports and lucky breaks alongside your efforts. After setbacks, look for personal contributions alongside external obstacles. Seek feedback from others who might see your role more objectively than you can yourself. And remember that taking appropriate responsibility for failures doesn't diminish your worth. It demonstrates maturity and creates opportunities for improvement. Mind Trap 60, Illusion of Control. Have you ever pressed an elevator button repeatedly, believing it would make the elevator arrive faster? Or perhaps you've had a lucky item you wore to important events, feeling it somehow influenced outcomes. Or maybe you felt personally responsible when a project failed due to factors completely beyond your influence. These experiences reflect the illusion of control, our tendency to overestimate our ability to influence outcomes that are largely determined by chance or factors outside our control. This illusion leads us to perceive connections between our actions and results, even when those connections are weak or non-existent. The illusion of control represents one of the most pervasive distortions in self-perception. Research consistently shows that people believe they have more influence over events than they actually do, whether in games of chance, unpredictable markets, or complex social systems. This inflated sense of personal agency shapes how we interpret both successes and failures, often in ways that distort reality. This illusion stems from several psychological mechanisms. Evolutionarily, perceiving control offered survival advantages by promoting action and persistence rather than helplessness. Cognitively, we're predisposed to detect patterns and causal relationships, sometimes seeing them where none exist. Motivationally, believing in our influence creates a comforting sense of predictability and security in an uncertain world. The illusion of control manifests in various domains. In financial contexts, it appears as investors believing they can consistently outperform markets despite overwhelming evidence that few can do so long-term. In professional settings, it emerges as managers taking excessive credit or blame for outcomes largely driven by external factors. In personal contexts, it surfaces as superstitious behaviors designed to influence inherently unpredictable events. This illusion creates several problems in self-perception and decision-making. It can lead to unwarranted self-criticism when random negative events are interpreted as personal failures. It can foster overconfidence in our ability to manage risks, leading to inadequate precautions. It can create misplaced effort as we focus on influencing uncontrollable factors while neglecting areas where we could make a genuine difference. And it can generate unnecessary stress as we assume responsibility for outcomes we cannot actually control. To counter the illusion of control, practice distinguishing between factors you can influence and those you cannot. Focus your energy and attention on the former while accepting the latter with equanimity. Evaluate outcomes based on decision quality rather than results, recognizing that good decisions can sometimes yield poor outcomes due to chance. And remember that acknowledging the limits of your control isn't pessimistic or defeatist. It's realistic and ultimately empowering, allowing you to direct your efforts where they can genuinely make a difference. Mind Trap 61, Dunning-Kruger Effect. The problem with the world is that the intelligent people are full of doubts, while the stupid ones are full of confidence. This observation, attributed to various thinkers over the years, captures the essence of the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias where people with limited knowledge or skill in a domain overestimate their competence, while those with high expertise may underestimate theirs. This creates the paradoxical situation where the least knowledgeable people are often the most confident in their abilities. The Dunning-Kruger effect reveals a fundamental asymmetry in how we evaluate our own competence. Those with limited knowledge lack the very expertise needed to recognize the gaps in their understanding. They don't know what they don't know, leading to inflated self-assessments. Meanwhile, genuine experts are acutely aware of the complexity and nuance in their field, often leading to more calibrated or even understated self-evaluations. This effect stems from metacognitive limitations, difficulties in accurately judging our own knowledge and performance. Without sufficient expertise in a domain, we lack the frameworks needed to evaluate competence, including our own. We may mistake familiarity for mastery or confuse basic understanding with comprehensive knowledge. These metacognitive errors create genuine belief in abilities that objective measures don't support. The Dunning-Kruger effect appears across domains. In professional settings, it manifests as novices who believe they've mastered skills that actually require years to develop. In intellectual contexts, it emerges as people with superficial knowledge making confident pronouncements on complex topics. In skill acquisition, it surfaces as the beginner's bubble, a period of inflated confidence after learning basics but before encountering complexity. This effect creates significant problems for self-development and decision-making. It can lead to premature skill plateaus when people believe they've achieved mastery and stop improving. It can cause poor decisions when people take on challenges beyond their actual capabilities. It can create resistance to feedback when novices believe they know better than experienced advisors. And it can generate interpersonal conflict when confidence and competence are misaligned. To counter the Dunning-Kruger effect, adopt an attitude of intellectual humility, recognizing that your assessment of your own abilities may be skewed. Seek objective feedback from knowledgeable others rather than relying solely on self-evaluation. Remember that feeling certain about your knowledge is not the same as actually possessing expertise. And perhaps most importantly, view domains of knowledge as increasingly complex the more you learn. If a subject seems simple to you, that may indicate limited rather than comprehensive understanding. Mind Trap 62, Imposter Syndrome. I don't deserve to be here. I've just been lucky. Soon everyone will discover I'm not as competent as they think. These thoughts reflect imposter syndrome, a psychological pattern where individuals doubt their accomplishments and fear being exposed as frauds, despite evidence of their competence. Unlike the Dunning-Kruger effect, where confidence exceeds ability, imposter syndrome creates the opposite mismatch. Ability exceeds confidence, often dramatically. Imposter syndrome represents a fascinating paradox in self-perception. It typically affects high-achieving individuals who have objective evidence of their capabilities, yet remain convinced they've somehow fooled others into overestimating them. This creates a persistent fear of being found out or exposed as less capable than perceived, despite continued success and positive feedback. This syndrome stems from several psychological factors. Perfectionistic standards create impossible benchmarks against which normal human performance always falls short. Attribution errors lead to discounting personal contributions to success while magnifying the role of luck or others' help. Memory biases highlight mistakes and struggles while minimizing achievements. And social comparison focuses on others' apparent ease and success rather than their unseen struggles. Imposter feelings manifest across contexts. In academic settings, they appear as accomplished students or scholars believing they were admitted or hired by mistake. In professional contexts, they emerge as successful individuals attributing their advancement to luck rather than merit. In creative fields, they surface as talented individuals feeling their work is somehow fraudulent despite recognition. While imposter syndrome can motivate conscientiousness and preparation, it creates significant psychological and practical problems. It generates chronic anxiety about evaluation and potential exposure. It leads to overwork as individuals try to compensate for perceived inadequacy. It can cause self-sabotage through procrastination or perfectionism, and it limits career advancement when qualified individuals avoid opportunities due to self-doubt. To counter imposter feelings, collect and review objective evidence of your capabilities and accomplishments. Recognize that competence feels different from the inside than it appears from the outside. Struggling with challenges doesn't mean you're failing. Normalize imposter feelings by discussing them with trusted others who often experience similar doubts. And remember that genuine frauds rarely worry about being imposters. Your concern itself suggests authenticity rather than deception. Mind Trap 63, Illusory Superiority, Above Average Effect. How would you rate your driving ability compared to the average person? Your intelligence? Your ethical standards? If you're like most people, you probably rated yourself above average on these dimensions. This pattern, where the majority of people believe they're better than average across various traits and abilities, reveals illusory superiority, also known as the above-average effect. Illusory superiority creates a statistical impossibility. Most people cannot be above average, yet most people believe they are. This systematic overestimation appears across domains, from driving skill to intelligence to moral character. It's particularly pronounced for subjective, hard-to-measure traits and for characteristics considered socially desirable. This bias stems from several psychological mechanisms. Self-enhancement motivation leads us to maintain positive self-views, including favorable comparisons to others. Egocentrism causes us to weight our own positive qualities more heavily than others' similar qualities. Availability heuristic makes our own strengths more salient than others' strengths, which we observe less frequently. And ambiguity in trait definitions allows flexible interpretations that favor self-evaluation. Illusory superiority manifests in various contexts. In workplace settings, it appears as the majority of employees rating their performance above the median. In educational contexts, it emerges as most students believing their work exceeds average quality. In social settings, it surfaces as people viewing themselves as more considerate, honest, or fair than typical others. While moderate self-enhancement can support psychological well-being and motivation, excessive illusory superiority creates significant problems. It can lead to complacency when people believe they're already exceptional and don't need improvement. It can cause poor decision-making when people overestimate their abilities relative to challenges. It can generate interpersonal conflict when self-perceptions clash with others' evaluations. and it can create resistance to feedback that contradicts inflated self-assessments. To counter illusory superiority, seek concrete, objective measures of performance rather than relying on subjective self-evaluation. Compare yourself to specific individuals rather than abstract averages, which reduces ambiguity. Consider your weaknesses as well as strengths when forming self-assessments. And remember that recognizing room for improvement doesn't diminish your worth. It creates opportunities for genuine growth and excellence. Mind Trap 64, Bias Blind Spot. I can see how other people are influenced by cognitive biases, but I'm pretty objective in my thinking. If this sentiment resonates with you, you're experiencing the bias blind spot, the tendency to recognize cognitive biases in others while failing to see the same biases in yourself. This meta-bias creates the ironic situation where people acknowledge biases as common human tendencies but exempt themselves from their influence. The bias blind spot represents a fundamental asymmetry in how we perceive thinking errors. When evaluating others' judgments, we focus on how their conclusions might be distorted by biases and motivated reasoning. When evaluating our own judgments, we focus on our subjective experience of thoughtful deliberation, which feels objective and rational from the inside, regardless of actual bias. This blind spot stems from introspection illusion, the belief that we can directly access our own mental processes through introspection, revealing any biases that might be present. In reality, biases operate largely outside awareness, influencing our thinking without leaving traces in conscious experience. We mistake the feeling of objectivity for actual objectivity, creating a persistent blind spot regarding our own cognitive limitations. The bias blind spot manifests across contexts. In discussions, it appears as readily identifying flaws in others' reasoning while defending similar patterns in our own. In conflicts, it emerges as seeing others as biased while viewing ourselves as responding reasonably to the situation. In decision-making, it surfaces as implementing debiasing strategies for others' judgments while trusting our own intuitions. This blind spot creates significant problems for critical thinking and interpersonal understanding. It leads to asymmetric standards, where we demand evidence and justification from others while accepting our own conclusions at face value. It creates barriers to self-improvement by preventing recognition of our own thinking errors. It generates conflict when each party sees the other as biased while viewing themselves as objective, and it undermines genuine dialogue by replacing mutual exploration with mutual accusations of irrationality. To counter the bias blind spot, assume bias in your own thinking rather than waiting for subjective evidence of it. Apply the same critical standards to your own conclusions that you apply to others. Implement structured debiasing techniques regardless of whether you feel biased. And remember that acknowledging your own cognitive limitations isn't a weakness, but a strength. It allows you to compensate for predictable errors and ultimately make better judgments. Mind Trap 65, Naive Realism. I see things as they really are. If others disagree, they must be misinformed, irrational, or biased. This belief reflects naive realism, the conviction that we perceive reality objectively, while those who disagree with us are subject to distorting influences. This creates an asymmetry where we view our own perspective as a direct reflection of reality, while seeing others' differing views as products of bias, irrationality, or manipulation. Naive realism represents one of the most fundamental biases in self-perception. We experience our perceptions not as interpretations of reality, but as reality itself. This creates a powerful intuition that anyone who sees things differently must be missing something obvious or deliberately distorting the truth. The possibility that our own perception might be limited or biased feels counterintuitive because we don't experience our perceptions as constructions, but as direct apprehensions. This bias stems from the phenomenology of perception, the subjective experience of seeing things as they are, rather than constructing interpretations based on limited information. We don't experience the complex neural processing that creates our perceptions. We experience only the end result, which feels like unmediated reality. This creates a natural assumption that our view is objective, while differing views must involve distortion. Naive realism manifests across contexts. In political discourse, it appears as each side believing they simply see facts clearly, while opponents are blinded by ideology. In relationships, it emerges as each person believing their account of conflicts represents objective reality, while the partner's account involves distortion. In organizations, it surfaces as different departments or levels believing they understand the real situation, while others have limited or biased perspectives. This bias creates significant problems for communication and conflict resolution. It leads to attributing disagreement to others' irrationality or bad faith, rather than to legitimate differences in perspective. It creates a sense that persuasion should be easy, just show others the obvious reality, leading to frustration when this fails. It generates escalating conflict as each party becomes increasingly convinced of the other's unreasonableness. And it prevents genuine perspective-taking as we struggle to imagine how a reasonable person could see things differently. To counter naive realism, practice intellectual humility by recognizing that your perceptions are constructions shaped by your experiences, values, and limitations. Consider how your background and position might create a particular vantage point rather than a complete view. Seek to understand others' perspectives not as distortions to correct, but as alternative constructions that might contain valuable insights. And remember that acknowledging the partiality of your perspective doesn't mean abandoning your values or conclusions. It means holding them with appropriate awareness of their contingency. Mind Trap 66, Curse of Knowledge. Have you ever explained something you understand well to someone unfamiliar with the topic, only to have them stare at you in confusion? Or perhaps you've written instructions that seemed perfectly clear to you but baffled those trying to follow them. These experiences reflect the curse of knowledge, the difficulty of imagining what it's like not to know something once you know it. The curse of knowledge creates a cognitive blind spot where experts struggle to understand the perspective of novices. Once we've mastered a concept or skill, we can't easily simulate the mental state of someone encountering it for the first time. The knowledge becomes so integrated into our thinking that we can't remember what it was like not to have it, making it difficult to communicate effectively with those who lack our expertise. This curse stems from several cognitive mechanisms. Memory limitations prevent us from accurately recalling our own earlier states of ignorance. Hindsight bias makes knowledge seem more obvious and straightforward than it actually was to acquire. Automaticity develops with expertise, making conscious access to processes difficult. And egocentric anchoring causes us to use our own knowledge state as a reference point for estimating others' understanding. The curse of knowledge manifests across contexts. In educational settings, it appears as instructors using terminology or concepts unfamiliar to students without adequate explanation. In workplace training, it emerges as experts skipping crucial steps that seem obvious to them but are essential for learners. In technical communication, it surfaces as documentation that assumes background knowledge readers don't possess. This curse creates significant problems for communication and knowledge transfer. It leads to explanations that make sense to experts but confuse novices. It causes frustration for both parties. Experts can't understand why others don't get it, while learners feel inadequate or blame the explanation. It creates inefficient learning as novices struggle to fill gaps experts didn't recognize. And it can damage credibility when experts seem unable to communicate clearly despite their knowledge. To counter the curse of knowledge, explicitly imagine your audience's starting point rather than your current understanding. Use concrete examples and analogies that connect new concepts to familiar ones. Invite frequent questions and feedback to identify gaps in your explanation. Test instructions or explanations with actual novices before finalizing them. And remember that what seems obvious to you reflects your expertise, not a failure of intelligence in those who don't immediately understand. Mind Trap 67, Hot-Cold Empathy Gap. Have you ever made firm commitments while calm and rational, only to abandon them when emotions run high? Or perhaps you've struggled to understand why someone in an emotional state can't just calm down and think clearly. These experiences reflect the hot-cold empathy gap, our difficulty predicting how we'll behave in emotional states when we're not currently experiencing them, and understanding others who are in different emotional states than we are. The hot-cold empathy gap creates a systematic misprediction of our own future behavior and misunderstanding of others' current behavior. When in a cold, non-emotional state, we underestimate how powerfully hot states, anger, fear, desire, pain, will influence our thinking and decisions. When in a hot state, we struggle to access the perspective of our calmer selves or understand others who aren't experiencing the same emotional intensity. This empathy gap stems from the state-dependent nature of cognition and memory. Our thinking processes differ significantly between emotional and non-emotional states, creating difficulty imagining alternative states from our current perspective. We can intellectually know that emotions affect behavior, but we can't easily simulate the phenomenological experience of a different state or its influence on our judgment. The hot-cold empathy gap manifests across contexts. In personal planning, it appears as underestimating how temptation, stress, or fatigue will affect future self-control. In interpersonal relationships, it emerges as difficulty understanding others' emotional reactions when we're not experiencing similar feelings. In professional settings, it surfaces as leaders in calm states, creating policies that don't account for how emotions will affect implementation. This empathy gap creates significant problems for self-regulation and interpersonal understanding. It leads to overconfident predictions about future behavior that don't account for state-dependent changes. It causes commitment devices, strategies to bind future behavior, that are either too weak or unnecessarily restrictive. It generates interpersonal conflict when we fail to appreciate how others' current emotional states influence their perspective. And it creates ineffective support attempts when we can't accurately imagine what would help someone in a different state than our own. To counter the hot-cold empathy gap, use past experience rather than current introspection to predict how emotional states will affect your behavior. Create commitment strategies that account for state-dependent preference changes. Practice perspective-taking that explicitly considers how different emotional states might influence perception and priorities. And remember that the seeming irrationality of emotional behavior often reflects genuine changes in information processing and value hierarchies, not simple failures of reason. Mind Trap 68, Third-Person Effect. Advertising doesn't affect me, but it probably influences most people. I can see through political propaganda, but others are easily manipulated. Social media doesn't shape my opinions, but it definitely impacts how other people think. These beliefs reflect the third-person effect, our tendency to believe that persuasive communications have a greater effect on others than on ourselves. This creates an asymmetry where we view ourselves as relatively immune to influence, while seeing others as more susceptible to persuasion, manipulation, or social pressure. The third-person effect represents a specific manifestation of illusory superiority in the domain of persuasion resistance. We generally consider ourselves more discerning, critical, and independent-minded than average, leading to the belief that we can detect and resist influence attempts that successfully sway others. This perception persists despite evidence that we are all influenced by media, advertising, and social messaging, often without awareness. This effect stems from several psychological mechanisms. Self-enhancement motivation leads us to view ourselves as autonomous agents rather than passive recipients of influence. Introspection illusion causes us to mistake the absence of conscious awareness of influence for absence of influence itself. And naive realism creates the sense that we see through persuasive attempts that fool others who lack our discernment. The third-person effect manifests across contexts. In media consumption, it appears as believing we maintain objective viewpoints, while others are swayed by biased sources. In consumer behavior, it emerges as assuming advertising affects others' purchasing decisions but not our own. In political contexts, it surfaces as seeing ourselves as forming independent judgments while viewing opposing partisans as manipulated by propaganda. This effect creates significant problems for self-awareness and social understanding. It leads to underestimating our own susceptibility to influence, making us more vulnerable to sophisticated persuasion. It creates a sense of superiority that can manifest as condescension toward gullible others. It generates support for censorship or regulation based on the belief that others need protection we don't require ourselves. And it prevents accurate understanding of social influence processes by maintaining the illusion that they primarily affect other people. To counter the third-person effect, assume you are influenced by the same forces that affect others, even when you don't consciously perceive this influence. Monitor your attitudes and behaviors for alignment with messages you've been exposed to, rather than assuming immunity. Consider how your consumption patterns, language use, and priorities might reflect external influence rather than purely independent judgment. And remember that influence often operates most effectively when we believe ourselves immune to it. Mind Trap 69, Need for Always Being Right, Defensiveness. I'm not defensive, you're just wrong. This response exemplifies the need for always being right, a psychological pattern where maintaining a perception of correctness becomes more important than discovering truth or resolving conflicts productively. This need creates a defensive posture toward any information or perspective that challenges existing beliefs, leading to arguments aimed at winning rather than understanding. The need for always being right represents one of the most significant barriers to personal growth and effective relationships. It transforms discussions from collaborative truth-seeking into competitive debates where admitting error feels like losing. This creates a rigid cognitive stance where contradictory information is rejected, alternative perspectives are dismissed, and learning opportunities are missed in service of preserving a self-image of infallibility. This pattern stems from several psychological factors. Ego protection motivates us to avoid the discomfort of acknowledging mistakes or limitations. Binary thinking frames disagreements as contests with winners and losers rather than opportunities for mutual learning. Identity fusion with beliefs makes challenges to those beliefs feel like personal attacks. And fear of vulnerability creates resistance to the perceived weakness of admitting error. The need for always being right manifests across contexts. In personal relationships, it appears as inability to apologize or acknowledge mistakes. In workplace settings, it emerges as defensive responses to feedback or suggestions. In intellectual discussions, it surfaces as arguing to win rather than to understand, with selective use of evidence and shifting standards of proof. This pattern creates significant problems for personal development and relationships. It prevents learning from mistakes by denying their existence. It damages trust when others perceive rigid defensiveness rather than good faith engagement. It creates unnecessary conflict by transforming differences of perspective into battles for correctness. And perhaps most importantly, it blocks access to new information and perspectives that could enhance understanding and effectiveness. To counter the need for always being right, practice intellectual humility by separating your worth from your correctness on specific issues. View disagreements as opportunities to learn rather than threats to defend against. Develop comfort with phrases like, "I was mistaken," or "That's a good point I hadn't considered." And remember that genuine strength lies not in never being wrong, but in being willing to revise views in light of new information, a capacity that ultimately leads to greater understanding and effectiveness than defensive rigidity. The hidden dimensions of self. As we've explored these 11 self-perception biases, a consistent theme emerges. Our view of ourselves is shaped by psychological forces that prioritize coherence, positivity, and self-protection over perfect accuracy. From the self-serving attributions we make for successes and failures to the blind spots we maintain about our own biases, these patterns reveal the complex and often paradoxical nature of self-knowledge. Understanding these biases doesn't mean you should abandon trust in your self-perception entirely. Rather, It suggests approaching self-knowledge with appropriate humility and skepticism, especially in domains where these biases are most likely to operate. By recognizing the ways self-perception naturally distorts, you can implement strategies to compensate, seeking external feedback, considering alternative interpretations of your experiences, and distinguishing between subjective feelings and objective indicators. Self-perception biases, like the cognitive distortions, memory biases, social perception biases, and group dynamics we've explored in previous chapters, operate largely outside conscious awareness. They feel like truth rather than interpretation. But by developing awareness of these patterns, you gain the power to question automatic self-assessments and develop more accurate, compassionate self-understanding. The biases we've examined in this chapter affect how we see ourselves. But what about the forces that shape our motivation and productivity? The hidden factors that determine whether we follow through on intentions, persist through challenges, or abandon goals prematurely. In the next chapter, we'll explore the fascinating world of motivation and productivity traps, the invisible barriers that prevent us from accomplishing what matters most, despite our best intentions and genuine desire for achievement. You'll discover why willpower alone is often insufficient and how the mind's approach to effort, reward, and time creates predictable patterns of procrastination, distraction, and burnout that can undermine even the most determined individuals. Chapter 7. Motivation and Productivity Traps. You have goals, dreams, ambitions, things you want to accomplish, create, or become. You've read the books, watched the videos, and set your intentions. You know what you want to achieve and why it matters to you. You've even mapped out the steps to get there. And yet, something keeps getting in the way. Despite your best intentions, you find yourself putting things off until tomorrow. You start projects with enthusiasm, only to abandon them halfway. You set deadlines that quietly slip by unmet. You spend your days busy, but somehow make little progress on what truly matters. The gap between what you intend to do and what you actually accomplish remains stubbornly wide. If this sounds familiar, you're not alone. The struggle to convert intention into action is universal, affecting everyone from aspiring creators to seasoned professionals. But why is this struggle so common? Why do we so often fail to do what we genuinely want to do? The conventional wisdom suggests simple answers: lack of willpower, poor time management, or insufficient motivation. But these explanations miss the deeper psychological dynamics at play. The truth is that our minds contain hidden mechanisms that systematically undermine our productivity and sabotage our best intentions, often without our awareness. These mechanisms aren't random. They follow specific patterns that psychologists have identified through decades of research. Understanding these patterns can transform how you approach work and goal pursuit. It can help you recognize when your mind is working against you and implement strategies to realign your actions with your intentions. In this chapter, we'll explore 12 common traps that derail motivation and productivity. These aren't character flaws or moral failings, but predictable psychological patterns that affect virtually everyone. By understanding these traps, you'll gain insight into the hidden forces that shape your work habits. More importantly, you'll learn practical strategies to overcome these obstacles and finally close the gap between intention and action. Let's begin by examining one of the most universal productivity challenges, a pattern so common that it affects an estimated 95% of people to some degree. Mind Trap 70, Procrastination. I'll do it tomorrow. This simple statement captures one of the most pervasive and puzzling human behaviors: procrastination, the act of unnecessarily postponing tasks despite knowing that doing so will likely lead to negative consequences. It's the gap between intention and action, the delay between what we plan to do and when we actually do it. What makes procrastination so fascinating is its seemingly irrational nature. We procrastinate on tasks we genuinely want or need to complete. We do this even when we know postponement will make the task harder, increase our stress, or diminish the quality of our work. And perhaps most puzzlingly, we often feel bad about procrastinating, yet continue to do it anyway. This pattern reveals something profound about human psychology. Knowing what to do isn't the same as doing it. Our behavior isn't driven solely by rational calculation, but by complex emotional and motivational forces that can override our best intentions. Contrary to popular belief, procrastination isn't primarily about laziness or poor time management. Research reveals it's fundamentally an emotion regulation problem. We delay tasks that trigger negative emotions like anxiety, boredom, frustration, or self-doubt. Procrastination becomes a counterproductive coping mechanism. We avoid the task to avoid the unpleasant feelings associated with it. This emotional basis explains why willpower alone often fails to solve procrastination. When we frame procrastination as a discipline problem, we miss its emotional roots and try to force ourselves through sheer determination. But if the underlying emotional triggers remain unaddressed, willpower eventually depletes and procrastination returns. Procrastination takes various forms. Sometimes it's obvious, watching videos instead of working on an assignment. But it can also be subtle, like productive procrastination, doing useful but less important tasks to avoid higher priority ones, or planning fallacy, underestimating how long tasks will take, leading to perpetual time pressure. The costs of chronic procrastination extend beyond immediate stress. It can damage professional reputation when deadlines are missed. It creates unnecessary time pressure that reduces work quality. It generates persistent guilt and shame that undermine well-being. And perhaps most significantly, it prevents achievement of long-term goals that require consistent action over time. To overcome procrastination, focus on managing the emotions that trigger delay rather than just forcing action through willpower. Break tasks into smaller, less intimidating steps to reduce anxiety. Use implementation intentions, specific plans for when, where, and how you'll work, to bypass the decision points where procrastination often occurs. Create external accountability through deadlines, work partners, or public commitments, and practice self-compassion rather than self-criticism when you do procrastinate, as harsh self-judgment often triggers further avoidance. Remember that overcoming procrastination isn't about becoming perfect, but about developing strategies that work with your psychology rather than against it. By understanding procrastination as an emotional regulation challenge rather than a character flaw, you can develop more effective approaches to bridging the gap between intention and action. Mind Trap 71, Hyperbolic Discounting, Present Bias. Why is it so hard to save for retirement, or to work on long-term projects with distant payoffs, or to maintain habits that produce benefits only after consistent practice? These challenges reflect hyperbolic discounting, our tendency to prefer smaller, immediate rewards over larger, delayed ones, even when the latter would objectively serve our interests better. This bias creates a fundamental tension in human motivation. Our rational mind can see the value of long-term investments and delayed gratification, but our emotional decision-making system heavily discounts future rewards in favor of immediate ones. The further away a reward is in time, the less motivational pull it exerts on our current behavior. What makes hyperbolic discounting particularly challenging is its inconsistency over time. When considering two future rewards, we can make rational choices, for instance, preferring $110 in 31 days over $100 in 30 days. But as the sooner reward approaches the present, our preference suddenly shifts. We'll take $100 today rather than $110 tomorrow, even though the time difference remains the same. This creates a situation where we make plans for our future selves that we later abandon when the moment of choice arrives. This present bias stems from our evolutionary history. For most of human existence, the future was highly uncertain, and immediate survival concerns took precedence over long-term planning. Our brains evolved to prioritize immediate rewards because in ancestral environments, there was no guarantee of being alive to collect delayed benefits. This adaptive mechanism becomes maladaptive in modern contexts where long-term investments often yield the greatest returns. The consequences of hyperbolic discounting extend across life domains. In financial decisions, it leads to insufficient saving and excessive borrowing. In health behaviors, it causes prioritization of immediate pleasure over long-term well-being. In professional development, it results in neglect of skills that require sustained practice before yielding benefits. And in creative projects, it creates difficulty maintaining momentum through the extended middle phase between exciting beginnings and satisfying completions. To counter hyperbolic discounting, create systems that align immediate incentives with long-term goals. Use pre-commitment strategies that restrict future choices, like automatic savings transfers or website blockers during designated work periods. Increase the vividness of future rewards through detailed visualization or tracking progress toward goals. Establish routines that remove daily decision points where present bias typically intervenes, and create artificial immediacy by breaking long-term goals into smaller milestones with more frequent rewards. By understanding how your brain naturally discounts future rewards, you can design environments and systems that work with this tendency rather than against it. The key isn't fighting your preference for immediate gratification, but structuring your life so that what feels immediately rewarding also serves your long-term interests. Mind Trap 72: Analysis Paralysis, Overthinking. Have you ever spent hours researching a purchase only to end up buying nothing? Or meticulously planned a project but never actually started it? Or endlessly weighed options for a decision until the opportunity passed entirely? These experiences reflect analysis paralysis, a state where excessive information gathering, option evaluation, or outcome simulation prevents decisive action. Analysis paralysis represents a paradoxical productivity trap. It masquerades as diligence and thoroughness. After all, isn't careful consideration better than impulsive action? But when analysis becomes an end in itself rather than a means to informed decision-making, it transforms from productive preparation into a form of avoidance that prevents progress. This paralysis stems from several psychological factors. Fear of making the wrong choice creates excessive caution, especially when decisions feel consequential or irreversible. Perfectionism drives continued refinement of plans or gathering of information in pursuit of an ideal but often unattainable standard. Information overload overwhelms cognitive capacity, making it harder to synthesize data into clear conclusions. And uncertainty aversion leads to continued analysis as a way to create an illusion of control in ambiguous situations. Analysis paralysis manifests in various contexts. In consumer decisions, it appears as endless comparison of options without purchase. In creative work, it emerges as perpetual planning without execution. In organizational settings, it surfaces as committees that study issues extensively without implementing solutions. In each case, the core dynamic is the same. Analysis becomes disconnected from its purpose of informing action and instead becomes a substitute for action. The costs of chronic overthinking extend beyond delayed decisions. It consumes mental bandwidth that could be directed toward implementation. It creates opportunity costs when analysis time exceeds the value of potential improvements in the decision. It generates stress from unresolved issues that remain perpetually under consideration. And perhaps most importantly, it prevents the learning that comes from actual experience, which often provides more valuable information than continued theoretical analysis. To overcome analysis paralysis, establish clear decision criteria and timelines before beginning analysis to prevent open-ended deliberation. Embrace the satisficing principle, seeking solutions that are good enough rather than optimal for decisions where perfect information is impossible or the costs of continued analysis outweigh potential benefits. Use structured decision-making frameworks to organize information rather than collecting it endlessly. And remember that in many contexts, the cost of inaction exceeds the cost of imperfect action, making decide and adjust a better strategy than analyze until certain. By recognizing when analysis has reached the point of diminishing returns, you can shift from perpetual deliberation to purposeful action, allowing real-world feedback to guide subsequent adjustments rather than trying to anticipate every possibility in advance. Mind Trap 3: Shiny Object Syndrome. A new project beckons. It's exciting, full of possibility, and promises to be more interesting than what you're currently working on. You pivot to this new direction with enthusiasm, setting aside your previous focus. But before long, another compelling opportunity appears, and the cycle repeats. Months or years pass with numerous beginnings but few completions. This pattern reflects shiny object syndrome, the tendency to chase new ideas, opportunities, or tools while abandoning current projects before they reach fruition. Shiny object syndrome represents a particularly seductive productivity trap because it feels like progress. Each new direction brings a surge of motivation and creative energy. You're busy, engaged, and constantly learning. But this apparent productivity masks a deeper problem. Without follow-through, even the most brilliant beginnings yield little lasting value. True achievement typically requires sustained focus through the less exciting middle phases of projects, precisely when the next shiny object appears most tempting. This syndrome stems from several psychological factors. Novelty naturally triggers dopamine release, creating a neurochemical reward for pursuing new directions. The early stages of projects offer immediate positive feedback and rapid learning curves, while middle stages often involve more challenging, less immediately rewarding work. Fear of missing out, FOMO, creates anxiety about passing up exciting opportunities. And sometimes, switching to new projects serves as an avoidance mechanism when current work encounters obstacles or requires pushing through discomfort. Shiny object syndrome manifests across domains. In entrepreneurship, it appears as constantly pivoting business models without fully developing any single approach. In creative fields, it emerges as numerous half-finished works abandoned when inspiration wanes. In skill development, it surfaces as sampling many disciplines without achieving mastery in any. In each case, the pattern prevents the depth of engagement and persistence through challenges that meaningful achievement typically requires. The costs of chronic project switching extend beyond the obvious lack of completions. It creates a habit of abandoning work when it becomes difficult rather than developing resilience through challenges. It prevents the deep expertise that comes from extended engagement with a single domain. It wastes resources invested in initial stages that never yield returns. And perhaps most subtly, it can undermine self-trust as you accumulate a history of abandoned commitments to yourself. To overcome shiny object syndrome, implement a finish-to-start rule requiring completion or deliberate abandonment with lessons learned of current projects before beginning new ones. Create a later list to capture exciting ideas without immediately acting on them, allowing time to evaluate their true potential after the initial enthusiasm fades. Develop clear criteria for what constitutes a worthwhile opportunity, reducing impulsive pivots, and cultivate awareness of the psychological dynamics driving project switching, particularly when it coincides with hitting obstacles in current work. By distinguishing between genuine strategic pivots and novelty-seeking distractions, you can maintain the flexibility to pursue promising opportunities while developing the follow-through necessary to transform potential into achievement. Mind Trap 74, Multitasking Myth, Task Switching Trap. Responding to emails during meetings. Checking messages while writing a report. Jumping between multiple projects throughout the day. These behaviors reflect belief in the multitasking myth, the widespread but false notion that handling multiple tasks simultaneously increases productivity. Despite overwhelming evidence that multitasking reduces both efficiency and quality, this myth persists as one of the most common productivity traps. The multitasking myth represents a fundamental misunderstanding of how our brains process information. What we call multitasking is actually rapid task switching, moving attention back and forth between different activities. Each switch incurs cognitive costs as the brain must disengage from one task, activate the rules and context for another, and then refocus. These switching costs accumulate, reducing overall performance and increasing errors. Research consistently shows that multitasking impairs productivity in numerous ways. It increases completion time for all involved tasks compared to sequential focus. It raises error rates as divided attention misses important details. It depletes mental energy faster due to the additional cognitive load of constant refocusing. And perhaps most insidiously, it creates an illusion of productivity, the feeling of being busy and engaged, while actually reducing effective output. Why does this myth persist despite contradicting both research and experience? Several factors contribute. Our technological environment encourages constant connectivity and immediate responsiveness, creating external pressure for continuous task switching. The momentary dopamine hit from checking messages or social media creates a neurochemical reward for distraction. And perhaps most significantly, we systematically misjudge our own multitasking ability. Studies show that those who multitask most frequently are often least aware of how it impairs their performance. The costs of chronic multitasking extend beyond immediate productivity losses. It trains the brain to seek constant stimulation, making sustained attention increasingly difficult. It prevents the deep work and flow states where highest quality creative output typically emerges. It increases stress as multiple incomplete tasks maintain cognitive load, and it fragments experience, reducing both work satisfaction and the sense of meaningful accomplishment that comes from full engagement. To overcome the multitasking myth, practice single tasking, giving complete attention to one activity before moving to the next. Batch similar tasks together to reduce context switching costs. Create environmental conditions that support focus by silencing notifications and removing visual distractions during important work. Schedule specific times for checking messages rather than responding continuously, and recognize that responsiveness and deep focus represent a trade-off. Trying to maximize both simultaneously typically achieves neither. By aligning your work patterns with how your brain actually functions, rather than how you might wish it worked, you can achieve both greater productivity and reduce stress, accomplishing more while feeling less scattered and depleted. Mindtrap 75, Perfectionism. It's not quite ready yet. I need to make a few more adjustments. It could be better. These statements reflect perfectionism, setting excessively high standards and being unable to accept anything that falls short of an idealized vision. While often mistaken for high standards or attention to detail, true perfectionism goes beyond quality orientation to create a psychological trap that paradoxically undermines both productivity and quality. Perfectionism represents one of the most misunderstood productivity challenges. Many wear it as a badge of honor, considering it synonymous with excellence. But research consistently shows that perfectionism correlates with procrastination, reduced creativity, increased stress, and lower overall achievement. The perfectionist's fixation on flawlessness creates paralysis that prevents both completion and the iterative improvement that leads to genuine excellence. This trap stems from several psychological factors. Fear of negative evaluation drives excessive concern about how others will judge the work. Black and white thinking creates a false dichotomy where work is either perfect or worthless. Contingent self-worth ties personal value to achievement, making anything less than perfection feel like personal failure. And sometimes, perfectionism serves as a protection mechanism. If you never finish, you never have to face potential rejection or criticism. Perfectionism manifests in various ways. Sometimes it appears as endless revision, polishing work well beyond the point of meaningful improvement. Other times, it creates procrastination, delaying start or completion because conditions aren't ideal. It can manifest as all-or-nothing effort, abandoning projects entirely if they can't be perfect. And it often involves excessive focus on minor details while losing sight of overall purpose and impact. The costs of perfectionism extend beyond reduced productivity. It creates chronic dissatisfaction as nothing ever feels good enough. It generates anxiety about potential flaws or negative judgments. It prevents the learning that comes from completing work and receiving feedback. And perhaps most ironically, it often results in lower quality outcomes as perfect becomes the enemy of good. Projects remain incomplete or are submitted at the last minute without time for genuine improvement. To overcome perfectionism, distinguish between high standards, which focus on excellence, and perfectionism, which demands flawlessness. Adopt an iterative approach where work improves through successive versions rather than emerging perfect initially. Practice self-compassion when work falls short of ideals, recognizing that imperfection is universal rather than personal failure. And reframe the purpose of work from achieving perfection to creating value, learning, or expressing ideas, purposes that don't require flawlessness. By shifting from perfectionism to healthy striving, you can maintain commitment to quality while removing the psychological barriers that prevent completion and sharing of work. This balanced approach ultimately leads to greater achievement than the paralysis of perfectionism. Mind Trap 76. People-pleasing, difficulty saying no. I'd be happy to help with that. Sure, I can take on another project. No problem, I'll make it work. These responses might seem like the mark of a good colleague or friend, but when they come at the expense of your own priorities, capacity, or well-being, they reflect people-pleasing, the pattern of prioritizing others' requests and approval over your own needs and boundaries. This pattern creates a productivity trap where your time and energy are directed by others' priorities rather than your own. People-pleasing represents a particularly challenging productivity obstacle because it masquerades as virtue. Being helpful, accommodating, and responsive to others' needs are positive qualities. But when these behaviors become automatic regardless of context or cost, they transform from genuine generosity into a dysfunctional pattern that undermines both personal effectiveness and authentic relationships. This pattern stems from several psychological factors. Fear of disapproval or conflict creates anxiety about potential negative reactions to boundaries. Contingent self-worth ties personal value to others' approval or gratitude. Empathy without boundaries leads to taking on others' problems as personal responsibilities. And sometimes, helping others serves as a distraction from challenging personal priorities or a way to feel needed and valuable. People-pleasing manifests in various ways. Sometimes it appears as immediate agreement to requests without considering capacity or consequences. Other times, it creates over-delivering, going far beyond what's necessary to ensure approval. It can manifest as difficulty delegating because it's easier to do it myself, and it often involves prioritizing others' urgent requests over your own important but non-urgent work. The costs of chronic people-pleasing extend beyond immediate productivity losses. It creates resentment when you consistently sacrifice your needs for others who may not reciprocate. It prevents authentic relationships based on mutual respect rather than approval seeking. It leads to burnout when demands exceed capacity. And perhaps most significantly, it disconnects you from your own priorities and purpose as your time becomes directed by others' requests rather than your core values and goals. To overcome people-pleasing, practice the pause, taking time to consider requests before responding rather than agreeing automatically. Develop scripts for gracious boundaries, such as, "I'd love to help, but my schedule won't allow it right now," or "That's not something I can take on, but here's what I can offer." Distinguish between genuine generosity, which comes from choice and abundance, and people-pleasing, which comes from fear and obligation. And recognize that clear boundaries ultimately serve both you and others by preventing overcommitment that leads to resentment or subpar delivery. By shifting from reflexive accommodation to thoughtful discernment about when and how to help others, you can maintain generosity and responsiveness while protecting the time and energy needed for your own priorities and well-being. Mind Trap 77. Fear of failure. What would you attempt if you knew you couldn't fail? This popular question reveals something profound about human psychology. Fear of failure constrains our actions and ambitions, often preventing us from pursuing what matters most. This fear, the excessive dread of making mistakes, underperforming, or not succeeding, creates a productivity trap where safety takes precedence over growth and possibility. Fear of failure represents one of the most fundamental barriers to achievement and fulfillment. It limits what we attempt, how we approach challenges, and how we respond to setbacks. While reasonable caution serves an adaptive function, excessive fear of failure leads to avoidance of valuable opportunities, reluctance to persist through challenges, and defensive strategies that ultimately undermine success. This fear stems from several psychological factors. Perfectionism creates unrealistic standards where anything less than flawless performance feels like failure. Fixed mindset frames abilities as static traits revealed by performance rather than developed through effort. Contingent self-worth ties personal value to achievements rather than intrinsic qualities. And sometimes, fear of failure masks deeper fears of rejection, inadequacy, or loss of identity. Fear of failure manifests in various ways. Sometimes it appears as procrastination, delaying action to avoid potential failure. Other times it creates self-sabotage, unconsciously undermining performance to provide an excuse for failure. It can manifest as playing it safe, choosing only challenges with guaranteed success. And it often involves excessive focus on outcomes rather than process, creating performance anxiety that interferes with execution. The costs of chronic failure avoidance extend beyond missed opportunities. It prevents the learning and growth that come from stretching beyond comfort zones. It creates persistent anxiety about potential negative outcomes rather than engagement with present experience. It leads to regret about paths not taken and potential not fulfilled. And perhaps most ironically, it often increases the likelihood of failure by generating hesitation, tension, and divided attention during performance. To overcome fear of failure, reframe failure as feedback and learning rather than final judgment of ability or worth. Focus on process goals, developing skills, applying effort, rather than solely outcome goals, achieving specific results. Practice self-compassion when facing setbacks, recognizing that struggle and occasional failure are universal human experiences rather than personal deficiencies. And start with small, manageable risks to build confidence before attempting larger challenges. By shifting from fear of failure to growth through challenge, you can expand what you're willing to attempt and how you respond to inevitable setbacks. This resilient approach ultimately leads to greater achievement than the constrained path of failure avoidance. Mind Trap 78, Fixed Mindset. I'm just not a math person. Either you have talent or you don't. I've always been bad at public speaking. These statements reflect fixed mindset, the belief that abilities, intelligence, and talents are static traits rather than qualities that can be developed through effort and practice. This mindset creates a productivity trap where challenges are avoided rather than embraced, feedback is perceived as threatening rather than helpful, and setbacks are interpreted as evidence of inherent limitations rather than opportunities for growth. Fixed mindset represents a fundamental constraint on human potential. It shapes how we approach learning, respond to challenges, interpret feedback, and understand achievement. While a growth mindset, believing abilities can be developed through dedication and hard work, fosters resilience and continuous improvement, fixed mindset creates psychological barriers that limit both effort and achievement. This mindset stems from several factors. Early experiences with praise focused on traits, "you're so smart," rather than process, "you worked hard," can instill fixed beliefs about ability. Cultural messages often reinforce notions of innate talent rather than developed skill. And sometimes fixed mindset serves as a protection mechanism. If abilities are fixed, failure reflects inherent limitations rather than insufficient effort, a belief that can feel safer than acknowledging untapped potential. Fixed mindset manifests in various ways. Sometimes it appears as challenge avoidance, sticking to what comes easily to maintain the appearance of competence. Other times it creates defensive responses to feedback, interpreting suggestions for improvement as criticism of inherent ability. It can manifest as giving up quickly when facing obstacles. "This proves I don't have what it takes." And it often involves comparing yourself to others rather than focusing on personal growth, creating either complacency or discouragement depending on the comparison. The costs of fixed mindset extend beyond immediate performance limitations. It creates a need to repeatedly prove ability rather than focusing on improvement. It generates anxiety about potential failure, revealing inherent limitations. It prevents the sustained effort and deliberate practice necessary for mastery. And perhaps most significantly, it constrains potential by defining capabilities in terms of current abilities rather than future possibilities. To overcome fixed mindset, focus on process and effort rather than innate ability. I haven't mastered this yet, instead of, I'm not good at this. Embrace challenges as opportunities for growth rather than tests of fixed ability. View feedback as information about current performance rather than judgment of inherent capacity. And recognize that virtually all complex skills develop through sustained practice rather than springing fully formed from natural talent. By shifting from fixed to growth mindset, you can transform how you approach challenges, respond to setbacks, and understand your own potential. This shift doesn't deny differences in natural inclinations or starting points, but recognizes that human capabilities are far more malleable than fixed mindset suggests, a recognition that opens rather than closes doors to achievement and fulfillment. Mind Trap 79, Learned Helplessness. What's the point of trying? Nothing I do makes a difference. It's always going to be this way. There's nothing I can do about it. These statements reflect learned helplessness, a psychological state where repeated experiences with uncontrollable negative outcomes create a belief that future situations are also beyond control, leading to passivity even when change is actually possible. This pattern creates a productivity trap where potential actions are abandoned before they're attempted based on the assumption that effort is futile. Learned helplessness represents one of the most debilitating psychological patterns affecting motivation and achievement. It shapes how we perceive opportunities, whether we initiate action, and how long we persist in the face of obstacles. While accurate recognition of uncontrollable circumstances can prevent wasted effort, learned helplessness extends this perception beyond appropriate boundaries, creating a generalized belief in powerlessness that undermines effective action even in controllable domains. This pattern stems from experiences with non-contingency, situations where outcomes occur regardless of actions taken. When such experiences are repeated, the mind forms a general expectation that actions and outcomes are unrelated, leading to three characteristic deficits: motivational, reduced initiation of voluntary actions; cognitive, difficulty learning that responses can produce effects; and emotional, depression and related states. Learned helplessness manifests in various contexts. In work settings, it appears as disengagement, going through motions without genuine effort to improve outcomes. In personal development, it emerges as abandoning goals after initial setbacks. What's the use of trying? In organizational contexts, it surfaces as resistance to change initiatives based on the belief that nothing ever really changes around here. In each case, the core dynamic involves preemptive surrender based on the assumption that effort cannot influence outcomes. The costs of learned helplessness extend beyond specific abandoned opportunities. It creates a self-reinforcing cycle where lack of action prevents the very experiences that could disprove the helplessness belief. It generates depression and related emotional states, as perceived lack of control is a primary contributor to these conditions. It leads to diminished performance, even in areas unrelated to the original helplessness-inducing experiences. And perhaps most insidiously, it can become part of identity. This is just how I am, further cementing the pattern. To overcome learned helplessness, focus on small, achievable goals that rebuild the connection between actions and outcomes. Practice identifying specific, controllable aspects of situations rather than generalizing helplessness across domains. Seek environments that provide clear, consistent feedback about the relationship between efforts and results. And recognize that learned helplessness is a conditioned response to specific experiences rather than an accurate reflection of reality or personal capacity. By gradually rebuilding the sense of agency through experiences of successful control, you can transform learned helplessness into what might be called learned optimism, the expectation that thoughtful effort can influence outcomes in meaningful ways, even if perfect control is never possible. Mind Trap 80, Burnout Overwork Trap. I just need to push through this busy period. I'll rest when this project is finished. I can handle it, I'm fine. These statements often precede burnout, a state of chronic stress leading to physical and emotional exhaustion, cynicism, and reduced effectiveness. The burnout overwork trap represents a particularly dangerous productivity pattern because it masquerades as dedication and work ethic while actually undermining both well-being and sustainable performance. Burnout represents the ultimate productivity paradox. In attempting to accomplish more through extended hours and relentless effort, we trigger a state that dramatically reduces our capacity for effective work. What begins as commitment to achievement transforms into a condition where even basic tasks require enormous effort, creativity disappears, and the meaning that initially motivated the work fades into cynicism or apathy. This trap stems from several factors. Cultural glorification of hustle and grinding normalizes unhealthy work patterns. Technological connectivity erases natural boundaries between work and rest. Identity fusion with professional role creates difficulty separating self-worth from productivity. And sometimes, overwork serves as avoidance of personal issues or uncomfortable emotions that might surface during downtime. Burnout develops progressively through several stages. It often begins with enthusiasm and high ideals, transitions to increasing stress and effort to maintain performance, progresses to chronic fatigue and cynicism as protective detachment, and culminates in crisis where continued functioning becomes impossible. This progression can occur so gradually that serious depletion occurs before the pattern is recognized. The costs of burnout extend far beyond temporary exhaustion. It creates physical health consequences, including increased vulnerability to illness and potential long-term conditions. It generates emotional depletion that affects all life domains, not just work. It leads to cognitive impairment, including reduced creativity, problem-solving ability, and decision quality. And perhaps most significantly, it disconnects you from the meaning and purpose that make work worthwhile, transforming what might have been a calling into merely a depleting obligation. To prevent or recover from burnout, establish clear boundaries between work and rest periods, recognizing that recovery is an essential component of sustainable productivity rather than an indulgence. Prioritize sleep, which research consistently shows is non-negotiable for cognitive function and emotional regulation. Cultivate meaningful activities and relationships outside work to maintain perspective and multiple sources of identity and fulfillment. And recognize early warning signs like increased cynicism, persistent fatigue despite rest, or emotional numbness as signals requiring immediate attention rather than problems to push through. By shifting from a sprint mentality to a sustainable pace, you can maintain high performance over the long term while preserving the well-being and engagement that make work meaningful. This balanced approach ultimately produces greater lifetime achievement than the self-defeating pattern of overwork and burnout. Mind Trap 81, Urgency Effect, Mere Urgency Trap. Why do we often spend our days responding to emails, attending meetings, and handling minor issues while our most important projects remain untouched? This pattern reflects the urgency effect, our tendency to prioritize tasks that feel time-sensitive over those that are actually more important but less immediately pressing. This creates a productivity trap where urgent matters consistently displace important ones, regardless of their relative value. The urgency effect represents one of the most common barriers to meaningful achievement. It shapes how we allocate limited time and attention, often directing these precious resources toward immediately demanding but ultimately low-value activities at the expense of potentially transformative but less time-sensitive work. While some urgent matters genuinely require immediate attention, this bias leads us to overvalue urgency as a criterion for prioritization, creating chronic neglect of important but non-urgent domains. This effect stems from several psychological factors. Completion bias creates preference for tasks that can be quickly finished and checked off. Cognitive load from uncompleted tasks generates psychological pressure for closure. Visible accountability for immediate deadlines often exceeds accountability for longer-term commitments. And sometimes, urgent tasks provide a convenient escape from the ambiguity or challenge of more important but complex work. The urgency effect manifests across contexts. In professional settings, it appears as constant firefighting that prevents strategic work or long-term development. In personal life, it emerges as perpetually delayed, meaningful projects while daily demands consume available time. In organizational contexts, it surfaces as cultures where immediate responsiveness is valued over thoughtful prioritization based on impact. The costs of chronic urgency orientation extend beyond specific displaced priorities. It creates a reactive rather than proactive orientation to work and life, where external demands rather than internal values drive behavior. It generates stress from constant time pressure without compensating sense of meaningful accomplishment. It leads to skills stagnation when development activities, important but not urgent, are consistently postponed. And perhaps most significantly, it prevents the deep work and sustained focus that produce breakthrough contributions and personal mastery. To overcome the urgency effect, deliberately schedule time for important but non-urgent activities before filling your calendar with immediately pressing matters. Use the Eisenhower matrix or similar frameworks to explicitly distinguish between urgent and important dimensions when prioritizing. Create artificial urgency for important tasks through deadlines, commitments, or accountability structures. And recognize that what feels most pressing in the moment may not align with what you'll consider most valuable in retrospect. By consciously counterbalancing the natural pull toward urgency with intentional focus on importance, you can ensure that immediate demands don't consistently displace the activities that create lasting value and meaningful achievement. This balanced approach ultimately produces both greater impact and greater fulfillment than the reactive pattern of urgency-driven prioritization. The hidden forces behind productivity. As we've explored these 12 motivation and productivity traps, a consistent theme emerges. Our behavior is shaped by psychological forces that often operate outside our awareness, yet powerfully influence what we do and don't accomplish. From the emotional avoidance driving procrastination to the present bias that discounts future rewards, these hidden mechanisms can systematically undermine our best intentions. Understanding these patterns doesn't guarantee immunity from their influence. These traps are deeply rooted in human psychology and will likely remain challenging throughout life. But awareness creates choice. By recognizing these patterns when they emerge, you can implement specific countermeasures rather than simply repeating unproductive cycles or blaming yourself for lack of willpower or discipline. The most effective approach combines this psychological awareness with practical systems that work with rather than against your natural tendencies. Rather than relying solely on motivation or willpower, resources that fluctuate and deplete, create environments, routines, and accountability structures that make productive behavior the path of least resistance. This structural approach acknowledges human limitations while creating conditions that support consistent progress toward what matters most. The productivity traps we've examined in this chapter affect how we approach work and goal pursuit. But what about the deeper patterns that shape how we perceive and respond to risk, uncertainty, and value? In the next chapter, we'll explore the fascinating world of risk and value biases, the hidden forces that influence how we evaluate opportunities, assess dangers, and make decisions with incomplete information. You'll discover why we fear certain risks while ignoring others, why we cling to what we have even when letting go would serve us better, and how these patterns can lead us to miss opportunities hiding in plain sight. Chapter 8. Risk and Value Biases. Would you rather receive $900 with certainty or have a 90% chance of winning $1,000? Most people choose the guaranteed $900 even though the expected value of the gamble is higher, $900 versus $900. Now consider a different scenario. Would you rather lose $900 with certainty or face a 90% chance of losing $1,000? Here, most people prefer the gamble, despite identical expected values. This pattern reveals something profound about human psychology. We don't evaluate risks and rewards symmetrically. Our decisions about what to pursue, what to avoid, and what to value aren't based solely on rational calculations of probability and magnitude. Instead, they're shaped by powerful psychological forces that often operate outside our awareness. These forces aren't random. They follow specific patterns that create predictable distortions in how we perceive risk, evaluate options, and make decisions under uncertainty. Understanding these patterns can transform how you approach choices involving potential gains and losses, choices that ultimately shape your career, relationships, investments, and personal development. In this chapter, we'll explore 7 common biases that affect how we evaluate risks and assign value. These aren't character flaws or signs of irrationality, but natural tendencies that evolved for good reasons, yet can lead us astray in modern contexts. By understanding these biases, you'll gain insight into the hidden forces that shape your decisions about what to pursue and what to avoid. More importantly, you'll learn practical strategies to make better choices when facing uncertainty. Let's begin by examining one of the most fundamental biases in human psychology, one that profoundly shapes our relationship with risk and opportunity. Mind Trap 2, Loss Aversion. Imagine you're offered a coin flip bet. Heads, you win $150, tails, you lose $100. Would you take it? Despite the positive expected value, most people decline this gamble. In fact, research shows that potential losses generally need to be outweighed by potential gains of roughly twice their size before most people will accept a risky proposition. This reluctance reveals loss aversion, our tendency to feel the pain of losses more intensely than the pleasure of equivalent gains. We don't just dislike losses, we're actually wired to experience them with greater emotional impact than corresponding gains. Losing $100 hurts more than finding $100 feels good, even though the objective value is identical. Loss aversion represents one of the most powerful forces shaping human decision-making. It influences countless choices, from investment decisions to career moves to relationship commitments. This asymmetry between how we experience gains and losses creates a fundamental bias toward preserving what we have rather than pursuing what we might gain. A bias that can either protect us from reckless risks or prevent us from seizing valuable opportunities. Why does this asymmetry exist? From an evolutionary perspective, loss aversion makes sense. For our ancestors, losing critical resources like food or shelter could be fatal, while gaining extra resources beyond sufficiency offered diminishing returns for survival. This created a natural selection pressure, favoring those who prioritized avoiding losses over acquiring gains. The result is a psychological tendency so deeply ingrained that it operates automatically, often without conscious awareness. The impact of loss aversion extends far beyond simple gambles. In professional contexts, it can manifest as excessive caution about innovation or change, with potential downsides receiving disproportionate attention compared to potential benefits. In investment decisions, it appears as reluctance to sell losing positions to avoid locking in losses, while eagerly selling winners to secure gains. In negotiations, it creates stronger motivation to avoid concessions than to secure comparable gains, potentially leading to missed agreements that would benefit both parties. Loss aversion even shapes how we frame and communicate options. Describing the same outcome as a loss, you'll lose 5% of your current benefits, typically generates stronger reactions than framing it as a foregone gain. You'll receive 5% less than you might have. This framing effect reveals how the mere perception of loss, rather than objective outcomes, drives our responses. While loss aversion can sometimes protect us from genuinely harmful risks, it often leads to suboptimal decisions in modern contexts. It can cause excessive risk avoidance in domains where calculated risks yield long-term benefits. It can create status quo bias, where maintaining current conditions feels safer than change, even when change offers clear advantages. And it can generate opportunity costs when fear of potential losses prevents pursuit of opportunities with positive expected value. To counter loss aversion, consciously evaluate decisions based on expected value rather than emotional impact. Consider whether you're giving potential losses disproportionate weight compared to potential gains of similar magnitude. Reframe losses as costs of opportunity rather than pure downsides. And remember that in domains requiring innovation or growth, some level of risk and occasional loss is not just inevitable, but necessary for long-term success. By recognizing when loss aversion might be distorting your decisions, you can develop a more balanced approach to risk, one that neither ignores genuine dangers nor allows fear of loss to prevent beneficial action. This balanced perspective ultimately leads to better decisions than either reckless risk-taking or excessive caution. Mind Trap 83, Endowment Effect. Have you ever noticed that the items you own seem more valuable to you than identical items you don't possess? Or that selling something often requires a higher price than you'd be willing to pay to acquire the same thing? This pattern reveals the endowment effect, our tendency to assign higher value to things simply because we own them. In a classic demonstration of this effect, researchers randomly gave coffee mugs to half the participants in a study. When asked to trade, those with mugs typically wanted about twice as much money to sell their mug as mug-less participants were willing to pay to acquire one. This value gap emerged despite the random assignment of mugs, showing that mere ownership, not any special selection or attachment, created the enhanced valuation. The endowment effect represents a specific manifestation of loss aversion. Once we possess something, giving it up feels like a loss, triggering the enhanced negative emotions associated with losses. This creates an immediate value distortion, where the pain of parting with something we own exceeds the pleasure we'd experience from acquiring the identical item. The result is a gap between willingness to accept selling price and willingness to pay buying price for objectively identical items. This effect extends far beyond physical possessions. We exhibit similar attachment to ideas we've developed, methods we've created, and positions we've adopted. Once something becomes mine, whether a physical object, intellectual creation, or established routine, it gains enhanced subjective value that makes us reluctant to exchange it for alternatives, even potentially superior ones. The endowment effect manifests across contexts. In organizational settings, it appears as resistance to replacing established systems or methods, even when objective evaluation suggests better alternatives exist. In negotiations, it emerges as difficulty finding mutually acceptable terms because each party overvalues their contributions while undervaluing what they'd receive. In personal decisions, it surfaces as reluctance to discard or sell possessions that no longer serve a useful purpose, but have gained value through ownership. While some attachment to what we possess can serve adaptive functions, excessive endowment effect creates significant problems. It leads to accumulated clutter as we retain possessions beyond their usefulness due to ownership-enhanced valuation. It creates inefficiency when organizations maintain outdated systems or methods because familiarity and ownership inflate their perceived value. It generates opportunity costs when superior alternatives are rejected in favor of maintaining the status quo. And it can produce market inefficiencies when buyers and sellers cannot agree on fair value due to ownership-based valuation discrepancies. To counter the endowment effect, practice evaluating possessions, ideas, or methods as if you didn't already own them. Ask yourself, if I didn't have this, how much would I pay to acquire it? This perspective helps separate objective value from the artificial enhancement created by ownership. For important decisions, seek outside perspectives from those without ownership attachment to the status quo, and periodically conduct zero-based evaluations where current possessions or methods must justify their continued place rather than receiving automatic preference due to incumbency. By recognizing when the endowment effect might be distorting your valuations, you can make more objective decisions about what to keep, what to discard, and what to change. This balanced perspective ultimately leads to better resource allocation than the tendency to overvalue what you already possess simply because it's yours. Mind Trap 84, Status Quo Bias. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. This common saying captures a fundamental tendency in human psychology: status quo bias, our preference for keeping things as they are, even when change might offer benefits. This bias creates a powerful inertia where existing states, choices, or methods receive preferential treatment simply because they represent the current condition rather than because they're objectively superior to alternatives. Status quo bias manifests in numerous ways. In consumer contexts, it appears as tendency to stick with default options or current service providers even when better alternatives exist. In organizational settings, it emerges as resistance to process changes or innovations despite potential improvements. In personal habits, it surfaces as continuation of established routines even when they no longer serve their original purpose. In each case, the current state receives an automatic preference that alternatives must overcome to be adopted. This bias stems from several psychological factors. Loss aversion makes potential downsides of change feel more impactful than potential benefits. Decision avoidance reduces cognitive effort by maintaining current choices rather than evaluating alternatives. Regret avoidance minimizes potential self-blame by sticking with established patterns where negative outcomes feel less personally responsible than negative outcomes from new choices. And sometimes, genuine uncertainty about alternatives creates rational hesitation that combines with these psychological factors to cement preference for the known current state. The impact of status quo bias extends across life domains. In career decisions, it can prevent exploration of new paths even when current roles no longer provide growth or satisfaction. In investment choices, it leads to portfolio inertia, where existing allocations remain unchanged despite shifting markets or personal circumstances. In relationships, it can maintain unhealthy patterns through familiarity rather than actual preference. And in organizational contexts, it creates resistance to potentially beneficial changes simply because they differ from established methods. While some stability preference can prevent harmful impulsivity or excessive change for its own sake, status quo bias often leads to missed opportunities and unnecessary stagnation. It creates opportunity costs when better alternatives are rejected simply because they require change. It generates inefficiency when outdated methods persist despite the availability of improvements. It can prevent adaptation to changing circumstances when familiar approaches receive automatic preference regardless of current suitability. And perhaps most subtly, it can create gradual decline when small decrements in quality or function go unchallenged because they don't sufficiently violate the perceived status quo to trigger change. To counter status quo bias, explicitly identify your current default and treat it as just one option among alternatives rather than the automatic choice. Create objective criteria for evaluation that don't give preference to current states. Implement regular review processes where existing choices must justify their continuation rather than being automatically renewed. And recognize that the emotional comfort of the familiar, while real, isn't necessarily a reliable guide to optimal choices. By consciously counteracting the gravitational pull of the status quo, you can ensure that your choices reflect genuine preferences and current circumstances, rather than mere inertia. This intentional approach ultimately leads to better alignment between your actions and your actual goals than the path of least resistance offered by automatic status quo preference. Mindtrap 85, Survivorship Bias. Just follow these 5 principles that all successful entrepreneurs use. Look at these investors who beat the market. Here's how they did it. Study the habits of millionaires to build wealth yourself. These common pieces of advice contain a hidden flaw. They focus exclusively on survivors, those who succeeded, while ignoring the potentially much larger group who followed similar approaches but failed. This pattern reveals survivorship bias, our tendency to draw conclusions based only on visible successes while overlooking those who disappeared from view through failure. Survivorship bias creates a fundamental distortion in how we evaluate strategies, methods, or attributes associated with success. By focusing only on cases that survived some selection process, we get a skewed picture that can lead to dangerously over-optimistic conclusions about what drives success and how likely it is to occur. This bias stems from a simple visibility problem. Successes typically receive attention and documentation, while failures often disappear from view. Successful companies feature in business publications. failed ones simply cease to exist. Winning investors appear on financial shows. Those who lose their capital fade from public consciousness. This creates a dataset systematically missing information about approaches that didn't work, leading to conclusions based on incomplete and biased samples. The impact of survivorship bias extends across domains. In investment contexts, it creates illusions about strategy effectiveness when only funds that performed well enough to survive are included in performance averages. In entrepreneurship, it generates oversimplified success formulas based solely on visible winners without accounting for identical approaches that led to failure. In career advice, it produces recommendations drawn exclusively from exceptional outcomes rather than representative experiences. And in organizational contexts, it leads to imitation of visible successful practices without recognition that many organizations using identical practices failed and thus disappeared from the sample. While learning from success stories can provide valuable insights, uncorrected survivorship bias creates significant problems. It leads to overestimation of success probabilities when failure cases are systematically excluded from consideration. It creates attribution errors where factors that may be coincidental or even irrelevant are identified as causes of success based on their presence in survivor cases. It generates overconfidence when the full distribution of outcomes, including failures, remains invisible. And perhaps most harmfully, it can promote strategies that actually have negative expected value but appear positive when only successful cases are considered. To counter survivorship bias, actively seek data about failure cases, not just successes. Ask, what happened to others who tried this approach but didn't succeed? Consider base rates, the overall probability of success in a domain, rather than focusing exclusively on methods used by exceptional outcomes. Examine whether purported success factors were also present in failure cases, which would undermine their explanatory power, and maintain healthy skepticism about formulas or principles derived only from studying winners without comparable analysis of losers. By recognizing when survivorship bias might be distorting your understanding of what drives success, you can develop more realistic expectations and more effective strategies. This balanced perspective ultimately leads to better decisions than the potentially dangerous optimism created by focusing exclusively on visible survivors while ignoring those who disappeared through failure. Mindtrap 86, Scarcity Mindset, Zero-Sum Thinking. If they win, I lose. There's only so much to go around. Their success takes away from mine. These beliefs reflect scarcity mindset, the perception that resources, opportunities, or success are strictly limited, creating a zero-sum game where one person's gain necessarily means another's loss. This mindset creates a fundamental orientation toward protection and competition rather than creation and collaboration, profoundly shaping decisions about resource allocation, relationships, and opportunity pursuit. Scarcity mindset represents a particular lens for viewing the world, one that focuses on limitations and constraints rather than possibilities and abundance. While some resources truly are finite in absolute terms, this mindset often extends the assumption of strict limitation to domains where constraints are actually flexible or where mutual benefit is possible. The result is a defensive, competitive orientation that can prevent both individual achievement and collective advancement. This mindset stems from various sources. Early experiences with genuine resource limitation can create lasting perceptions of scarcity, even in contexts of actual abundance. Cultural or family messages emphasizing competition over collaboration can instill zero-sum assumptions. Fear-based thinking naturally gravitates toward perceived threats rather than opportunities. And sometimes, scarcity framing serves strategic purposes by justifying protective or competitive behaviors that benefit certain individuals or groups. Scarcity mindset manifests across contexts. In organizational settings, it appears as information hoarding, credit claiming, and territorial behavior that undermines collective effectiveness. In professional relationships, it emerges as reluctance to share contacts, knowledge, or opportunities due to fear that others' advancement will somehow diminish one's own position. In negotiations, it surfaces as purely distributive approaches, where expanding the total value available receives less attention than securing the largest possible share of a presumed fixed amount. While realistic recognition of genuine constraints can prevent wasteful pursuit of impossibilities, excessive scarcity mindset creates significant problems. It generates unnecessary competition in situations where collaboration would yield better outcomes for all involved. It creates defensive behaviors that actually reduce total available resources or opportunities through lack of investment in common goods. It prevents innovation that could expand available resources by focusing attention on distribution rather than creation. And perhaps most harmfully, it can become self-fulfilling when widespread scarcity assumptions create the very limitations they presume to merely describe. To counter scarcity mindset, practice identifying domains where resources or opportunities can be expanded rather than merely allocated. Seek win-win possibilities where multiple parties can benefit simultaneously rather than assuming advancement must come at others' expense. Recognize that in many contexts, particularly those involving knowledge, relationships, or creative work, sharing and collaboration often increase rather than deplete value. And consider whether fear of scarcity might be creating artificial limitations that restrict your possibilities more than actual external constraints. By shifting from scarcity to abundance thinking in appropriate contexts, you can identify opportunities for mutual benefit that remain invisible under zero-sum assumptions. This expanded perspective ultimately leads to greater achievement, both individual and collective, than the constrained view created by automatic scarcity assumptions. Mind Trap 87, Probability Neglect. Why do many people fear terrorist attacks more than heart disease, despite the latter being far more likely to cause harm? Why might someone avoid flying due to crash anxiety while driving recklessly without concern? Why do we often worry intensely about dramatic but rare risks while ignoring more mundane but probable dangers? These patterns reveal probability neglect, our tendency to focus on the emotional impact of potential outcomes while giving insufficient attention to the likelihood of those outcomes actually occurring. Probability neglect represents a fundamental distortion in risk assessment. Rather than weighing both the magnitude of potential outcomes and their probability, as rational decision-making would suggest, we often respond primarily to the emotional impact of imagined scenarios while remaining relatively insensitive to vast differences in likelihood. A vivid, emotionally charged outcome with a 1 in a million chance may generate more concern than a less dramatic but far more probable risk. This neglect stems from how our minds process emotional versus statistical information. Emotional responses to imagined scenarios occur automatically and vividly, creating immediate psychological impact. Probability assessments, by contrast, require analytical thinking that feels abstract and generates less immediate emotional response. When these systems conflict, the emotional often dominates, leading to risk perceptions driven more by scenario vividness than by actual likelihood. Probability neglect manifests across contexts. In public policy, it appears as disproportionate resources allocated to dramatic but rare threats, while more common dangers receive inadequate attention. In personal safety decisions, it emerges as intense focus on vivid risks like shark attacks, while ignoring more probable dangers like drowning. In organizational risk management, it surfaces as excessive preparation for dramatic scenarios, while more likely but mundane risks remain unaddressed. While some attention to worst-case scenarios can prevent catastrophic outcomes, uncorrected probability neglect creates significant problems. It leads to misallocation of limited resources when emotional impact rather than actual risk determines priorities. It generates unnecessary anxiety about extremely unlikely events while leaving more probable risks inadequately addressed. It can justify excessive precaution that prevents beneficial activities when remote but vivid dangers receive disproportionate weight. And perhaps most broadly, it distorts overall risk perception, creating a disconnect between objective dangers and subjective concerns. To counter probability neglect, deliberately incorporate likelihood assessments into risk evaluation rather than responding solely to outcome scenarios. Compare risks using expected value calculations that multiply outcome magnitude by probability rather than focusing exclusively on worst-case possibilities. Seek statistical information about actual frequencies rather than relying on emotionally salient examples. And recognize when media coverage or vivid anecdotes might be making remote risks feel more probable than they actually are. By balancing emotional responses to potential outcomes with careful consideration of their actual likelihood, you can develop more calibrated risk assessments. This balanced approach ultimately leads to better resource allocation and more appropriate precaution than decisions driven primarily by the emotional impact of imagined scenarios regardless of their probability. Mind Trap 88, Ambiguity Aversion. Imagine being offered two urns to draw from. The first contains 50 red balls and 50 black balls. The second contains 100 balls that are some unknown mixture of red and black. If you draw a red ball, you win a prize. Which urn would you choose? Most people prefer the first urn, even though there's no logical reason to believe the second offers worse odds. This pattern reveals ambiguity aversion, our tendency to prefer known risks over unknown ones, even when the unknown option might offer equal or better prospects. We prefer situations where probabilities are clear and quantifiable over those where likelihoods remain ambiguous or uncertain. Ambiguity aversion represents a distinct aspect of risk perception separate from general risk aversion. It's not about avoiding risk itself, but about avoiding situations where the level of risk cannot be precisely determined. This creates a preference for the devil you know over potentially superior alternatives that involve greater uncertainty about probabilities. This aversion stems from several psychological factors. Competence motivation leads us to prefer domains where we can make informed judgments rather than facing acknowledged ignorance. Accountability concerns create preference for justifiable choices with clear parameters rather than ambiguous situations where responsibility feels greater. And sometimes, ambiguity serves as a metacue, suggesting potential hidden dangers. If probabilities aren't known, perhaps it's because the situation contains unrecognized threats. Ambiguity aversion manifests across contexts. In investment decisions, it appears as preference for familiar markets or assets with perceived predictability over potentially more profitable but less understood opportunities. In career choices, it emerges as reluctance to enter new fields or roles where success probabilities seem less clear than in current positions. In organizational contexts, it surfaces as resistance to innovative approaches whose outcomes seem less predictable than established methods, even when expected value might be higher. While some caution about genuinely unknowable risks can prevent reckless decisions, excessive ambiguity aversion creates significant limitations. It leads to status quo bias when familiar options with known parameters receive preference despite potential advantages of less familiar alternatives. It creates home bias in investments when familiar local markets are favored over potentially more profitable international opportunities. It generates innovation resistance when novel approaches whose outcomes seem less predictable are rejected despite potential advantages. And perhaps most broadly, it constrains exploration of new domains that might offer superior outcomes but involve greater initial uncertainty. To counter ambiguity aversion, distinguish between genuine information gaps that might signal danger and mere unfamiliarity that creates subjective uncertainty despite adequate information. Recognize when preference for the known might be closing off potentially valuable opportunities. Consider whether ambiguous options might offer ambiguity premiums, enhanced returns precisely because others avoid them due to uncertainty. And develop comfort with probabilistic thinking that acknowledges ranges and distributions rather than requiring precise point estimates before action. By recognizing when ambiguity aversion might be constraining your choices, you can expand your opportunity set to include options that involve uncertainty but offer potential advantages. This expanded perspective ultimately leads to better outcomes than the constrained view created by automatic avoidance of ambiguity, regardless of potential benefit. The hidden forces behind risk perception. As we've explored these 7 risk and value biases, a consistent theme emerges. Our perception of risk and value isn't a simple calculation of probability and magnitude, but a complex psychological process shaped by evolutionary history, cognitive limitations, and emotional responses. From the asymmetric impact of losses versus gains to the distorting effect of focusing only on visible successes, these patterns reveal how our minds systematically deviate from purely rational assessment when facing uncertainty. Understanding these biases doesn't guarantee immunity from their influence. These patterns are deeply rooted in human psychology and will likely remain challenging throughout life. But awareness creates choice. By recognizing these tendencies when they emerge, you can implement specific countermeasures rather than allowing automatic responses to dictate decisions about what to pursue and what to avoid. The most effective approach combines this psychological awareness with structured decision processes that compensate for known biases, rather than relying solely on intuitive judgments, which often reflect these biases. Create frameworks that ensure comprehensive consideration of both probabilities and outcomes, visible successes and invisible failures, potential losses and potential gains. This structured approach acknowledges human limitations while creating conditions that support more balanced evaluation of risks and opportunities. The risk and value biases we've examined in this chapter affect how we evaluate choices involving uncertainty. But what about the deeper patterns that shape how we maintain and defend our beliefs, even in the face of contradictory evidence? In the next chapter, we'll explore the fascinating world of belief perseverance and illogical thinking traps, the hidden mechanisms that can lock us into false conclusions, circular reasoning, and resistance to evidence that challenges our existing views. You'll discover why changing your mind can be so difficult, even when the facts change, and how these patterns can lead intelligent people to maintain beliefs that no longer align with reality. Chapter 9: Belief, Perseverance, and Illogical Thinking Traps. What happens when facts contradict your deeply held beliefs? When evidence challenges your fundamental assumptions about how the world works? When data points to conclusions that feel uncomfortable or threatening? If you're like most people, your first response isn't to change your mind. Instead, something far more interesting occurs. You find ways to maintain your existing beliefs despite contradictory evidence. You question the credibility of the source, find flaws in the methodology, recall exceptions that support your view, or simply avoid the uncomfortable information altogether. This tendency isn't a sign of stubbornness or irrationality. It's a fundamental feature of human cognition, a set of psychological mechanisms that protect the coherence of our belief systems and the stability of our identities. These mechanisms operate largely outside our awareness, creating the illusion that we're objectively evaluating evidence when we're actually processing it through powerful filters designed to maintain our existing worldview. The implications of this tendency are profound. It means that simply presenting people with facts rarely changes minds. It explains why intelligent, well-educated individuals can hold dramatically different views on the same issue despite access to identical information. And it reveals why debates often entrench positions rather than bridging differences. But perhaps most importantly, it suggests that our own thinking may be far less rational and evidence-based than we believe. The very mechanisms that help us dismiss others' irrational beliefs operate within our own minds as well, often without our awareness. We're all susceptible to these patterns, regardless of intelligence, education, or sincerity. In this final chapter, we'll explore 12 common traps that lead to belief perseverance and illogical thinking. These aren't character flaws or signs of stupidity, but predictable patterns that affect virtually everyone. By understanding these traps, you'll gain insight into why changing minds, including your own, can be so challenging. More importantly, you'll learn practical strategies to recognize and overcome these patterns, allowing you to hold beliefs that better reflect reality rather than merely reinforcing what you already think. Let's begin by examining one of the most fundamental barriers to belief change, a pattern so powerful it can make contradictory evidence strengthen rather than weaken existing beliefs. Mind Trap 89, Belief Perseverance and the Backfire Effect. Imagine participating in a research study where you're asked to evaluate evidence about the effectiveness of capital punishment as a crime deterrent. You review studies supporting both sides of the issue. If you initially believed capital punishment deters crime, research shows you'll likely emerge from this exercise with an even stronger belief in its deterrent effect. If you initially opposed capital punishment, you'll likely become even more convinced it doesn't deter crime. How can the same evidence strengthen opposite beliefs? This pattern reveals belief perseverance, our tendency to maintain existing beliefs despite new evidence that contradicts them. In its most extreme form, known as the backfire effect, contradictory evidence can actually strengthen rather than weaken the original belief. Belief perseverance represents one of the most powerful barriers to accurate thinking. It transforms what should be a corrective process, updating beliefs based on new information, into a reinforcing cycle where existing views become increasingly entrenched regardless of contrary evidence. This creates a situation where beliefs can become more a matter of identity and emotional investment than accurate representation of reality. This pattern stems from several psychological mechanisms. Confirmation bias leads us to scrutinize challenging information more critically than supporting information. Motivated reasoning drives us to find flaws in evidence that threatens cherished beliefs while accepting confirming evidence with minimal scrutiny. Source derogation allows dismissal of contradictory information by questioning the credibility of its source. And sometimes, beliefs serve important psychological functions beyond accuracy, providing meaning, community, or identity, making them resistant to purely factual challenges. Belief perseverance manifests across domains. In political contexts, it appears as increasing polarization despite exposure to opposing arguments. In professional settings, it emerges as continued commitment to strategies despite evidence of ineffectiveness. In personal beliefs, it surfaces as maintained convictions about health practices, relationships, or self-concept despite contradictory feedback. In each case, the core dynamic is the same. Beliefs become self-protective, resistant to revision, even when evidence suggests they should change. The consequences of chronic belief perseverance extend beyond mere inaccuracy. It prevents learning from experience when evidence contradicting expectations is dismissed rather than incorporated. It creates unnecessary conflict when different parties cannot update their views despite shared evidence. It leads to poor decisions based on maintained false beliefs despite available corrective information. And perhaps most significantly, it disconnects beliefs from their purported purpose of representing reality, transforming them into rigid positions defended for their own sake rather than for their accuracy. To counter belief perseverance, practice considering the opposite, deliberately generating explanations for why your belief might be wrong. Implement a belief audit where you periodically review the evidence for important beliefs, including contradictory information. Separate beliefs from identity by recognizing that changing your mind based on evidence reflects intellectual integrity rather than weakness. And remember that the goal of belief is accuracy, not consistency. Being willing to revise views in light of new information is a strength, not a failing. By recognizing when belief perseverance might be operating in your thinking, you can develop more flexible, evidence-responsive beliefs. This openness ultimately leads to more accurate understanding than the rigid adherence to existing views that characterizes unchecked belief perseverance. Mind Trap 90, Cognitive Dissonance and Rationalization. Have you ever made a decision and then found yourself emphasizing its positive aspects while downplaying its negatives? Or continued a behavior despite knowing it contradicts your values, finding creative justifications for the contradiction? Or perhaps you've noticed how people become more committed to groups or causes after making sacrifices for them, even if the experience was difficult. These patterns reflect cognitive dissonance, the psychological discomfort that arises when we hold contradictory beliefs or when our actions contradict our beliefs. This discomfort creates powerful motivation to reduce the inconsistency. typically through rationalization, creating explanations that justify the contradiction rather than resolving it through behavior change. Cognitive dissonance represents one of the most fundamental drivers of rationalization and self-justification. When our actions, commitments, or circumstances contradict our self-concept or values, the resulting discomfort drives us to reduce this inconsistency, not typically by changing behavior, but by adjusting beliefs to justify the behavior. This creates a pattern where actions drive beliefs rather than the reverse, often without our awareness. This process stems from our deep need for psychological consistency and positive self-concept. Recognizing that we've acted foolishly, wastefully, or contrary to our values creates threatening self-perception that generates discomfort. Rationalization provides relief from this discomfort by creating narratives that preserve positive self-image despite contradictory behavior. These justifications often feel like genuine insights rather than motivated reasoning, making their self-protective function difficult to recognize. Cognitive dissonance manifests in various forms. The effort justification effect causes us to value outcomes more when we've worked harder to achieve them, regardless of objective quality. Post-decision dissonance leads us to emphasize positive aspects of chosen options and negative aspects of rejected alternatives after making decisions. Induced compliance creates attitude change to match behavior when we act contrary to beliefs, especially with minimal external justification. In each case, psychological consistency takes precedence over accuracy, often without our awareness. The consequences of unchecked rationalization extend beyond specific inaccuracies. It prevents learning from mistakes when errors are justified rather than acknowledged. It maintains harmful behaviors through creative justifications rather than honest evaluation. It creates escalating commitment to poor choices as increasing investment generates increasing need for justification. And perhaps most subtly, it disconnects us from genuine values when contradictory behavior is rationalized rather than recognized as inconsistent with what matters to us. To counter cognitive dissonance effects, practice recognizing the discomfort of inconsistency as a signal for honest evaluation rather than rationalization. Implement a justification check by asking whether you'd accept the same explanation from someone else or are creating special exceptions for yourself. Separate self-worth from perfect consistency by acknowledging that everyone experiences contradictions between ideals and behavior. And remember that genuine integrity comes not from never experiencing inconsistency, but from acknowledging rather than rationalizing it when it occurs. By recognizing when cognitive dissonance might be driving rationalization in your thinking, you can develop more honest self-assessment. This authenticity ultimately leads to better alignment between values and actions than the self-deceptive justifications that characterize unchecked cognitive dissonance resolution. Mind Trap 91, Just World Hypothesis. She must have done something to deserve that. He brought it on himself. People get what's coming to them. These judgments reflect the just world hypothesis, the belief that the world is fundamentally fair, that good actions are ultimately rewarded and bad actions punished. This belief creates a lens through which we interpret events, often leading to victim blaming, fortune justifying, and oversimplified moral reasoning that distorts our understanding of how the world actually works. The just world hypothesis represents a powerful cognitive bias that shapes how we interpret outcomes, especially negative ones. Rather than recognizing the role of chance, circumstance, or systemic factors in creating undeserved suffering or unearned advantage, we search for ways to make outcomes seem deserved, either by finding fault in victims or virtue in the fortunate. This creates a distorted worldview where moral desert becomes the primary explanation for life circumstances, regardless of evidence to the contrary. This belief stems from deep psychological needs. Believing the world operates on principles of fairness and justice creates a sense of predictability and control. If outcomes reflect desert, then ensuring good outcomes becomes a matter of ensuring good behavior. This reduces anxiety about random suffering and creates the comforting illusion that we can protect ourselves from misfortune through virtue. The alternative, Acknowledging that terrible things happen to good people for no reason creates threatening uncertainty that many find difficult to accept. The just world hypothesis manifests across contexts. In reactions to others' misfortune, it appears as victim blaming, finding ways victims caused or deserved their suffering. In assessments of success, it emerges as attributing achievement primarily to virtue while minimizing advantages of circumstance or privilege. In policy discussions, it surfaces as resistance to systemic explanations for inequality, preferring individualistic accounts that preserve the belief in a fundamentally fair system. While belief in ultimate justice can sometimes motivate prosocial behavior, excessive just world belief creates significant problems. It reduces empathy for those facing hardship by framing their suffering as deserved rather than unfortunate. It creates complacency about injustice by reinterpreting it as appropriate consequence rather than problem requiring remedy. It generates victim blaming that compounds the harm of already difficult circumstances. And perhaps most insidiously, it distorts moral reasoning by conflating outcomes with desert, treating fortune as evidence of virtue and misfortune as evidence of fault. To counter the just world hypothesis, practice distinguishing between moral desert and actual outcomes, recognizing that these often diverge in both directions. Acknowledge the role of factors beyond individual control, chance, circumstance, systems, in creating both advantage and disadvantage. Develop comfort with the reality that the world contains genuine injustice and undeserved suffering, however psychologically threatening this recognition might be. And remember that genuine compassion requires acknowledging rather than rationalizing others' undeserved hardship. By recognizing when the just world hypothesis might be distorting your interpretation of events, you can develop more accurate understanding of how the world works and more compassionate responses to others' circumstances. This balanced perspective ultimately leads to better moral reasoning than the oversimplified desert-based thinking that characterizes unchecked just world belief. Mind Trap 92, Magical Thinking. Do you have a lucky item you wear to important events? Have you ever avoided mentioning a hope for fear of jinxing it? Do you sometimes feel that thinking about a negative outcome makes it more likely to occur? These patterns reflect magical thinking, attributing causal power to actions or thoughts that have no logical connection to outcomes, often involving supernatural or mystical mechanisms. Magical thinking represents a surprisingly common tendency even among otherwise rational individuals. It creates perceived connections between unrelated events, typically based on resemblance, contiguity, or desire, rather than genuine causal mechanisms. While most adults in modern societies explicitly reject supernatural causation when directly questioned, many exhibit patterns of thought and behavior that implicitly assume such connections, especially under conditions of uncertainty or stress. This thinking pattern stems from several psychological factors. The human mind evolved to detect patterns in agency, sometimes finding them even where none exist. Coincidences can create powerful impressions that feel like evidence for supernatural connections. Uncertainty creates anxiety that magical rituals or beliefs help manage by creating illusions of control. And sometimes, magical thinking serves emotional needs, maintaining hope, managing fear, or creating meaning, regardless of its factual basis. Magical thinking manifests in various forms. Superstitious rituals aim to influence outcomes through actions with no logical causal connection to results. Sympathetic magic assumes that things that resemble each other share causal properties, e.g., voodoo dolls. Contagion beliefs suggest that contact between objects creates permanent connections that transfer properties, e.g., lucky charms. In each case, the core dynamic involves assumed causal mechanisms that operate outside the boundaries of known physical laws. While magical thinking can sometimes provide psychological comfort or social connection through shared rituals, excessive magical causation beliefs create significant problems. They can lead to misallocation of resources toward ineffective interventions based on magical rather than evidence-based causal models. They create unnecessary anxiety when harmless thoughts or actions are believed to have causal power over negative outcomes. they may prevent effective action when magical solutions are pursued instead of practical ones. And perhaps most broadly, they distort understanding of how the world actually works, creating explanatory models based on coincidence and desire rather than evidence and logic. To counter magical thinking, practice distinguishing between correlation and causation, recognizing that coincidence creates powerful but potentially misleading impressions. Implement evidence-based evaluation of causal claims, asking what mechanism could plausibly connect proposed causes with effects. Develop comfort with uncertainty and randomness rather than imposing illusory patterns or control. And remember that while rituals may have psychological benefits, their effects operate through psychological rather than supernatural mechanisms. By recognizing when magical thinking might be influencing your understanding of cause and effect, you can develop more accurate causal models. This evidence-based perspective ultimately leads to more effective action than the superstitious patterns that characterize unchecked magical thinking. Mind Trap 93, Illusory Correlation. Have you ever been convinced that two events are connected, only to discover upon closer examination that the pattern exists primarily in your perception rather than reality? Perhaps you've noticed that a certain colleague's visits always seem to precede computer problems, or that wearing a particular outfit correlates with successful presentations, or that team meetings on Mondays seem to run longer than those on other days. These perceptions reflect illusory correlation, our tendency to perceive relationships between variables even when no such relationship exists or when the actual connection is much weaker than perceived. This creates a situation where we confidently identify patterns that statistical analysis would reveal as coincidental, leading to misguided beliefs about what causes what. Illusory correlation represents a fundamental bias in how we detect patterns. Our minds are naturally inclined to notice and remember confirming instances when two events co-occur, while overlooking disconfirming instances when one occurs without the other. This creates a skewed mental dataset that suggests stronger associations than actually exist, particularly for rare or distinctive events that draw attention when they coincide. This pattern stems from several cognitive mechanisms. Confirmation bias leads us to notice and remember instances that fit expected patterns while overlooking contradictory cases. Availability heuristic makes co-occurrences more mentally accessible than non-occurrences, creating impressions of correlation based on ease of recall rather than actual frequency. And sometimes motivated reasoning drives us to find patterns that support desired beliefs, regardless of evidence. Illusory correlation manifests across domains. In social perception, it appears as stereotypes formed from limited observations of distinctive behaviors by group members. In superstitious thinking, it emerges as perceived connections between rituals and outcomes that coincided a few memorable times. In organizational contexts, it surfaces as perceived patterns in performance, meetings, or market responses based on selective attention to confirming instances. The consequences of illusory correlation extend beyond specific misperceptions. It leads to false beliefs about causal relationships, creating misguided theories about what influences outcomes. It generates wasted effort addressing imaginary correlations while ignoring genuine factors. It can reinforce stereotypes when distinctive behaviors by minority group members create stronger impressions than identical behaviors by majority members. And perhaps most broadly, it disconnects beliefs from reality by substituting perceived patterns for actual relationships. To counter illusory correlation, practice systematic data collection rather than relying on selective memory or impressions. Track both occurrences and non-occurrences to assess whether perceived patterns hold up under complete observation. Use statistical analysis where possible to determine whether correlations exceed chance levels. And remember that the human mind naturally seeks patterns, sometimes finding them even in random data, a tendency that requires conscious correction through systematic evaluation. By recognizing when illusory correlation might be creating false patterns in your perception, you can develop more accurate understanding of relationships between events. This evidence-based perspective ultimately leads to better predictions and decisions than the imaginary patterns that characterize unchecked illusory correlation. Mindtrap 94, Gambler's Fallacy. The roulette wheel has landed on black 5 times in a row. Red is due. I've had 3 unsuccessful interviews recently, so the next one is bound to go well. This stock has dropped for several days straight. It has to rebound soon. These predictions reflect the gambler's fallacy, our tendency to believe that random events should balance out in the short term, making outcomes that haven't occurred recently more likely to happen next. This creates the mistaken impression that independent events have memory, where previous outcomes influence future probabilities even when no such influence exists. The gambler's fallacy represents a fundamental misunderstanding of randomness and probability. In truly random processes with independent events, like fair coin flips or roulette wheels, each outcome occurs with the same probability regardless of previous results. A fair coin that has shown heads 10 times in a row still has exactly a 50% chance of showing heads on the next flip. Yet our intuition strongly suggests that tails is due, or more likely, after such a streak, creating a persistent illusion that random sequences should self-correct toward expected distributions in the short term. This fallacy stems from the representativeness heuristic, our tendency to judge probabilities by how well outcomes match our mental prototype of the process. We expect random sequences to look random by showing a balance of all possible outcomes within relatively short samples. When this expectation is violated by streaks or clusters, which are actually common in truly random sequences, we perceive the imbalance as a deviation that must be corrected, creating the false impression that compensating outcomes are more likely to follow. The gambler's fallacy manifests across contexts. In gambling, it appears as betting strategies based on tracking previous outcomes in independent games. In investment decisions, it emerges as expectations that market movements will reverse simply because they've continued in one direction for some time. In performance evaluation, it surfaces as beliefs that success or failure streaks must end soon, regardless of underlying factors. In each case, the core error involves attributing a corrective tendency to processes that have no memory or self-balancing mechanism. The consequences of this fallacy extend beyond specific prediction errors. It leads to poor risk assessment when independent events are incorrectly viewed as connected across time. It creates financial losses when betting or investment strategies assume reversion that probability doesn't actually support. It generates false expectations about performance patterns when random variation is misinterpreted as meaningful. And perhaps most broadly, it distorts understanding of how randomness actually works, creating expectations for short-term balance that genuine random processes don't exhibit. To counter the gambler's fallacy, practice distinguishing between dependent processes, where previous outcomes do affect future probabilities, and independent ones, where they don't. Remember that truly random sequences often contain streaks and patterns that appear non-random to human perception. Focus on the mechanism that generates outcomes rather than the pattern of previous results when assessing probabilities, and recognize that our intuitive sense of randomness often differs from mathematical randomness, creating the need for conscious correction of this natural tendency. By recognizing when the gambler's fallacy might be distorting your probability assessments, you can develop more accurate predictions about future events. This statistical understanding ultimately leads to better decisions than the pattern-seeking intuitions that characterize unchecked application of the gambler's fallacy. Mindtrap 95, Correlation versus Causation Error, Post Hoc Fallacy. Since implementing Casual Fridays, employee satisfaction has increased. Clearly, the dress code change improved morale. After I started using this app, my productivity improved dramatically. This app is definitely making me more efficient. Crime rates dropped following increased police presence. The additional officers must have deterred criminal activity. These conclusions reflect the correlation-causation error, mistaking the mere association between events for proof that one caused the other. This creates unwarranted certainty about causal relationships based solely on temporal sequence or statistical association, without adequate consideration of alternative explanations. The correlation-causation error, often expressed in the Latin phrase post hoc ergo propter hoc, after this, therefore because of this, represents one of the most common logical fallacies in everyday reasoning. It transforms the observation that two things happen together into the conclusion that one must cause the other, typically assuming that the event occurring first must be the cause. This leap bypasses the careful analysis required to establish genuine causal relationships, creating false confidence in causal models based on limited evidence. This error stems from several cognitive tendencies. Our minds naturally seek causal explanations for observed patterns, sometimes finding them even where none exist. Temporal sequence creates a powerful impression of causality. When B follows A, we intuitively sense that A caused B. Confirmation bias leads us to accept causal explanations that align with existing beliefs without adequate scrutiny. And sometimes motivated reasoning drives us to find particular causal relationships regardless of evidence. The correlation-causation error manifests across domains. In business decisions, it appears as attributing outcomes to recent changes without controlling for other factors. In personal development, it emerges as crediting improvements to new practices that coincided with positive changes. In policy evaluation, it surfaces as assuming that trends following interventions must result from those interventions. In each case, the core error involves inferring causation from mere association without eliminating alternative explanations. The consequences of this error extend beyond specific misattributions. It leads to continued investment in interventions that may have no actual effect on desired outcomes. It creates false understanding of what drives results, potentially missing genuine causal factors. It generates unwarranted confidence in prediction and control based on assumed causal relationships that don't actually exist. And perhaps most broadly, it disconnects beliefs about how the world works from reality by substituting association for causation as the standard of evidence. To counter the correlation-causation error, practice considering alternative explanations for observed associations, including 1. Reverse causation. B might cause A rather than the assumed A causes B. 2. Common cause. C might cause both A and B, creating their association. 3. Coincidence. The association might reflect random chance rather than causal connection. 4. Confounding variables. Uncontrolled factors might create spurious associations. Implement more rigorous methods for testing causal hypotheses, such as controlled experiments, natural experiments, or statistical techniques designed to isolate causal effects. And remember that establishing causation typically requires more than observed association. It needs mechanism, consistency, strength of association, and elimination of alternatives. By recognizing when the correlation-causation error might be creating false causal beliefs in your thinking, you can develop more accurate understanding of what causes what. This careful approach ultimately leads to better predictions and interventions than the hasty causal conclusions that characterize unchecked correlation-causation errors. Mind Trap 96, Ostrich Effect. Have you ever delayed checking your bank balance when you suspected it was low? Avoided opening an email that might contain negative feedback? Postponed a medical examination despite concerning symptoms? These behaviors reflect the ostrich effect, our tendency to avoid negative information, metaphorically burying our head in the sand rather than confronting unpleasant realities. The ostrich effect represents a powerful form of information avoidance. Rather than seeking comprehensive knowledge to make informed decisions, as rational models would suggest, we sometimes deliberately avoid information that might cause psychological discomfort, even when that information could help us address problems or make better choices. This creates a pattern where short-term emotional comfort takes precedence over long-term effectiveness. This effect stems from several psychological mechanisms. Immediate emotions often outweigh consideration of long-term consequences in decision-making. Uncertainty can sometimes feel more comfortable than confirmed negative information, preserving hope that problems might resolve themselves. Present bias leads us to avoid immediate discomfort, even at the cost of greater future discomfort. And sometimes avoidance serves as a form of psychological defense, protecting self-image or reducing anxiety in the short term, regardless of long-term consequences. The ostrich effect manifests across domains. In financial decisions, it appears as avoiding account information when spending exceeds income. In health behaviors, it emerges as delaying medical tests or examinations despite warning signs. In professional contexts, it surfaces as ignoring performance metrics when they might reveal problems. In each case, the core dynamic involves deliberate avoidance of information that might require uncomfortable acknowledgement or difficult action. The consequences of information avoidance extend beyond temporary emotional relief. It prevents early intervention when problems might be addressed more easily. It allows small issues to grow into crises through neglect. It creates false peace of mind based on ignorance rather than genuine resolution. And perhaps most significantly, it disconnects decision-making from reality by excluding potentially important negative information from consideration. To counter the ostrich effect, practice framing information seeking in terms of long-term benefit rather than short-term comfort. Implement regular review processes that occur automatically rather than requiring deliberate decisions to seek potentially negative information. Develop emotional regulation strategies to manage the discomfort that might accompany negative information. And remember that while ignorance might provide temporary relief, it rarely solves problems and often allows them to worsen beyond the point where simple interventions would suffice. By recognizing when the ostrich effect might be driving information avoidance in your behavior, you can develop more reality-based decision-making. This informed approach ultimately leads to better outcomes than the avoidance patterns that characterize unchecked manifestations of the ostrich effect. Mind Trap 97, Conspiracy Thinking, Intentionality Bias. This can't be a coincidence. Someone planned this. They're hiding the truth. These suspicions reflect conspiracy thinking, the tendency to attribute events to secret, deliberate plotting by powerful actors rather than to more mundane explanations involving chance, error, or uncoordinated actions. This creates a worldview where significant events, especially negative ones, must involve hidden intentional causation rather than emerging from complex systems, human error, or random occurrence. Conspiracy thinking represents a specific manifestation of intentionality bias, our tendency to perceive events as caused by deliberate action rather than by accident, coincidence, or impersonal forces. While some conspiracies do exist, this thinking pattern extends intentional attribution far beyond warranted cases, creating explanations that assume levels of coordination, secrecy, and competence that typically exceed what human organizations can actually maintain. This pattern stems from several psychological needs. Proportionality matching creates expectation that big events must have correspondingly big causes rather than emerging from small triggers or random factors. Pattern detection systems sometimes find meaningful connections in coincidental events. Control motivation leads us to prefer explanations involving intentional human action, which theoretically could be influenced, over impersonal or random causes, which cannot. And sometimes conspiracy narratives serve social identity functions by defining in-groups who know the truth versus out-groups who remain deceived. Conspiracy thinking manifests across contexts. In political interpretation, it appears as attributing events to secret government plots rather than to policy failures, incompetence, or emergent consequences. In organizational settings, it emerges as perceiving coordinated opposition or sabotage behind setbacks that may reflect systemic issues or coincidence. In health contexts, it surfaces as attributing conditions to deliberate malfeasance rather than to complex biological processes or statistical distributions. While healthy skepticism about official narratives serves important functions, excessive conspiracy thinking creates significant problems. It diverts attention and resources toward imagined plots rather than actual causes of problems. It creates unnecessary fear, suspicion, and social division based on unfounded accusations. It can prevent effective action by misidentifying the sources of genuine issues. And perhaps most broadly, it distorts understanding of how the world works by overestimating the role of secret intentional action while underestimating the significance of systems, randomness, and uncoordinated human behavior. To counter conspiracy thinking, practice applying Occam's razor, considering whether simpler explanations involving known mechanisms might account for events without requiring elaborate secret plots. Recognize that human organizations typically struggle to maintain secrecy and coordination even for legitimate activities, making vast conspiracies increasingly implausible as they grow in scope or duration. Distinguish between healthy skepticism, which remains open to evidence, and unfalsifiable conspiracy theories, which interpret all contradictory evidence as part of the conspiracy. And remember that while intentional causation certainly exists, many significant events emerge from systems, randomness, or uncoordinated actions rather than from centralized plotting. By recognizing when conspiracy thinking might be creating unnecessarily complex or implausible explanations in your understanding, you can develop more accurate causal models. This balanced perspective ultimately leads to better understanding than the hyper-intentional attributions that characterize unchecked conspiracy thinking. Mind Trap 98. Appeal to tradition, believing older methods are better. We've always done it this way. This approach has stood the test of time. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. These defenses reflect appeal to tradition, the tendency to value practices, ideas, or institutions simply because they have existed for a long time, assuming that longevity itself constitutes evidence of superiority. This creates a bias toward established methods regardless of their actual effectiveness compared to alternatives, particularly newer ones. Appeal to tradition represents a specific form of status quo bias focused on historical continuity. It transforms the mere fact that something has been done a certain way for an extended period into a presumptive argument for its value, creating resistance to change based on tradition rather than on comparative merit. While experience certainly provides valuable information, this appeal extends beyond evidence-based learning to create automatic preference for established approaches regardless of their demonstrated effectiveness. This appeal stems from several psychological factors. Risk aversion creates preference for familiar methods with known limitations over newer approaches with unknown potential problems. Effort conservation leads us to maintain established practices that don't require learning or adaptation. Social validation from previous generations creates impression that traditional approaches must have merit to have persisted. And sometimes traditional practices serve identity or continuity functions beyond their instrumental effectiveness, creating resistance to change regardless of potential improvements. Appeal to tradition manifests across domains. In organizational contexts, it appears as resistance to process innovations based solely on historical precedent. In cultural practices, it emerges as continued adherence to customs whose original purposes may no longer apply. In personal habits, it surfaces as maintaining familiar routines despite availability of potentially superior alternatives. In each case, the core dynamic involves using historical longevity as primary justification rather than evaluating effectiveness directly. While some deference to established practices can prevent hasty abandonment of valuable traditions, excessive appeal to tradition creates significant limitations. It prevents adoption of genuine improvements when they conflict with established methods. It maintains practices whose original contexts or purposes may no longer exist. It creates artificial barriers to innovation based on age rather than merit. And perhaps most broadly, it disconnects evaluation from actual effectiveness by substituting historical longevity for direct assessment of outcomes. To counter appeal to tradition, practice evaluating practices based on current effectiveness rather than historical longevity. Distinguish between traditions that continue to serve valuable purposes and those maintained solely through inertia. Implement experimental approaches to test whether newer methods might offer improvements over traditional ones. And remember that while experience provides valuable information, changing contexts often create opportunities for approaches that outperform even well-established traditions. By recognizing when appeal to tradition might be creating resistance to potentially beneficial changes in your thinking or practices, you can develop more effectiveness-based evaluation. This merit-focused approach ultimately leads to better outcomes than the automatic deference to historical precedent that characterizes unchecked appeal to tradition. Mind Trap 99. Appeal to novelty, believing new things are automatically superior. This is the latest approach. The old way is outdated. This is cutting edge. We need to stay current with the newest methods. These arguments reflect appeal to novelty, the tendency to value ideas, methods, or technologies simply because they are new, assuming that recency itself constitutes evidence of superiority. This creates a bias toward novel approaches regardless of their actual effectiveness compared to alternatives, particularly established ones. Appeal to novelty represents the inverse of appeal to tradition. It transforms the mere fact that something is new or recent into a presumptive argument for its value, creating preference for change based on novelty rather than on comparative merit. While innovation certainly drives progress in many domains, this appeal extends beyond evidence-based improvement to create automatic preference for new approaches regardless of their demonstrated effectiveness. This appeal stems from several psychological factors. Novelty naturally triggers interest and attention, creating positive associations with new ideas independent of their content. Cultural narratives of progress create expectation that newer approaches generally improve upon older ones. Fear of missing out, FOMO, generates concern about falling behind by maintaining established methods. And sometimes adoption of novel approaches serves signaling functions, demonstrating one's currency, openness, or cutting-edge status beyond their instrumental effectiveness. Appeal to novelty manifests across domains. In technology adoption, it appears as implementing new systems primarily because they're recent rather than because they offer demonstrated advantages. In management practices, it emerges as cycling through trending approaches without evaluating their effectiveness relative to existing methods. In consumer behavior, it surfaces as replacing functional products simply to obtain newer versions. In each case, the core dynamic involves using recency as primary justification rather than evaluating effectiveness directly. While openness to innovation prevents stagnation and enables genuine improvement, excessive appeal to novelty creates significant problems. It leads to premature adoption of unproven approaches that may perform worse than established alternatives. It creates organizational churn as systems and practices change frequently without sufficient evaluation. It generates waste when functional tools or methods are discarded solely due to age rather than inadequacy. And perhaps most broadly, it disconnects evaluation from actual effectiveness by substituting recency for direct assessment of outcomes. To counter appeal to novelty, practice evaluating approaches based on demonstrated effectiveness rather than recency. Distinguish between genuine innovations that offer measurable improvements and mere changes that differ without enhancing results. Implement testing procedures to compare new methods against established ones before wholesale adoption. And remember that while innovation drives progress, not everything new represents improvement. Many established approaches continue to outperform trendy alternatives in their respective domains. By recognizing when appeal to novelty might be creating preference for potentially inferior changes in your thinking or practices, you can develop more effectiveness-based evaluation. This merit-focused approach ultimately leads to better outcomes than the automatic preference for recency that characterizes unchecked appeal to novelty. Mind Trap 100, Slippery Slope Fallacy, believing small events inevitably lead to extreme outcomes. If we allow this small exception, soon we'll have no standards at all. Once we start down this path, there's no stopping until we reach disaster. This seemingly minor change will inevitably lead to catastrophic consequences. These warnings reflect the slippery slope fallacy, arguing that a relatively minor initial action will trigger a chain of events culminating in significant negative consequences, without adequate evidence that such a chain is likely. This creates resistance to moderate changes or reasonable exceptions based on fear of extreme outcomes that may have little logical connection to the initial step. The slippery slope fallacy represents a specific form of catastrophic thinking applied to sequential events. It transforms limited initial changes into inevitable paths toward extreme outcomes, typically without establishing the likelihood of each step in the proposed chain or explaining why intervention couldn't prevent progression once begun. While some initial actions do increase probability of further steps, this fallacy extends this pattern far beyond evidenced cases, creating exaggerated predictions of inevitable progression from minor beginnings to major consequences. This fallacy stems from several psychological factors. Categorical thinking creates difficulty maintaining distinctions along continua, making movement from current position seem potentially unlimited. Loss aversion heightens concern about potential negative outcomes, increasing motivation to prevent even initial steps that might theoretically lead there. Cognitive ease leads us to accept complete narratives without scrutinizing each causal link in proposed chains. And sometimes, slippery slope arguments serve rhetorical purposes, preventing changes by associating them with extreme outcomes, regardless of the actual probability of such progression. The slippery slope fallacy manifests across domains. In policy debates, it appears as opposition to moderate reforms based on predictions of extreme extensions. In organizational contexts, it emerges as resistance to procedural exceptions based on fears of complete breakdown in standards. In personal boundaries, it surfaces as reluctance to allow minor accommodations due to concern about unlimited future demands. In each case, the core error involves assuming inevitable progression from initial steps to extreme outcomes without establishing the necessity or likelihood of such a sequence. While some caution about potential consequences of initial actions serves important protective functions, excessive slippery slope thinking creates significant limitations. It prevents reasonable changes or exceptions based on unfounded fears of progression to extremes. It creates unnecessary rigidity when moderate adjustments might better serve underlying purposes. It generates exaggerated risk perception by focusing on theoretically possible but unlikely worst-case scenarios. And perhaps most broadly, it distorts decision-making by treating remote possibilities as inevitable outcomes, creating disproportionate resistance to potentially beneficial initial steps. To counter slippery slope fallacies, practice evaluating each step in proposed causal chains separately rather than accepting the entire sequence as inevitable. Consider whether intervention points exist that could prevent progression beyond acceptable limits. Distinguish between demonstrated causal relationships and merely possible connections. And remember that most slopes in life aren't actually slippery. Initial changes rarely proceed automatically to extreme outcomes without additional decisions that can be evaluated independently when they arise. By recognizing when slippery slope thinking might be creating exaggerated fears of progression in your evaluation of potential changes, you can develop more balanced risk assessment. This nuanced approach ultimately leads to better decisions than the rigid resistance to initial steps that characterizes unchecked slippery slope fallacies. The path to clearer thinking. Throughout this book, we've explored 100 mind traps that distort perception, memory, social understanding, group dynamics, decision-making, self-assessment, motivation, risk evaluation, and belief formation. These patterns reveal something profound about human cognition. Our minds don't simply record and process information objectively, but actively construct our experience through systematic patterns that prioritize coherence, self-protection, and efficiency over perfect accuracy. Understanding these patterns doesn't mean we should despair about the possibility of clear thinking. Rather, it provides a map of the territory, showing where the pitfalls lie so we can navigate around them. By recognizing these tendencies in ourselves, we gain the power to implement specific countermeasures, creating thinking processes that compensate for known biases rather than falling victim to them. The journey toward clearer thinking begins with intellectual humility, recognizing that none of us perceives reality directly or reasons perfectly. This humility isn't weakness, but strength, creating openness to evidence and willingness to revise views that characterize genuinely clear thinking. It allows us to hold beliefs not as fixed certainties, but as provisional models to be refined through ongoing engagement with evidence and alternative perspectives. Beyond humility, effective debiasing requires specific practices. 1. Deliberate perspective taking, actively considering how situations might look from viewpoints different from your own. 2. Seeking disconfirming evidence, deliberately looking for information that might challenge rather than confirm existing beliefs. 3. Structured decision processes, using frameworks that ensure comprehensive consideration of options rather than defaulting to intuitive judgments. 4. Intellectual diversity, engaging with people whose backgrounds and viewpoints differ from yours. 5. Metacognitive awareness, developing the habit of examining your own thinking processes. These practices don't eliminate biases entirely. The patterns we've explored are deeply rooted in human psychology and will likely remain challenging throughout life. But they create space between automatic responses and final judgments, allowing more reflective consideration that can significantly improve thinking quality. The ultimate goal isn't perfect rationality, but incremental improvement, developing thinking habits that lead to more accurate beliefs, better decisions, and more effective actions than would occur through uncorrected intuition alone. Each bias recognized and partially corrected represents genuine progress toward clearer thinking with cumulative benefits across life domains. As you move forward from this book, remember that the most dangerous biases are those we recognize in others while remaining blind to in ourselves. The patterns we've explored affect everyone, regardless of intelligence, education, or sincerity. By approaching your own thinking with the same critical awareness you might apply to others, you open the door to genuine improvement rather than mere bias spotting in those who disagree with you. The path to clearer thinking isn't about achieving perfect rationality, but about developing greater awareness of how your mind works, its strengths and limitations, its patterns and tendencies. This awareness creates choice, where before there was only automatic response. And in that space of choice lies the possibility of thinking that better serves your goals, values, and understanding of reality than the uncorrected patterns that would otherwise determine your perceptions, judgments, and beliefs. The journey doesn't end with awareness, it begins there. The real work involves consistent application of debiasing practices in daily life, gradually reshaping thinking habits to better align with reality rather than merely reinforcing existing views. This ongoing practice, more than any single insight, determines whether understanding these mind traps actually improves your thinking or merely becomes interesting knowledge without practical impact. The choice is yours. Will you use this understanding to spot biases in others while exempting yourself? Or will you apply these insights to your own thinking, developing genuine intellectual humility and more effective cognitive habits? The difference between these paths is the difference between using psychology to confirm what you already believe and using it to discover what you might be missing. Between closed certainty and open inquiry, between stagnation and growth. Choose wisely. Your mind depends on it. Yet knowing these mind traps is only half the battle. The real challenge emerges when emotions run high and pressure mounts, precisely when clear thinking becomes most crucial, yet most difficult. In these moments, even the most self-aware individuals can find their cognitive skills compromised by stress and emotional reactivity. What if you could maintain your mental clarity exactly when you need it most? The solution to this final challenge awaits in the audiobook, Stay Calm, Think Smart, The Art of Critical Thinking in Difficult Situations. Tap the center of the video now to continue your transformation journey.